A man pointed at the person whose hands were bound and spoke up. "This is a bit sudden, but let me introduce him first." The man hesitated. "This is 11542. The man said, "Check his face," to Harrietta's astonishment. The man continued, "This will be the new slave. He will be with us from today." These words directly brought tears to Harrietta's eyes as she thought, "Oh my." She couldn't believe it, covering her face and telling herself, "Sir Edwin, I wanted to deny that it was absurd, but it clearly is. With a heart full of longing, I have seen this face every night in my dreams." The scene shifted to 2 years ago. A palace-like house was filled with lights, as if a party were underway. Harrietta stood on the balcony, pursing her lips and thinking, "How boring." Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Looking at the beautiful scene before her, she raised her hand and wondered, has the night sky in Filioche always been this beautiful? Then her gaze changed, and she thought, 15 more days. I only need to endure for 15 more days. Harrietta thought, it has been 4 months since I left my home, Filioche, a village so small it's hard to even see on a map, and came here to Levante. Born as the daughter of the Mackenzie family, the only noble family in this area, I grew up with a free spirit, completely disregarding the etiquette or grace expected of a young lady.
Harrietta recalled the time her shoes were covered in mud. A voice of reproach rang out. "Oh dear, Harrietta." Rose, her mother, scolded loudly. "You've ruined your dress with mud again? You only have 1 year left until your debut. When will you stop these mischievous acts?" A memory surfaced, and she told herself that because they were so angry with her behavior, her parents had sent her to Aunt Lilivy in Levante. Harrietta stood before her aunt and politely greeted her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Aunt Lilivy." At that moment, she was scared and cringed. Harrietta thought to herself that she had never met her aunt before in her life, so she was very worried about getting along with her. Contrary to her imagination, Aunt Lilivy smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Harrietta." These words made Harrietta's eyes widen with joy.
She recalled the moment her aunt inquired. Harrietta thought that despite all her worries, her aunt had welcomed her with warm hospitality. In fact, her aunt seemed very happy to see her. At first, she couldn't understand why, but she soon had her answer. She recalled herself leaning against the wall, thinking that her aunt was very eager to drag her clumsy niece from the countryside to every social event and try to pair her with someone from a prestigious family. Just then, Lillian spotted her niece and called out in surprise, "Harrietta." Full of questions, she asked, "Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere." Harrietta replied, "Oh, I was just looking." Before she could finish, Lillian interrupted, "We'll talk later. Come with me here first." Harrietta, full of curiosity, asked, "What is it, Aunt?" She simply said, "There's someone I want you to meet." Then she pointed to a woman and a young man, saying, "Here they are." Lillian then introduced, "This is Countess Welch," and pointing to the young man beside her added, "And her eldest son, Derek Welch." Derek smiled and greeted, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Derek Welch." Harrietta curtsied and introduced herself. "I am Harrietta Mackenzie." Derek smiled brightly and said, "I hear you're from Filioche. How long have you been in Levante?" Harrietta secretly thought she had been forced to attend dozens of events, but she calmly replied, "My aunt has been very attentive to me, leaving me no chance to feel uncomfortable." Hearing this, Derek couldn't help but exclaim, "She's truly kind."
He smiled faintly and said, "Miss Jenner told me you are a talented singer." Harrietta immediately brushed it off, saying, "I'm not showing off. I only sing when I want to." Derek then wondered, "So you've never had any formal training?" Harrietta was immediately taken aback. She swallowed nervously, thinking to herself, "Ha, here we go again." She told herself that on the surface the conversation seemed polite, but his face showed disappointment. Is my age younger than he expected? Or am I not meeting his expectations? At this thought, Harrietta was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Recalling Aunt Lillian and the Countess, Harrietta thought to herself, "I would have left this place if it weren't for those two. I've lived a wild life in the countryside. Of course these rigid nobles won't accept me easily." She sadly thought to herself, "Just make any excuse and leave." Thinking this, she spoke up, "Mr. Welch, I'm very sorry, but I'm feeling a bit tired." Derek paid no attention to her words. He looked up and wondered aloud, "Isn't that the Redforce family?" Harrietta also wondered, "Redford?" Everyone there was no exception. They all had a surprised expression similar to Derek's, without a single exception. Harrietta couldn't help but wonder, who is that? How can they cause so much attention? A man spoke up, saying, "Mr. Edwin, I am truly grateful that you have come here. I was informed that you would be passing through this area, so I sent an invitation just in case." Harrietta tried to peek but saw nothing. Edwin seemed to emit a halo. Harrietta immediately marveled. Even Edwin's strands of hair exuded charisma. Harrietta's eyes widened in an instant as she exclaimed, "Oh my!" Her heart pounded at Edwin's beauty, and she wondered if it was appropriate to describe a man as beautiful.
She unconsciously placed a hand on her chest, thinking to herself that if one were to speak of a masterpiece created by God, it would surely be him. At this moment, a person in red showed Edwin the way. Edwin advanced step by step, and Henrietta could no longer remain calm. Edwin, radiating handsomeness, followed the instructions. His eyes were full of depth, and Henrietta and Edwin officially made eye contact. She couldn't keep her composure. Flustered, she thought to herself, he's looking at me. Too embarrassed, Henrietta immediately ran away, but she ran so fast that she tripped and fell to the ground. Edwin gently looked at her. At this moment, Henrietta was so embarrassed, she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. She stammered, This thing, no, her heart telling her, come on, Henrietta, don't act foolishly anymore. Edwin looked at Henrietta without any expression. Then he suddenly knelt down. Edwin slowly extended his hand to help Henrietta up. He asked with concern if she was all right. Henrietta, her heart full of emotion, caught a faint scent of musk.
Henrietta then gently placed her hand into Edwin's. Suddenly she paused, thinking to herself that it would surely be an unsightly scene if he were like other nobles. Thinking of Derek, she wondered if he would laugh at and despise her. With that thought, she was about to withdraw her hand. Suddenly, Edwin did something that astonished her. Henrietta was utterly surprised. Edwin suddenly pulled Henrietta's hand forcefully. She couldn't maintain her balance and stumbled straight into him, causing him to sway as well. Edwin simply nodded gently and said, all right. Confused, Edwin and Henrietta immediately separated and walked away. Henrietta walked away in confusion. She thought to herself that her brief concern was meaningless. With those eyes, there was no emotion for her. She clutched her dress, telling herself that she would rather be ridiculed and pitied by others than be this miserable. Remembering Edwin's sparkling eyes, she secretly wished that if, just once, she could be etched into those emotionless eyes. At this moment, she could no longer hold back and suddenly turned around, exclaiming, please wait. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on her shoulder and called, Henrietta. She flinched slightly. Lilivian was standing right behind her. Henrietta stammered, Aunt Lilivian, causing those around them to murmur. Lilivian anxiously exclaimed, oh dear, Henrietta, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly fall? Are you feeling dizzy? Henrietta replied in confusion, no, not really. Lilivian recalled Rose's words about not behaving uncivilizedly. She anxiously cupped Henrietta's face and said, Rose assured me there was no need to worry about your health, so what just happened? You need to see a doctor when we get back. Lilivian let out a heavy sigh and said, do you have any idea how surprised I was when you left without a word? Your sudden behavior not only embarrassed the Countess, but also young Master Derek. Seeing Henrietta looking in another direction, she shouted loudly, Henrietta, are you even listening? Henrietta hesitated slightly. Then she asked Lilivian, Aunt, who is that person? Lilivian misunderstood, thinking she meant the person in red, and immediately said to Henrietta, that person? Do you mean Count Shanks? Henrietta quickly dismissed it, saying, no, the young man next to him. Then she shyly added, the one who helped me up. Lilivian suddenly paused upon hearing this. She told Henrietta, you mean young Master Edwin, the tall blonde one? Henrietta thought to herself, Edwin, even his name is charming. Suddenly Lilivian reminded her, no, Henrietta, don't harbor such futile feelings. Henrietta, confused, asked what her aunt meant, and Lilivian calmly replied, I know you understand. You're not the first girl I've seen with eyes like that. Hearing this, Henrietta could only remain silent, and Lilivian also sighed helplessly. Then she asked Henrietta, have you heard the name Redford? Henrietta, full of questions, said, Redford? Lilivian began to explain. Yes, Duke Redford. The House of Redford has a long history dating back to the founding of Brimdell. They are undoubtedly the most prestigious and powerful family among all families in the kingdom. Besides the royal family, they are considered to have the noblest bloodline in Brimdell. Young Master Edwin is the heir of Redford. In other words, he will be the future duke. Hearing this, Henrietta let her hands drop in astonishment, thinking to herself, the future duke? Lilivian continued, their title is not the only reason for their fame. Besides their family's wealth and honor, they are also known for their abilities. It's unimaginable how many talented individuals Redford has produced. Some even say that Brimdell's most priceless treasure is Redford, and young Master Edwin is one of a kind within Redford.
Lilivian at this point looked at Henrietta worriedly and said, on the contrary, my dear. Henrietta avoided her gaze. Lilivian reminded her that she was the daughter of an unknown viscount from the countryside, while he was the future duke of a noble lineage. She continued, just like untouchable stars, so distant, there's no equality among nobles. Low-ranking nobles like us wouldn't dare speak to someone like him. To him, we are no different from commoners. There's a reason people say not to look at the top of a tree you cannot climb. Henrietta suddenly interrupted. But Aunt, she loudly questioned, then who is suitable for me to like? She said with a hint of indignation,
Young Master Derek, who has nothing special about him? Or Count Marlin, someone much older than me? Can't I decide who I like? Isn't that a simple matter? Finally, she concluded, and if so, can you say with certainty that those are my genuine feelings? Hearing this, Lilivian simply said softly, Henrietta. She reminded her not to look at the top of a tree one cannot climb. However, she told her that once you have a dream and pursue it, it's not something you need anyone else's permission for. At this point, Lilivian said, Henrietta, I apologize for hurting you. I truly wish for you to be ambitious and achieve many things. I say this with complete sincerity. As you said, if you have a dream and pursue it, then no one can stop you.
Lilivian turned her back and said, but unfortunately in this world, no matter how hard you try, some things are still impossible, and there are things that cannot be achieved. Henrietta asked if her aunt was referring to young Master Edwin. Lilivian gently hugged Henrietta and said, you are still young. I don't want to see you suffer or get hurt. She wiped Henrietta's tears and said, you will be a troublemaker, someone who never listens to her aunt, but you are still my lovely niece. Henrietta suddenly remembered when Edwin asked if she was okay. She cried louder, thinking to herself, but I don't think I will easily forget him. As she was telling herself that she didn't think she could easily forget him, Lilivian cupped Henrietta's face and said, eventually you will see that in this vast world there are countless handsome men still out there. Henrietta, with tears welling up, asked, more than Sir Edwin? Lilivian was speechless on the spot. Then she nodded and said, of course, my dear.
She thought to herself that girls at this age could be fickle, and Henrietta would soon forget today. She shouldn't worry too much. Lilivian told herself that's what she thought. How annoying that you're still in Levante, Harriet. Lilivian smiled brightly and said, Rose sent you a letter and wants to know when you're coming home. Henrietta said sadly, just a little longer. Seeing her granddaughter like this, Lilivian couldn't help but think, a few days ago. Lilivian, seeing right through her, said, come now, you're not talking about the day you hid and waited in front of Marquis Richcannel's mansion, are you? Henrietta said sullenly, even though it was from a distance, I still saw him. She thought to herself, it had been quite a while since I first met Prince Edwin. At that time, I was exactly 16 years old and had successfully completed my debut as an adult. I didn't even remember the name of the companion who escorted me that day, but since then, I had attended every ball, hoping to meet him again. But all my efforts had completely failed.
When I heard he frequently visited Richcannel's mansion, Henrietta recalled that she had indeed gone to that mansion to look for him. She told herself, I decided to visit his house on a whim. She had in fact stood before the gates of Richcannel's mansion. She thought to herself, what if I look suspicious? She recounted, of course I just loitered in front of the gates and had no connection whatsoever with the Marquis. Henrietta then thought to herself, moreover, there's no guarantee that young Master Edwin will come here today. Perhaps I should just turn back. At that moment, the sound of a carriage grew closer and closer. Henrietta thought, but I've already come all this way. The carriage stopped in front of Henrietta, and a familiar figure stepped down. Henrietta saw the person she longed for and immediately froze, eagerly recognizing young Master Edwin. Just then, Lilivian interrupted that train of thought, saying, anyway, Henrietta paused.
Lilivian frowned and said, Henrietta, I'm truly worried about you. For when you realize you can't be by his side, the despair and pain you'll have to go through, I even feel afraid just thinking about it. Henrietta's eyes welled up as she said, Aunt? Then she reluctantly pressed her lips together. She secretly wished she could stop these feelings. She told herself, I already knew how reckless and naive I was. If I could stop it all at will, I would have done so already. Henrietta sat thoughtfully in the car, wondering what she should do, knowing she couldn't possibly reach him. She recalled Edwin's image again, reminding herself that her feelings were still deeper, regardless. Soon after, news spread throughout the kingdom, the engagement between the perfect heir of Duke Redford and the beautiful daughter of Marquis Richcannel. People also understood why young Master Edwin had been in Levante, a place far from the capital for so long, frequently visiting Marquis Richcannel's home, a truly perfect match. Although the Richcannel family was not as prominent as the Redfords, they were still one of the most prestigious families in Brimdell. Many people blessed and welcomed their marriage from the bottom of their hearts. The party was filled with nothing but wine. Henrietta drank so much that day she was swaying. She stumbled into the room with incredible speed. Heartbroken, she collapsed onto the floor, thinking she no longer knew the concept of time. She had broken down after crying day and night and couldn't eat anything. With that worry, her aunt contacted her mother, and her mother immediately rushed from Filioche to Levante. Rose arrived at her daughter's residence, anxiously shouting, Henrietta. Rose ran straight to the bed, cupping Henrietta's face and said, Henrietta, my dear.
Tears streamed down her face as she asked what was wrong, urging her to tell her. She told her that she might get seriously ill if she continued like this. Rose then hugged Henrietta close and said, "Let's go back to Filioche. Everyone misses you very much." She added, "Especially Hugo. He misses you terribly." Henrietta murmured, "Hugo," and an image of her younger brother flashed through her mind. She remembered Hugo calling out Henrietta loudly in the past, and she secretly thought of her little brother always following her, like a duckling in a pond. When they parted, Hugo excitedly said, "Henrietta, remember to come back soon, and tell me about Levante in your letters. Promise me." Remembering that scene, tears streamed down Henrietta's face.
She thought to herself that it had been a long time since she last heard the boy's name, and that had awakened emotions she had buried deep in her heart, love and homesickness. The more she thought, the louder Henrietta cried. She told herself, my youth, my first love, was clumsy yet intense. Everything gradually ended and left a deep mark in my heart. At least that's what I thought. At least that's what I thought, remembering Edwin, until he appeared. The leaves swayed outside the window. The scene was truly poetic. Inside the room, Henrietta was sitting and reading a piece of paper. As she read a passage, she wondered to herself, what does this mean? Outside, continuous footsteps echoed. Hugo excitedly rushed into the room, calling out Henrietta's name loudly. Henrietta flinched slightly. Furious, she turned around and scolded Hugo. "How many times have I told you to knock?" Hugo thought she was joking and smiled brightly, saying, "Between us, there's no need for that, is there? Are you planning some fun without me?" Henrietta heard that, grumbled inwardly, thinking, "This kid, he's really mischievous now. Before I came to Levante, he was much cuter." Hugo pointed to the paper in Henrietta's hand and asked her what it was, which startled Henrietta. She calmly replied, "It's a letter from Aunt Lilivian. Do you want to take a look?" Hugo waved it off, saying, "What? No, I'm sure it's just like the last one. It'll say Auntie will visit Filioche soon, and that's something she never does. And really, who would want to come to this countryside anyway?" Henrietta said, "We can understand that." At this, Hugo's eyes sparkled, and he excitedly said, "Oh, Henrietta, you promised to teach me how to ride a horse." He looked outside and said, "The weather's beautiful today. If you have time, could you teach me?" Henrietta's head was full of question marks, wondering when she had promised him, then said, "I'm sorry, but not right now." Hugo, unwilling to give up, questioned, "What? Why?" Henrietta just gave a wise smile and said, "I'm grounded because of a little trouble I caused recently." Hugo asked her if it was about her breaking the window while trying out the new bow she made. A memory flashed back to Hugo and Henrietta running away, Hugo shouting loudly, "Run, Henrietta!" and Henrietta shouting just as loudly. Back in the present, Hugo sobbed, collapsing onto the bed, saying, "But I was so excited." Henrietta just said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Then she patted Hugo's head, comforting him. "Come on, cheer up. We'll have another chance. Instead, I'll teach you anything you want once my punishment is over." Then she widened her eyes and said, "Let me see. How about using a bow and arrow to hunt rabbits?" She reminded Hugo that he always wanted to learn how to shoot arrows. Hearing this, Hugo's eyes lit up. With sparkling eyes, he asked Henrietta, "What do you mean?" Then he told Henrietta, "Promise me, don't forget again." Henrietta smiled indulgently and said, All right, all right." She asked Hugo if she had ever lied to him before, telling him not to worry. Hugo just softly called out, "Henrietta." These words surprised her greatly. Hugo then smiled brightly and said, "I'm so happy to be hanging out with you again. It feels just like before." Henrietta paused slightly upon hearing these words. She recalled Aunt Lilivian's words, "Time heals all wounds, Henrietta." Lilivian had comforted Henrietta then, telling her that no matter how sad and desperate she felt now, it wouldn't last forever. She should overcome this and become better.
Henrietta pondered what Aunt Lilivian had said, which was neither entirely true nor entirely false. Time had helped heal her broken heart. After all, despair had already hit rock bottom right from the start, but after everything, she had gradually found her way out. Things hadn't completely returned to their old course. The man named Edwin had left a distinct mark on her heart, a mark that would be hard to erase. It would remain for a long time. Thinking this, Henrietta suddenly brightened and said, "That's right, just like the old days, isn't it?" The scene shifted to a spacious house. There, the clatter of dishes could be heard on the dining table. Rose spoke up calling, "Henrietta, your aunt seems quite lonely there. She wants to know when you can visit Levante." Henrietta, hearing this, was a little stunned and said, "Levante?" Rose told her yes. Lilivian seemed to be very fond of her. Then she asked Henrietta, "You know the balls in Levante will be lively at the end of this month. Why don't you come to Levante and attend the balls, and at the same time help your aunt feel less lonely?" Henrietta sadly thought, "Doesn't Mother consider what I went through last year?" Thinking this, she spoke up, "But I've only been home for a year, and I want to enjoy this summer in Locker." Rose gently explained, "I'm not asking you to stay there long. If you don't like the place, staying for a month would be fine." Hearing this, Henrietta silently bowed her head. Rose told her daughter,
You're already 17. It's time you started making plans for your future. Henrietta, feeling confused, asked, Future? Rose replied, Yes, your marriage. Hearing this, Henrietta reluctantly looked up and said, But I don't want to get married yet. Rose told her, I'm not saying you have to get married now, but at least you should try to find a good fiancé for yourself.
Henrietta retorted, I'm still looking. Rose interrupted, Let's talk about this later. Even if you wanted to go now, you couldn't. She continued, I hope your father comes home soon so you can use the carriage. He's been gone for days and I haven't heard any news about him. Hugo pricked up his ears, the sound of the carriage growing closer, exciting him. He realized what that meant and joyfully exclaimed, Father's home! Outside, there was indeed a man unloading things. Hugo called out loudly, Father! Rose also called, Husband, causing the father to turn around with a joyful smile. He smiled brightly and said, Oh, my lady, everyone be careful, you might fall. Rose, with a hint of playful resentment, complained, Why didn't you send any letters? I was afraid something might have happened. The father just smiled and said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Rose joyfully said, It's a good thing you've returned safely. Let's go inside. You must be exhausted after your long journey. Henrietta and Hugo giggled at this scene. Just as they were about to go inside, the father said, Before that, I want to introduce someone to everyone.
Henrietta couldn't help but wonder aloud, who is this man? A man with chained hands stepped out. Her father spoke up. This is a bit unexpected, let me introduce him. He hesitated slightly, saying, This is 11542. He told everyone to come and see his face. Henrietta was stunned by these words. Her father continued, This is our new help. He will start working at our house from today. When Henrietta saw the man's face, she was immediately stunned, thinking, Oh my God, no way. She trembled, unable to believe her eyes, which made Hugo notice and ask Henrietta, Are you all right? Henrietta, still stunned, stammered, He. At this moment, the image of the person she had always longed for appeared clearly before her, making Hugo repeatedly call out loudly to bring her back to her senses. Her memory flashed back to Aunt Lilyvian's words written in a letter to Henrietta. Lately, there have been some rumors in the kingdom. I hope you haven't heard about them yet. A gentle breeze from outside the window blew in, making the curtains sway softly. Henrietta, sleeping soundly on her bed, was woken up by the light shining in from outside the window. She slowly opened her eyes, and a question flashed in her mind. I think I had a strange dream. The hazy image of Edwin appeared in Henrietta's mind. She thought suspiciously, and young Master Edwin was there too.
Henrietta rolled over to one side of the bed, chuckling awkwardly and reassuring herself, Why would he appear as a slave? It's been a long time since I dreamt of him, and he looked a little different from my memory. Suddenly, Hugo's voice, full of worry, rang out, Henrietta, are you okay? His sudden voice made her open her eyes, and she let out a bewildered little sound. Henrietta rubbed her eyes and sat up, somewhat groggily asking, What is it, Hugo? Seeing that she was fine, he joyfully exclaimed, You're awake. Henrietta asked back, bewildered, What's wrong? It's only early morning. Hearing her question, Hugo became even more worried and said, Early morning? The sun is about to set. Henrietta's hair was messy from just waking up. She repeated his words in surprise. It's almost dark? The gentle sunlight streamed into Henrietta's room from outside the door. 2 large question marks appeared in her mind, and she asked repeatedly in disbelief, What? I've been asleep that long? Hugo placed the drink tray on her bed and helplessly recounted everything. You can't imagine how panicked everyone was when they saw you faint. Mom almost fainted along with you. He thoughtfully handed Henrietta the prepared cup of water. Here, drink this. It's honey lemon tea. She was still bewildered and hadn't fully reacted, but still gratefully said, Thank you. Henrietta then realized something was amiss and cried out, What? Her face turned pale as she suddenly pressed, Wait, Hugo, did you say I fainted? He answered frankly as if it were obvious. That's right, you fainted in the front yard. Henrietta's eyes widened and she leaned towards Hugo, her voice filled with surprise was several decibels louder. So, you mean I didn't sleep, but I fainted? He flinched at Henrietta's sudden action and stiffly replied, That's right. The cup of water in her hand fell onto the bed, the golden lemon water spilling all over the blanket. Hugo's panicked cry rang out, Henrietta, what are you doing?
Henrietta recalled the image of Edwin in dirty clothes when he arrived here. She pieced together the meager information she knew and made a deduction. So father had brought back a slave, meaning young Master Edwin. Henrietta, in a state of panic, frantically pulled at her hair, having to force herself to believe that what she knew was real, that it wasn't a dream. Before the door to her father's office, she burst in, panting, and called out loudly, Father! He was startled by Henrietta's sudden call and turned around. When he saw who was calling, he immediately stood up and asked about her well-being. Henrietta, when did you wake up? But before he could finish his sentence, she loudly interrupted him. What's going on, father? The entire office fell silent for a moment, then was broken by his puzzled question. What do you mean? Henrietta, still agitated, tried to articulate her doubts. Young Master Edwin, why is he in Philology? He should be in the capital, shouldn't he? And why does he look so miserable? He was dumbfounded by her barrage of questions, and with a bewildered expression he asked back, Young Master Edwin, who is that?
Henrietta, somewhat annoyed, shouted, "The person you brought back!" On his desk were countless work papers scattered about, and only now did he realize who she was referring to. "The one I brought back? Do you mean 11542? A look of confusion appeared on Henrietta's face as she asked him, what are those numbers?" He gently explained to her, "That's the series number for each slave." Henrietta repeated in surprise, "Series number?" The image of the bright red numbers carved into Edwin's chest flashed in her mind. He casually replied, "That's right. Each slave has their own series number. I think it's a way to identify them."
Henrietta lost her composure, slamming both hands on the table and yelling, "Father, don't say such horrible things anymore. So you don't know who he is?" She reaffirmed with absolute certainty, mentioning the entire family of the esteemed Duke. "That is young Master Edwin, the sole heir of the house of Duke Redford." He was startled and astonished, his mouth agape, wanting to verify. "Duke Redford?" But then Henrietta unexpectedly heard his laughter. He laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth because of the information she had told him. He just treated it as a joke and said, "Oh dear, are you still not awake? How could 1154 be the heir of Duke Redford?" Afterwards, Henrietta pursed her lips and looked up, listening to what he told her. "Listen, Henrietta, that slave is a gift from an old friend of mine." He pulled open a drawer, took out a letter from inside, and briefly explained to her, "Before, I helped him with a few things, so now he's giving me a slave as a token of gratitude."
He personally untied the string wrapped around the letter, intending to give it to Henrietta, and said helplessly, "If you don't believe me, look at this." She took the letter and read it, then exclaimed in astonishment, "This is—" A bright red seal immediately caught Henrietta's eye, and in her mind a phrase automatically appeared, "the royal seal." The royal seal was at the very end of the letter. Henrietta's eyes widened as she read the contents, realizing that everything was true. This was indeed information about slaves. In one corner of the letter, Edwin's serial number was clearly visible. He waited for her to finish reading before asking, "Well, do you believe me now?" Henrietta handed the letter back to him. He still worriedly reminded her, "Henrietta, you should rest more. You look very pale. I don't think you can fully accept this yet. Get a good night's sleep and you'll feel better." After a moment of daze, Henrietta slowly asked him, "Father, who gave you this gift?" He answered her question frankly. As soon as she heard his answer, Henrietta immediately recalled Marlin's face. "I was Marquis Marlin. He owned a huge estate near the capital and was quite influential in the kingdom." She nervously clenched her hands, thinking, "This is so strange. Something isn't right. I'm still sure it was Sir Edwin." "It's not 11542. Henrietta recalled the past, seeing Edwin through the carriage window. She had stared at him in astonishment, then smiled radiantly with joy and happiness. Henrietta calmly remembered Lily Vian's message in her letter. "Henrietta, a rumor has been spreading throughout the kingdom lately. I hope you haven't heard about it yet. Could this be what Aunt Lily Vian mentioned in her letter? What happened to Sir Edwin?" Sometime later, Edwin was carefully using a broom to sweep away the dirt on the ground. Henrietta hid in a corner, intently watching him. Sweat was slowly trickling down Edwin's neck, looking incredibly alluring. She watched his every move in silence, sighing inwardly with a sense of resignation. Henrietta frowned sadly and thought. It had been 5 years since he came here, and all she could do was secretly watch him, instead of running out and introducing herself. She mumbled to herself, "But what if I approach him too hastily?" Henrietta imagined herself fearfully running out to talk to Edwin. "You might not remember, but 2 years ago at the party in Levante, I fell and you helped me up, so I wanted to thank you," and only to be met with his annoyed stare, clearly bothered by the interruption. Her heart ached as her thoughts raced. If I leave a bad impression on him, I'd just die. Henrietta tucked her legs in and settled into a corner, her mind a mess, wondering, how should I start? Edwin was still oblivious, engrossed in sweeping his own yard. A stream of questions flooded her mind. Out of all the places, why is he here? What is he going through? I have too many questions, but suddenly, Hugo appeared out of nowhere and placed a hand on Henrietta's shoulder, asking, "What are you doing here?" Her face went pale with fright, and she shrieked. He also screamed in alarm. Hugo quickly tried to explain, "I didn't mean to scare you," but before he could finish his sentence, Henrietta clapped a hand over his mouth. With tears welling up, she brought a hand to her mouth, signaling Hugo to be quiet. Seeing this, he nodded frantically at Henrietta. She thought anxiously, "Oh no, he's going to find out I'm watching him." Henrietta stealthily peeked her head up, wanting to observe Edwin's situation. Her heart was pounding uneasily. No, he seems very focused on his work, so he won't hear anything, right? But he seemed to sense something and turned his head to look in her direction. Henrietta's heart burned like fire, and she pleaded in vain, "Please, please." Edwin's vacant eyes looked directly at her. Henrietta painfully burst into tears, and a desperate scream echoed in her mind. "Damn it, I've been discovered." She flinched and quickly ducked down to hide. Henrietta tore at her hair in despair, tears streaming down her face as she thought, "Oh no, I'm doomed." Hugo sighed, looking at her questioningly. "What's wrong with her?" Henrietta gloomily lowered her head.
Meanwhile, he stepped out from her hiding spot, unable to help but worry. She hasn't hit her head on something, has she? As soon as he stepped out, Hugo let out a soft exclamation, noticing the person outside. His sharp question rang in her ears, making her startle and look up. Isn't that the slave father brought back? As if remembering something, Hugo aggressively walked towards Edwin. Good, he said. I was just about to talk to him. Harrietta's face turned pale as she sprang up, wanting to stop him. Hugo, what are you doing? Stop it! He paid no attention to her calls, quickly walking closer to him. Only when they were a few steps apart did Hugo stop, putting his hands on his hips as he asked Edwin, Hey, do you know what you're doing? He silently lowered his face, not answering. The atmosphere immediately became stifling due to the silence of both individuals. Hugo angrily shouted, wanting to assert his authority. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm asking you what you're doing here. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly widened his eyes in horror as he looked at me. On Edwin's face was cold indifference. His eyes, carrying a terrifying murderous intent, stared at Hugo. He gaped, unable to utter a single word, his whole body trembling violently.
Despite his fear, Hugo still managed to blurt out. Edwin calmly defended himself. I'm just doing my job. I was told to finish sweeping and cleaning the stables today. Hugo, standing opposite him, stammered in response. Is that so? Harrietta, observing everything from a distance, couldn't help but feel pity for him. In her mind, an image of a puppy with its ears down, trembling in fear, appeared, and she sighed. Poor Hugo. After a moment of fear, Hugo regained his composure and asked Edwin, So, do you like my room? Edwin didn't understand the meaning behind his question, so he remained silent. Hugo crossed his arms and explained to Edwin, The room you're currently using used to be my study room, but Father told me I had to give it to you, so now I'm forced to share a study room with my sister. Edwin finally understood his intention and let out a soft sound. Edwin recalled the image of the small, simple room he had been given to use. He pondered, unsure of how to respond appropriately. After a moment, Edwin decided to frankly state his thoughts. It's monotonous and boring. Hugo was astonished, not expecting him to say such a thing. He repeated, as if wanting Edwin to confirm that he hadn't misheard. Monotonous? Boring? Edwin replied without hesitation. That's right. Hugo frowned, his face flushing red, feeling embarrassed and unsure of what to do. Harrietta, standing in a corner, heard his angry question. The room is monotonous? She worriedly thought, Oh no, that's Hugo's favorite room.
Hugo clenched his fists, trembling as he restrained himself from screaming. But the slave was supposed to be in the corner of the stable, not in such a luxurious room. You should be grateful. But he still couldn't control himself and yelled out in annoyance. I don't care how splendid your previous dwelling was if you continue to act so arrogant and presumptuous. Before Hugo could finish his sentence, Harrietta rushed out to stop him. Hugo, stop it! She stood with her hands on her hips, lecturing Hugo. You are being unacceptably rude. Apologize to him immediately. He froze in surprise, weakly calling her name. Harrietta. Hugo, unable to believe it, repeatedly questioned Harrietta. What are you talking about? Why should I apologize to a slave? He stated, as if it were obvious. He's the one who should be begging me for forgiveness. She couldn't take it anymore and yelled, Enough! That's enough! Without another word, Harrietta immediately bowed before Edwin and expressed, I sincerely apologize for my brother's actions. He's just a child. He's a good child. Witnessing these actions, Hugo frantically called out to her, Harrietta. He frowned in confusion and said, What is going on here? Why are you humbling yourself before a slave? If Father finds out, he'll go mad. Hearing Hugo's words, Harrietta also irritably ordered loudly, Stop it! Do you even know who this person is? He didn't understand anything and could only reply with what he knew. Of course, he's a slave, number 11542. Hearing Hugo's answer, she instinctively retorted sharply, No, he's not a slave. He's... Suddenly, Harrietta abruptly stopped, asking herself, Am I allowed to reveal the truth like this? Harrietta fell silent as she felt his gaze. Edwin, the heir of the prestigious Redfords family. She didn't dare utter another word, thinking of Edwin with the serial number proving his slave status, but he had arrived at Filioche. As a slave, if she told others who he was, they would think she was crazy. Moreover, it would be truly awkward to babble about it right in front of him like that. Harrietta, sweating profusely, stammered, He is... Suddenly Edwin spoke up, interrupting the argument between her and Hugo. Long time no see, Miss Harrietta. Harrietta turned her head in surprise to look at him. Edwin calmly continued, I believe this is the first time I've seen you since that last occasion. She couldn't believe it, thinking to herself, No way. Emotion was evident in Harrietta's eyes and words. You still remember me? In her mind, she recalled their meeting 2 years ago, unable to believe it. Harrietta's little heart pounded with surging happiness. I thought you wouldn't remember anything about me. Contrary to her happiness, Edwin coldly explained, My memory isn't that bad. I can accurately recall things from just a few days ago. Harrietta was doused with cold water. Her emotions immediately vanished. Huh? A few days ago? She forced a smile and asked him again. A few days ago, you mean...
Edwin reminded Henrietta of the day he was brought there, the day I arrived, and when you fainted in front of the house. Don't you remember? The image of Henrietta's face that day was one of utter astonishment. As she recalled everything, her mouth fell open and her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, while her mind screamed incessantly. Unaware of her thoughts, Edwin slowly explained again. I tried my best not to touch you much, but it seemed unavoidable. At that time, I was the only one who could carry you.
Henrietta bowed her head low and said disappointedly, So you've forgotten? Edwin courteously inquired, Have we met before? She didn't answer him immediately, but intertwined her hands and fiddled with them. The atmosphere among the three grew increasingly heavy. Henrietta, as if gathering all her courage, answered Edwin's question. No, not at all. On second thought, it seems I was mistaken. He looked up, his eyes once again filled with intense, murderous intent. She didn't notice anything unusual, flashing a bright smile to thank Edwin. Anyway, I still haven't thanked you properly. Thank you. Consider me indebted to you. Edwin replied courteously. It's nothing. It was simply my duty. Henrietta stubbornly insisted on repaying him. How can that be? The truth is, you did help me, she said gently but very resolutely. So please let me know whenever you need help. No matter what it is, I will wholeheartedly fulfill it if I can. Hugo called out in shock, Henrietta. After listening to Henrietta for a while, Edwin also spoke up hesitantly. Could you by any chance? But before he could finish his sentence, she suddenly interrupted. Excuse me, I just remembered something. My mother called me, and I completely forgot.
Hugo stood beside them, hearing that, and wondered aloud, Henrietta, how can that be? When is Mom ever home? Henrietta irritably pinched his arm, making Hugo yelp in pain. From behind the stable, her hurried voice rang out, Talk later, see ya. Hugo shed tears of pain, still not understanding why she had pinched his arm. He gloomily called out, Henrietta! Edwin silently watched them leave one by one. Henrietta firmly said, Hugo, you come with me too. He confusedly hurried after her. Me too? The two walked hand in hand, their hurried footsteps in conversation gradually fading. Edwin stood frozen, watching them, a chill running down his spine, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Today was a beautiful morning. The garden was full of vibrant yellow flowers under the warm sunlight, and the wind swayed the tree branches. Henrietta's hair fluttered in the gentle breeze. She peeked out at the deserted garden and wondered, That's strange. I'm sure Mr. Edwin went towards the backyard. Did he change his mind? As Henrietta thought, she recalled. She was certain she had seen him through the upstairs window, and joyfully exclaimed, Mr. Edwin!
Henrietta looked around, calling out loudly, Mr. Edwin, where are you? Unaware of someone approaching from behind. A hand was placed on her shoulder, and Henrietta shivered, letting out a loud scream. She spun around, stepping back, frantically waving her hands and stammering, Mr. Edwin! Edwin was silent for a moment, then said, I apologize, I thought you were about to fall. Henrietta's face flushed crimson. She placed a hand on her chest and replied, I'm fine, you startled me. At this, Edwin's eyes narrowed slightly. He said, If you don't mind me asking, you're looking for someone, aren't you? Henrietta was startled by this question. She broke out in a sweat and tremblingly replied, No, I'm just taking a walk. I think I should go check the backyard. Edwin responded, I see. Henrietta looked up at him. She hesitated, feeling uneasy and restless inside. What's going on? She wondered. He seems very polite and respectful, but the atmosphere around him feels strange, almost threatening. A shiver ran through her. A thought crossed her mind. She felt as if something terrible would happen if she didn't leave quickly. With this thought, Henrietta walked past Edwin, quickly saying, Well, you should get back to your work. Goodbye. Edwin exuded a gloomy aura. He said, Am I mistaken, or... Edwin suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly, and Henrietta was pulled back by the strong force. Edwin squeezed her hand until it trembled. His face darkened, and he asked coldly, You know me, don't you? Henrietta, frightened, weakly said, What are you doing? Edwin repeated, I asked if you know me, didn't I? Henrietta painfully tried to pull her hand back. She screamed, No, I don't. Edwin asked, Is that so? Henrietta painfully pulled her hand free. She continued to scream, Of course, let me go. Let me go. Henrietta squeezed her eyes shut, her face red from struggling. She used all her strength and successfully broke free from Edwin's grip. Red marks appeared on her wrist. Because she used too much force, she lost her footing. Henrietta fell hard to the floor, and even though she tried to brace herself with one hand, it still hurt a lot.
Henrietta braced her hands on the ground. She felt a cold shiver run down her spine, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Henrietta pursed her lips tightly. Kneeling on the ground, she looked at Edwin and asked, What if I really knew you? Henrietta slowly stood up and continued, What if I knew you were once a nobleman? What if I knew you were once a member of the Redford family? What would you do to me then? Henrietta's eyes stared directly at Edwin, her hair disheveled from the earlier impact. Edwin felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he said, So you knew.
Henrietta suddenly realized she had misspoken and immediately raised a hand to cover her mouth. Edwin pressed. How do you know? I heard that people here rarely care about the outside world, and no one would know about me. He wondered, did someone tell you about me? Henrietta shook her head. Edwin took a step forward. Does anyone else know about this? Henrietta stammered. No. Edwin smirked. I didn't trust him from the start, but was all this trouble just for a joke? Edwin continued to talk to himself as he walked towards Henrietta. What was his ulterior motive for bringing me here? I can't figure it out. She nervously backed away, asking, ulterior motive? Her back hit the stone wall. She was cornered. Edwin stared at her and asked, do you want me to crawl like a dog at your feet? Or do you want me to get high and satisfy your desires? Edwin continued to question her, which only terrified Henrietta more. She repeated in her mind, bewildered, high, satisfy. Edwin slammed one hand against the wall, his other hand lifting her chin. Stop acting so scared and trembling, or is this just part of a scheme to seduce me? Henrietta started trembling again, her heart pounding wildly with fear. She whispered, I don't understand what you're saying. Edwin leaned closer, stroking her hair, a smile playing on his lips. He said, if you really want to excite me, I suggest you use something special and stronger. Honestly, you're not my type. He continued to whisper in her ear, so it'll be useless. But with some drugs, perhaps you'd look more like my type. Hearing this, she flinched.
Henrietta couldn't take it anymore. She pushed him away, shouting, Stop! Stop it! Henrietta panted, trying to calm herself down. She questioned, Do you even know what you're saying to me? Fear, panic, and tension were etched into her eyes. Henrietta asked, What are you trying to do? Edwin's face remained cold as he wondered, why is she reacting like this? Is she going to keep pretending to be innocent? Henrietta couldn't help but burst into tears. Why? What happened to you? Edwin stood still, stunned by her reaction. You were the most vulnerable person in the aristocracy, Henrietta said, recalling the radiant young man who shone like a halo. Her tears fell in drops to the ground. Henrietta said, Why have you become like this? Something stirred within him, and he also wondered, That's right, I also wonder what made me turn out this way. The blood-red number on his chest seemed to reminding him of the humiliations, the disgusting words of the wealthy noblewomen. I wish I could hold you in my arms. He recalled the moment his father placed his head on the guillotine, and the blade was slowly raised. Haunting voices echoed in his head. Look at yourself. Look at what happened to your father and his head. The sharp blade descended swiftly, and Edwin remembered the streams of red blood engulfing his vision. Mocking laughter rang out. How ridiculous! He knelt on the ground, his clothes filthy, his feet shackled like a criminal.
That voice called out, Young Master Edwin. At that moment, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat after witnessing his father's death, and he had only one thought: he must continue to live. He was brought to the palace, a magnificent building bathed in sunlight. For the rest of your life, atone for your family, the prince said, turning his back to him. The prince continued, looking out the window. An indelible sin against the kingdom. That is the only thing that can be done for the family, the only ones charged with treason. Everything changed overnight. All who bore the Redford name were annihilated, except for me. Edwin recalled being tied up and kneeling before the prince. He recounted, My fate lay in the hands of the prince, who was close to me. Edwin then asked, Your Highness, why did you save me? He bowed his head and pleaded, Please kill me. The prince turned back, pensive, and said, You should find a way to protect your life. The prince continued, Your death would put an end to the history of the Redford family. His parents' portrait shattered.
Edwin remembered kneeling on the ground, carefully considering the Redford family and his father, wondering if he truly wanted to make such a choice at that moment. He thought, but couldn't give a precise answer. Stripped of his title and name, his footsteps were stained with blood, just as his honor had been defiled. He recounted how the name he had lived with his entire life had been replaced by the number 11,542. Starting a new life, even then, he wasn't sure if he had made the right choice. What haunted him most over the past year was how life had gradually eroded him from the inside out, like a worm gnawing at an apple from within. When he became the Duke's heir, everyone smiled kindly. Edwin remembered how other nobles had welcomed him, approached him. But as soon as he was cast down as a slave, those same people immediately changed and attacked him, then sneered at Edwin's downfall. It was no different from hell. He hadn't known that a person's life could sink to such depths so quickly. Mental exhaustion and physical pain were just the beginning. At that time, he felt himself sinking into a deep ocean. The hardest part was the insults and humiliation he had to endure as a human being, and above all, the destruction of his soul.
Every day he dreamed extensively of avenging himself against those who were worse than monsters, and even more often, he wished he would die. Whenever the desire for release overwhelmed him, the prince's words echoed in his mind. You must continue to live, and for the rest of your life, atone for your family. This sin has caused an indelible stain on the kingdom's honor. It appeared in his mind like a curse. He grew increasingly confused, unsure whom to blame. Was it them who caused all this, or himself? Facing this miserable downfall, he had to accept this fate, with mocking laughter clinging to him like a shadow. If their goal was to destroy his soul, then they had succeeded. And soon enough, he no longer remembered who he was, laughing at himself. Yes, returning to reality, Edwin looked at the crying girl before him. He was startled, thinking, that's what I did, but
Henrietta spoke up. Young Master Edwin, I have met you before. At the ball in Levante, you shone brighter than anyone else present, Henrietta said, recalling his unique presence amidst the crowd. She continued, no, you are the most wonderful person I have ever met in my life. Henrietta was still young at the time, astonished by the sight before her. I realized that a person could be strong, brilliant, excellent, and unique, all converging perfectly, only in you. She continued, even if a star fell from the night sky, it couldn't shine as brightly. That was my impression of you. Because I couldn't forget that moment, I never stopped searching for your image. I never imagined that such a brief encounter could capture my heart for such a long time. As Henrietta spoke, she recalled Edwin's hands extended before her. Her eyes brimmed with happiness and joy from the bottom of her heart, and she thought, at that moment, he deserved everything. No one could deny it. He shone so brightly that she couldn't stop looking. Breaking free from her memories, Henrietta explained, you must have been through a lot recently. I only heard about it a few days ago from my aunt in Levante. Just as you said, the people of Filioche are almost indifferent to current events and changes elsewhere. She looked at the trees swaying in the wind, and Henrietta recalled her meeting with him before he came here. I thought you were doing well in the capital. Edwin quietly observed her. Looking at her sparkling eyes, he thought, her gaze is very genuine. And Edwin recalled her strange actions before, if what she said was true, her watching him since he arrived. The girl's surprise upon seeing him, he suddenly realized she didn't do it with ill intent, recalling Henrietta's innocent smile. Edwin now understood, but rather because she had a kind heart. At that moment he felt all his suspicions vanish. He lowered his face in shame, thinking, what have I done? Edwin recalled his recent rude actions and thought, she must really hate me for what I did, and I deserve to be punished no matter what. Edwin thought to himself, she has every right to punish me, but Henrietta bit her lip. She suddenly bowed and said, I'm sorry. Edwin was astonished, thinking, what? She said in a self-reproaching voice, I had no idea about the changes in your life. I didn't know you had gone through so much suffering. I just thought you were living happily somewhere far away. I believed and hoped that that was the case, she said. Edwin listened in silence. Henrietta continued, I rushed to conclusions and made arbitrary assumptions without knowing your difficulties and feelings. I truly thought you were living happily somewhere. Henrietta trembled, covering her mouth with both hands as she spoke. So, I just thought I was the only one facing a harsh reality. I knew nothing. I simply assumed. I want to apologize to you with all my heart, she said, heartbroken. Edwin took a step towards her, not understanding why in his heart. There was no reason for her to apologize to him, no reason at all. She choked up, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to say, I'm sorry, I don't know why, I just can't stop crying. Her tears fell and soaked into the ground. She continued, her voice tinged with anger, but this is too cruel. Why did such terrible things happen to you, after everything? And Edwin remembered those hypocritical nobles. He thought, they all said I deserved this. Even I'm not sure if that's reasonable, he thought. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Henrietta. He felt something had changed, but looking at the guilty Henrietta in front of him, he wondered why she would. It was another beautiful day, warm sunlight shining down on the wooden stable where healthy horses were kept. Henrietta was brushing the mane of a brown horse when Hugo's voice rang out. Henrietta, is it just you? Henrietta stopped her action and turned to look. Today, her hair was neatly tied in a bun, and she was wearing riding attire.
Henrietta, puzzled, asked the approaching Hugo, what are you talking about? Hugo pointed to the side and said, that's Slave. I've been seeing him around a lot lately. Following Hugo's direction, Henrietta saw Edwin standing there, sweeping. She broke into a sweat, thinking, when did he get there? He wasn't there when I came to the stables. She silently watched Edwin's figure. Then she turned away and said, you're being too sensitive. Our estate isn't that large. It's common to see each other. It would be unusual not to run into each other. Hugo puffed out his cheeks in disagreement. He sighed, resting his hands on his hips, and said, at first I thought it was a coincidence too, but I've been observing him, and maybe I was mistaken.
Hugo glanced at Edwin, then explained to his sister, this is really strange. Every time I'm alone, I don't even see a hair of him, but every time I'm near you, he's always in my sight. Henrietta calmly replied, It's just a coincidence, Hugo retorted. No way. Do you see the area he's sweeping? Hugo asked Henrietta. He recounted. Anna had already swept there earlier and waved hello when I walked past with my book. Hugo continued. Look, it's clean. Henrietta fell into thought, Hugo's words having sparked her imagination. She continued to brush the horse's mane, thinking, is he deliberately trying to get my attention? Why is he always around me? I used to be full of hope, but Henrietta opened her mouth to reply. Someone probably told him to sweep that spot again. She recalled the previous situation and thought, after that incident, I kept my distance from him, not because I disliked him, but quite the opposite. Henrietta remembered Edwin's eyes and thought, because he might not be comfortable with my presence. She reminded herself, Edwin was no longer a powerful figure. He had fallen to the very bottom of society, so even the most trivial issues could become violent for him. He had been forced to do many things before coming here. Edwin's words echoed in her mind. Do you want me to kneel like a dog, or do you want me to get high and satisfy your desires? Henrietta felt that he seemed to have endured it very well. Henrietta thought, at least I haven't made any mistakes with him. Hugo mumbled, something's wrong. Henrietta adjusted her saddle and said, if you keep saying such silly things, I'll leave you behind. Hugo quickly cried out, wait for me, Henrietta. Henrietta seriously instructed, focus and follow me. Her horse snorted. Henrietta said, you must listen to every word I say very carefully, otherwise this will be our last ride. Hugo replied dejectedly, you know, I'm not a kid anymore. The two chatted happily. To me, you're still a child. You've been like that for the past 10 years, and you'll be like that for another 10 years. Hugo said embarrassed, no, I won't. Suddenly, Henrietta turned to the side and saw Edwin standing opposite her, gentle sunlight enveloping them both. His eyes, full of sincerity, looked directly at her, his gaze very gentle. This startled Henrietta, who stared at him with wide eyes. She gave an awkward smile and thought, why is he staring at me like this? Has he never seen me in riding clothes before? Henrietta nodded as a greeting to Edwin, then turned away and said, let's go, Hugo. The sound of hooves departed, leaving Edwin still standing and watching. The two siblings rode their horses quickly into the forest. Edwin watched them, his face a little sad. In the forest, a whooshing sound echoed, followed by the rapid hoofbeats of Henrietta's horse. Hugo pulled his horse to a stop, looking at a plump white rabbit running away, and shouted, Henrietta, over here! Hugo yelled, it's running that way. The white rabbit hopped step by step towards Henrietta. She drew her bow and arrow from behind her back and said, don't worry. She smiled, confidently drew her bow and continued, there's a reason why I'm called a good archer. Watching the agile rabbit move, Henrietta focused, closed one eye, and aimed precisely at the target. She shot the arrow, but it landed a foot away from the rabbit. The rabbit stopped, frightened. Henrietta frowned and thought, I thought I'd hit it. My old bow and arrow must have made me miss. The rabbit quickly ran away in another direction. Hugo immediately chased after it, saying, I'll chase it and drive it towards you. Henrietta couldn't keep up with her younger brother and called out loudly, Hey, wait, don't go alone. They kept running and running. The initially bright forest gradually grew darker. Hugo rode his horse ahead while Henrietta struggled to keep up. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Henrietta shivered, thinking in confusion, Where are we? We've gone too deep into the forest. She said worriedly, Hugo, we should turn back. But before she could finish her sentence, Henrietta's eyes widened as she realized something was wrong. She screamed, Hugo, no, don't go that way. Wait, I said wait. Her panicked cries caught Hugo's attention. Still riding forward, he turned his head and said, Henrietta, what is it? Hugo asked, just as the white rabbit touched a clump of grass. The ground suddenly collapsed, and the unfortunate rabbit fell down. Hugo's horse neighed in fright, and Henrietta screamed. She kicked her horse and yelled, Go! The brown horse charged forward powerfully at a very high speed. She pushed Hugo's horse aside just before they fell into the pit. Hugo's horse stumbled backward, and several arrows fell out of its quiver. When she looked down, Henrietta gasped, her face turning pale. She fell off her horse, tumbling into a deep pit. Hugo screamed in fear, Henrietta! Hugo frantically called out, Henrietta, Henrietta, are you okay? Please answer me, Henrietta, please. At this moment, she lay motionless at the bottom of the pit. Then, with difficulty, she slowly opened her eyes. He, slumped above, was so relieved he almost cried, Henrietta, you're alive! She rubbed her throbbing forehead, sore from the recent impact, and thought to herself, luckily the ground here was mud, which had softened the fall. It was then that Henrietta's temper flared, her face contorted with annoyance. She angrily yelled, Hugo, when I get back up, I'm going to hit you. I told you to follow me, not to rush ahead. He trembled and sobbed. You can hit me 10 times if you want, as long as you get out of there safely. He asked, Can you climb up? Henrietta mumbled, Let's see. She touched the opposite bank with her hand, pondering. The soil was quite soft, probably due to yesterday's rain. Realizing the problem, she then called out loudly, Hugo, I need something to climb up with. Do you see any ropes nearby? He replied, I don't think so. She asked again, What about roots and vines? He continued to look around, scanning all directions, then answered, I'm not sure. Do you want me to go look around?
Hearing this, Henrietta frowned. Vines aren't hard to find.
But most of it wouldn't be thick enough to support her weight, and even if he found some, he wouldn't be strong enough to cut it. Then she called out, "Can you go back and bring someone?" She continued, "Tell them there's been an accident and I've fallen into a pit. Ask them for help and tell them to bring some supplies like rope or a shovel." Hugo was extremely worried. "But Harriet, it'll be very dangerous if you stay here alone." She began to seriously persuade her younger brother. "You're no use here. When night falls, we'll both be eaten by wolves." Hearing that, he trembled, his voice becoming a stutter. "Wolves?" She spoke with increasing fervor. "Exactly, so hurry up. You must come back before it's too late." He still hesitated a little. But Henrietta, a little annoyed, resorted to intimidation. "Do you want to be eaten alive by wolves?" Hugo had no other choice but to obey. "I'll be back as soon as I can." He mounted his horse and galloped away. She didn't forget to call after him with instructions. Check for crushed grass or broken branches and just follow that direction. Silence fell. Henrietta leaned against the earthen wall behind her and prayed, hoping that the person who came wouldn't be her father. Her parents didn't approve of her outdoor activities. Instead of archery or sword fighting, they wished she would allow herself to have more ladylike hobbies. How would they react if they found out about this? She sat hugging herself in the corner and murmured, "I can't be picky now." Looking at the rabbit in the distance, she sighed. "I can't believe I got into this mess because of this little rabbit."
Henrietta was worried while the little rabbit slept soundly. A long while later, the area around the pit remained silent, devoid of any animals or humans. She sat shivering in the night cold, asking herself, "Hugo, has he made it back yet? The village isn't too far, but it might be hard to find, right? He seems more mature than his true age, but he's still just an 11-year-old boy. Will he be able to find his way to the village?" She suddenly paused, then spoke with unease. "I just remembered. Recently some villagers went into the forest at night and were attacked by a pack of wolves. Gusts of wind blew through, and the forest remained submerged in silent darkness. She grew even more terrified, trembling in the dead silence. Suddenly, the sound of a dry branch snapping underfoot made Henrietta jump. Rapid footsteps echoed on the ground, and she stared wide-eyed, looking up. That sound brought her immense hope. Hugo had brought people. Henrietta sprang to her feet and cried out, "Hugo, Hugo, is that you?" Growing more impatient, she shouted, "Hugo, is that you? Hugo, Hugo, I'm here!" But all that answered her was an eerie silence. "Hugo!" At that moment, despair surged in Henrietta's heart more than ever. Was it just a wild animal? Henrietta rolled up her sleeves, her heart filled with determination. "I can't just sit here like this." She found a few branches and stuck them into the soft earth in front of her.
She kept alternating from left hand to right hand, trying to pull herself up as high as possible. By now, the edge of the pit was only a short distance away. "I'm almost there." Henrietta was filled with hope. "I don't know how to give up." But unfortunately, she missed her footing. Her whole body hung suspended, with only one hand still clinging on. Henrietta screamed loudly in fear. She was about to fall down below. She cried out in despair, when suddenly a hand grabbed hers. She squeezed her eyes shut in panic, and realizing she hadn't fallen, she wondered and opened her eyes slightly to see. Henrietta looked up at the person who had saved her, and was astonished. "You," she wondered, "how did you get here?" Edwin calmly replied, "I will answer your question later," he said sternly. "Because it's a bit slippery," Edwin calmly advised. "Now I will pull you up. Don't resist."
Henrietta nodded in agreement. In an instant, he swiftly pulled her up. Once she was safe, Edwin gently asked, "Are you hurt?" Henrietta was panting heavily, but still managed to ask, "How did you know I was here?" He replied seriously, "Your brother told me." She was startled by this, her mind racing. "Hugo, Hugo, is he all right?" Edwin's voice softened as if to reassure her. "He looked quite scared, but he doesn't seem to be injured." She breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing he found his way." He adjusted the saddle and quietly said, "We need to head back as soon as possible. If it gets darker, it will be difficult to find our way." Suddenly, Edwin looked at Henrietta, a little surprised as he spoke. "Your leg?" Then he frowned. He approached her, questioning. "Didn't you say you weren't hurt?" Henrietta replied awkwardly. "No, I suppose I missed the chance to answer." He suddenly knelt down, startling her. "Forgive me." Edwin then delicately massaged her leg to check its condition. His large hand was holding her ankle, examining it carefully. This made Henrietta's cheeks flush red with embarrassment. "My heart is pounding even now. I'm so hopeless," she thought, lost in her own thoughts, when a piercing pain suddenly shot through her, making her shiver. She cried out, tears streaming down her face. "Please don't squeeze so hard." Edwin said, "It's swollen." He seriously analyzed. "Your ankle is sprained, but the bone is fine. You should avoid overexertion and get proper rest. It will gradually recover within a week."
Henrietta was still sobbing as she asked, "How do you know? You're not a doctor." He looked up and calmly replied, "I'm not, but I've seen small wounds like these before." That night, the full moon shone brightly. Gentle breezes rustled through the leaves. Edwin was slowly leading the horse, carrying Henrietta, who had injured her leg.
Suddenly, both spoke at the same time. She was a bit embarrassed, so she only made an inarticulate sound, while he called out, "Miss." Henrietta paused, only able to give an awkward smile, and Edwin was also uncomfortable. She was flustered. "You go first." He said, "No, you speak." She became even more flustered. "No, what were you going to say?" Henrietta found the situation truly awkward, so she smiled and began. "Thank you for today, and for the first day we met too. It seems I always owe you." She chattered on, saying one thing after another. "Actually, I've thanked you so many times that I'm embarrassed to say it. You see, if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. Although I don't have much strength, if there's anything that can be done, I will do it, no matter what." Only then did Edwin speak. "Do you always put yourself in such danger?" Henrietta awkwardly replied, "You see, I prefer outdoor activities. This matter with my parents has worried me since I was little." She continued, "I must have surprised you greatly, Duke Edwin, haven't I? I suppose ladies in the capital aren't like this, are they? Certainly, this isn't common." Suddenly he questioned, "What did you just say?" She was a little flustered. "Young Master Edwin, if that bothers you so much, you don't have to force yourself to." He unexpectedly interrupted, "About what happened that day."
Henrietta thought to herself. That day he looked at her with sad eyes and asked, "Are you angry with me, or do you feel uncomfortable seeing me?" When she realized the issue, she was surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" Edwin replied, "On second thought, that was a foolish question. Let me rephrase." Then he looked straight at her and said, "Perhaps it's too late, but I want to sincerely apologize to you. Of course, whether or not you accept this apology is up to you. I understand if I've made you feel disgusted." He recalled the past moment and continued, "Because I deserve it, given the severity of my mistake. If you ask me to get out of your sight, I will try." Henrietta was suddenly agitated and asked loudly, "What are you talking about? Get out of my sight? Why would I want that?" He replied, "You must have been avoiding me ever since then. Some time ago, Hugo pointed at me and said, 'That's Slave.' Lately, he seems to be appearing more often." At that time, Henrietta had replied, "You're being too sensitive." After recalling this, Edwin spoke up, "I have a feeling you don't want me around." She immediately retorted, Wait, you've completely misunderstood me." Henrietta explained, "I thought you would be uncomfortable being around me. That's why I tried to keep my distance." Edwin sadly asked, "Why would you think that?" She then smiled and said, "Am I wrong?" Without a second thought, he confidently replied, "Of course." Then, realizing he had fallen into a trap, he stopped short. Henrietta was greatly amused to see that side of him for the first time. Of course, she wouldn't miss the chance to tease him. Of course what? Of course, you're uncomfortable meeting me? Or of course I was wrong? Tell me, which one is it? Edwin clenched his hands, his voice stammering. "I'm not sure." Suddenly, Henrietta recalled Hugo's words. "The strange thing is, when I'm alone, I don't see a single hair of him, but when he's with you, he appears." She now realized, "Wait a minute," and then asked with amusement, "Were you upset, thinking I was avoiding you?" Edwin firmly replied, "No." But Henrietta had no intention of letting him off that easily. "Is that why you've been around me? You wanted to know what I was thinking and apologize?" He remained stubborn. "I don't know what you're talking about." She smiled warmly, her eyes affectionate. Looking at Edwin's flushed ears, she was amused. "Is that so?" Time passed, day and night alternating, almost touching lips, and as it passed, autumn arrived, then winter, and spring returned. In the grand and spacious castle, a voice echoed through the air. "Edwin." It turned out to be Henrietta, cheerfully waving her hand. Her father, utterly panicked, shouted, "Henrietta, what are you doing? That's very dangerous." She seemed unfazed. "Wait for me, Edwin. I'll be right down." He frowned slightly. A moment later, Henrietta's voice rang out, full of question. "Edwin, aren't you going to talk to me?" She repeatedly called his name. "Edwin!" Her face was filled with worry, covered in beads of sweat. Then she gently tugged at his shirt. "Look at me." Edwin paused. He slowly turned back and questioned, "Miss Henrietta, do you have 10 lives?" She heard this and, a little confused, asked back, "What?" He explained, "You always put yourself in danger because you have 10 lives, don't you?" Recalling the recent moment, Edwin said, "Leaning out the window is very dangerous. We've talked about this before. Why don't you listen to me?" Henrietta laughed and said, "Come on, Edwin, I'm not a child. I was just looking out the window. It's not like I was going to fall." He shook his head and replied, "That's precisely why we're having this conversation. You don't understand yourself." She wondered, "What do you mean? Who could understand me better than I understand myself?" Edwin casually asked, "Should I list all the incidents you've been through?"
Henrietta immediately froze, only able to force a smile, recalling the countless times she had gotten herself into trouble, going into the forest to gather materials for a bow and getting lost, wondering, "Where am I?" riding a horse without a saddle and falling, trying to chop quickly and cutting her finger, and so on. She bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, Edwin. As you said, it's all my fault. Next time I'll be more careful." He retorted, "And you've said that many times already." Henrietta, with utmost confidence, declared, "This time it's for real. I will be more careful." Her determined demeanor left Edwin frozen in helpless silence.
He didn't say it aloud, only thought to himself, she'll say that now, but tomorrow she'll go back to her old habits. However, he didn't know when it started, but he deliberately let her get away with it. Henrietta, on her side, anxiously asked, "You won't be angry with me anymore, will you? Tell me you won't." Edwin told himself, "This time and the next time too." Then he smiled faintly and replied, "I know," while thinking to himself, "I can't help but fall for her little lies." The scene shifted to a cozy room. Delicious dishes were laid out on the table. Henrietta's eyes darted to one side, and Hugo's eyes did the same, and the target of both their gazes was the delicious smoked meat on the plate below. The two siblings looked at each other with rivalry, determined to claim the wonderful delicacy on the table. Suddenly her father spoke up. "Henrietta, I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been doing?" She forced a smile and replied, "Nothing much, father. I've just been staying home lately." He continued, "Staying home? That's strange. It feels like I only see you at mealtimes." Noticing her distraction, Hugo immediately snatched the delicious piece of meat, thinking, staying home isn't the point.
He smirked and continued, "The important thing is where she spends her time in the house." Henrietta turned around, startled. "Bacon?" Her father wondered, "What do you mean, where in the house?" He replied, "She's usually in the workshop, the storeroom, or the stables, places you don't often visit." Rose questioned, "Henrietta, are you still lingering around with 11542? She immediately replied, "His name is Edwin, not 11542, and he's a good person." Hearing that, she frowned. "I mean, why not spend less time with Edwin? Why?" Her father immediately turned to intercede. "Rose, don't worry too much. I agree with you. He seems like a good person. Although he is a slave, his words and actions are quite refined. He also looks intelligent and handsome." He continued, "In a way, it's a pity that he was born a slave." Henrietta's expression was extremely sorrowful. Rose rubbed her forehead and said, "But Henrietta is almost 18, and when I was that age, we were already engaged. She has had her debut, but she only properly attended social events for 1 year. Since then, she has stubbornly remained in this house. If it continues like this, she won't have any suitors."
Henrietta laughed and replied, "I don't care if I don't get married. I just want to live with everyone in Philia like this." She immediately became serious. "Edwin, listen to me. We all love you, but you can't live here forever like this. One day you'll have to leave and start your own family," she exclaimed in alarm. "But mother—" Rose closed her eyes and spoke, "Enough. Don't make things more complicated. I know what I'm saying might sound harsh, but I'm saying this for your own good. We've given you considerable freedom. You can't deny that, can you?" Henrietta, on her side, clutched the hem of her dress, full of resentment. Her father tried to mediate. "Rose, my dear, do you have a plan yet?" She replied, "We have Lilivian. She was expecting to see her last year and was very disappointed when Henrietta decided not to go." He stammered, "But in Levante—" A past moment resurfaced, of her lying in her mother's arms, her eyes vacant and lifeless. Rose said, "It doesn't have to be Levante. If Henrietta refuses to go, I'll contact my friends in the capital. There must be another way if we start looking." At this, Hugo looked at her with great concern. Her expression was utterly dejected as she listened to her mother continue. "Now, Henrietta, what do you say?" Outside, an axe chopped down forcefully, splitting the log into two. The maids excitedly cheered. "Oh my God, look, see? I told you, that slave has an amazing physique."
They kept looking at Edwin and gossiping about him. "Exactly. I talked to him the other day, and his voice sounds great too. His hair is quite long, but that face—" Suddenly, Henrietta appeared from behind and asked, "Whose face are you talking about?" They jumped in fright, startled. "Miss, when did you get here? We were just talking nonsense." Her gaze subtly shifted to the opposite side, seeing him diligently splitting logs, his whole body drenched in sweat from the hard work, yet still exuding a captivating beauty. "You girls were talking about Edwin, weren't you?" The two maids hastily refused. "What? No, never. How dare we? We were just stepping out for some fresh air, miss. We're leaving right now." They said this and scurried away, leaving Henrietta bewildered. "Huh, I haven't even done anything yet." She smiled and let out a sigh. Then she moved towards the busy Edwin, thinking to herself, yes, anyone with eyes would be astonished by his beauty. He noticed someone approaching and spoke up, "Miss Henrietta." She didn't reply but slumped down, her face downcast. Her eyes seemed to hold countless sorrows. He slowly approached and asked, "Are you all right? You seem quite worried." Henrietta looked up in surprise. Edwin was still there, and their eyes met. She thought to herself, "Mother told me not to be with him anymore, because he is a slave with the number 11542. She remembered that autumn day long ago, when gusts of wind blew past, and even now, I've clung to him so much that if it were me, I'd also feel annoyed if someone did the same to me. He never showed annoyance or told me to stop." But I couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Henrietta said to herself, "Who knows? If I said I wouldn't follow him anymore, maybe he would be happy."
Edwin now called out, "Miss Henrietta." He asked, "Aren't you going to answer my question?" She froze, because this wasn't what she wanted. She had admired and liked him, but that didn't mean... Looking into Edwin's eyes tormented her even more. She wished his life was as miserable as this, but if he didn't change... Henrietta's hand involuntarily shot up. "If you're still a Beckford."
She unconsciously touched his face gently. As the scene grew softer and more imbued with her anxieties, she thought, then he would never even glance at someone like me. Edwin didn't refuse. He let Henrietta do as she pleased. But deep down, she blamed herself even more. In short, he was by her side, and she felt truly disgusting and selfish, yet relieved that he was there. He gently stroked his smooth blonde hair and said, "My hair is too long. I'll cut it today." As the maids had mentioned earlier, his hair was long, but that face... Henrietta smiled and said, "No, don't cut it." A moment later, she announced, "I will be going to Levante soon." Edwin was surprised. "Levante?" Henrietta explained, "I've told you before, my aunt lives in Levante. She lost her husband when she was young and has no children, so she seems very lonely. She wants me to visit as soon as possible." He just listened, not rushing to reply. She continued, "But I won't be there for too long, 3 or 4 months at most. I might even return before autumn." Edwin murmured, 3 to 4 months before autumn. Henrietta confided, "Mother is worried that I won't be able to get married. She takes this matter very seriously." She chuckled, saying, "Though going to Levante won't change much, I suppose." Her eyes suddenly filled with a private sorrow. "I'll just wander there again, wasting my time, like a rose." She continued, "It's shameful to call myself a flower, but..." Edwin then spoke up, "So you're looking for a suitor?" She replied, "Essentially, yes." He said, "If you find someone, you might never return to this place." Henrietta was startled. "What? What are you saying?" She chuckled, "Edwin, I know I've bothered you, but don't send me away forever. You're so mean." She said, "Just think, what kind of crazy man would want to marry me? Just look around, there are so many beautiful and graceful girls. Even if I find a suitable match, it doesn't mean marriage will happen immediately, so no matter what, I'll still come back." Then Henrietta smiled, teasing him. "Aren't you happy, Edwin? You'll be free during this time. No one will follow and bother you anymore, and no one will disappoint you." She said, "But don't get too comfortable. When I return and find you've survived, I might be a little sad." He suddenly began, but then fell silent. Only his eyes seemed to speak of a myriad of hidden things. That also made Henrietta expectant. She thought to herself, what if I ask him, come with me to Levante? It was then that he finally spoke his mind, wishing her a safe journey. Henrietta paused slightly, then laughed at herself. What was I thinking? Then she spoke. It's a bit early to say this, but when the leaves turn red.
Henrietta smiled promisingly. "We will meet again." That night, in a small room, Edwin sat silently on the couch, his face as cold as ever. He recalled Magnot's earlier words. Don't resent His Royal Highness. He has his own difficulties. Things will be much better in Filiot. At least no one will know you there. Edwin's eyes at that moment were dim and pitifully lifeless. He thought to himself, what exactly will be better, and how? No matter where, no matter who I am with, nothing will change. The only difference will be the level and extent of the abuse. As long as the scar on my chest identifies me as a slave, nothing will change. I think so. But now Edwin was stirred by his own name when Henrietta called out, Edwin, Edwin, I'm truly so lucky to have you here with me. She smiled and continued, do you know that you are the luckiest thing in my life? He was utterly astonished to hear that. Returning to reality, Edwin clenched his fists and spoke. Lucky? She said lucky. He remembered Henrietta's words from earlier today. I'll just sit idly by again, letting time pass, like a flower hanging on a wall. Think about it. Would anyone be crazy enough to propose to me? Just look around, and you'll see many girls far more beautiful and graceful than me. Edwin frowned, touching his forehead as he pondered. Indeed, what crazy person would? But her smile reappeared, warm like the golden morning sun. Edwin, when I call your name, it feels like the distance between us is closing. He was startled then, his cheeks flushed, a tremor rising within him, and his heart pounded.
The next day, at the warehouse, Henrietta held a book in her hand, but her gaze was fixed straight ahead, where Edwin was working with his back to her. He suddenly spoke up. Miss Henrietta, is there something you want to say? She was startled and flustered. What? Then she changed the subject. I'm just reading a book. He questioned. Really? Henrietta smiled with amusement. A true reader would never pay attention to their surroundings when engrossed in a book. Edwin said bluntly, You're holding the book upside down. She was startled for the second time, hastily flipping the book right side up. Henrietta made an excuse for herself. I know, I was intentionally reading it like that. Many people around me read books this way. You probably don't know that, do you, Edwin?
he said helplessly. No, I've never heard of that before. She was so embarrassed her face turned bright red, and she could only use the book to cover it. Then Henrietta cleared her throat a few times and spoke. Anyway, Edwin, your hair, shall I cut it for you? He wondered to himself. Hadn't she just told him not to cut it the other day? But he indulged her. All right. At this moment, Henrietta was carefully holding the scissors behind him. She took his hair, combed it a few times, and then prepared to cut.
Henrietta gently took a small lock of hair, brought the scissors, and cut it. In an instant she said, "It's done." Edwin was utterly bewildered by how quickly it happened. He immediately turned back and asked, "Are you already finished cutting?" She replied, "Yes, no more is needed." Henrietta, having completed her task, quickly left, bidding him farewell. He sat there, dazed and alone, not understanding what had just happened. Henrietta at this moment was rushing down the corridor. She rushed into her room, slammed the door shut, her heart pounding from exhaustion and embarrassment. Henrietta stammered, then held the lock of hair high. "I have it, Edwin's hair." She placed it inside the locket. "I just need to ask him for that item as a memento before I leave. That would be enough, but I can't say that in front of him." Henrietta sadly thought to herself, "I said I would return in 3 to 4 months, but perhaps I'll have to stay there longer than I thought. I can't believe I have to leave while Edwin is in Filioche. Before he arrived, I had imagined him and admired him. In my imagination, he was more perfect than anyone. I believe no one could be more attractive than him." Henrietta clutched the locket tightly. "But I was completely wrong. Edwin is truly very different from what I had imagined. Certainly he is still handsome and attractive, but because of his rigid and cold personality towards others, he is completely different from the princes on white horses. Sometimes I wonder if he even blinks, even if the person next to him might stop breathing." She smiled softly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Even so, he always cares about me." Henrietta recalled the times Edwin called her name out of concern. "Lady Henrietta." She softly called out Edwin's name. On his side, it was as if he could also feel it. His hand touched his chest, and his eyes were filled with sorrow.
Henrietta spoke up. "Edwin, I am ready." The next day, servants were carrying furniture onto the carriage. The carriage had been thoroughly prepared for Henrietta's long journey. Hugo wailed, "Don't forget to write to me, Henrietta." She patted his shoulder and advised, all right, remember to obey your parents while I'm away, and don't cause any trouble."
He looked away and said, "It's easy. If you weren't here, there wouldn't be any trouble at all." She chuckled gently. Rose also gently reminded her daughter, "Take care of yourself, my dear. Remember to send my regards to Lilivian." She replied, "All right, Mom and Dad, please take care of yourselves too." The carriage door opened and Henrietta stepped in, but her eyes still looked back as if searching for something. Among the servants, Edwin was nowhere to be seen. She looked back at her familiar castle once more. She sadly whispered Edwin's name to herself. After that, the carriage set off. Henrietta looked outside and thought to herself, "What time is it now? I hope we're almost there." The lanterns hanging above were lit, shining through the night, illuminating the carriage's path. She mused again. The day has only just begun, and I already feel tired. Suddenly there was a rattling sound outside. The coachman turned his head back and called in. "We'll be spending the night here, young lady," he continued. "There's a lodge nearby for travelers. Of course, it can't compare to a proper inn, but at least it has all the necessities." That startled Henrietta. What? His next words astonished her even more. It certainly won't be too inconvenient to spend the night here. She thought in confusion, what on earth? Upon getting down, she froze stiff. Sleep here? But it looks haunted. Opposite was a desolate and dark house. A servant respectfully said, "Please come inside, young lady. It will be very cold at night." Suddenly a sound echoed, making Henrietta wonder, what was that sound? She looked towards the other carriage behind them and was relieved. It was the luggage carriage. Seeing the pile of wooden crates made her bewildered. "I didn't bring much, and I know my family isn't overly wealthy." But hiring 2 porters like that, Henrietta wondered why the butler would do such a thing. She then left, assuming her father must have had a reason, and she didn't need to think too much about it. That evening, Henrietta lay on the bed, shivering with cold under the mattress, wishing for a warm cup of tea. Then she realized, wait, I brought some tea leaves from Filioche. So Henrietta rushed outside to search. Not this one.
She frowned in disappointment. Not this one. Suddenly, she saw a white bag lying in the distance. Henrietta excitedly exclaimed, "Here it is!" but didn't notice someone approaching from behind. That person suddenly grabbed her shoulder, startling her, and Henrietta screamed in terror. It turned out to be Edwin. He softly said, "Please, calm down. It's me, Miss Henrietta." Only then did she realize, Miss Henrietta, only one person in the world called her that, and she looked up at him. Edwin spoke up. "I'm sorry, I might have scared you." She asked, utterly surprised, "Edwin, how can this be, Edwin? Is that you?" He took off his black hat and replied, "Yes, Miss Henrietta." Still not believing, she continued to ask, "Is it really Edwin?" He calmly replied, "Yes, I'm Ed." Henrietta, taken aback, touched his face with both hands. "That's right, it really is you." She wondered, "Why are you here? You should be in Filio right now." Edwin's gaze was incredibly gentle. "I will accompany you to Levante." She looked bewildered. "To Levante with me?" He replied, "Yes, Miss Henrietta." She wondered, "Father must have ordered you to do this, right? As a porter."
She thought to herself, considering his past, he would surely want to stay away from big cities, so there was no way he would volunteer for this. The thought filled her with immense guilt. Why would father do this? Even if he were a slave, he should at least ask for the other person's opinion and respect their decision. Henrietta suddenly said, "I'm sorry, Edwin." Her expression was very troubled. "I apologize for my father. He doesn't usually act this way. I truly don't understand this decision." She then turned away. "I will talk to father later. For now, you should return to Philiotia." At that, Edwin pulled her back. "Miss Henrietta, I wasn't forced," he said sincerely. "My coming here was my own decision." He frowned, saying, "Please don't ask me to go back." Henrietta stared blankly at Edwin, at his decision. She said worriedly, "But someone will recognize you in Levante. You must already know that." Edwin replied, "I don't care, because now there's something more important to me." She wondered, "What is it, Edwin? What is that?" He simply said briefly, "Miss Henrietta." She was utterly bewildered when she heard those words. He said it again, "Miss Henrietta," but then smiled it away. "It's nothing." Outside the mansion, the sun was high in the sky, and Henrietta stood in the courtyard with a few servants. Hearing movement behind her, Henrietta turned her head. Lilithian appeared radiantly. "Henrietta, welcome, my dear." She hugged her. "I can't believe it. It's been 2 years, hasn't it? Do you know how many times I've urged you to visit? To be honest, you're quite distant." Henrietta was hugged until she was breathless. She complained, "What are you talking about, Aunt? You were the one who said you'd come to Philiotia to visit me." Lilithian released her. "You know I was just being polite. Why would I go all the way to that countryside? I wouldn't do it even if it killed me." Saying this, she looked at the servants moving luggage. "So are all of them staying here?" Henrietta turned her head. "Only one." Lilithian asked, "Who is that?" Henrietta was silent for a moment, then replied, "The blonde man over there." Lilithian squinted at Edwin. Henrietta worried about what would happen if her aunt recognized Edwin. But Lilithian didn't pay much attention. She pointed and instructed the butler. "Well then, he also needs a place to stay. There are still a few empty rooms in the servants' quarters. Let him use one of them." Henrietta let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Aunt." The sun was dazzling, and Levante was famous for its summer gatherings. Everyone was always eager for the parties, some of which were renowned throughout the kingdom for their excellent quality. Some nobles traveled long distances from the capital just to attend those events. Inside a room in the mansion, Henrietta's voice echoed, "So in a few more days, I will go with Aunt Lilithian."
Henrietta rested her chin on her hand, sighing dejectedly about attending the birthday party of some countess. Dejectedly, she told Edwin, who was sitting opposite her, that her aunt had long held a very good impression of that lady. Henrietta lamented to herself. But in reality, the main reason was probably to leverage the relationship with the countess, to find a suitable husband for herself. Edwin nodded after listening. "I understand." He told Henrietta, "That's great." These 2 words surprised her. Henrietta looked up sharply. "What do you mean?" Edwin slowly said, "If it's a countess's birthday party, most of the guests will be women." Henrietta still didn't quite understand. So, she heard Edwin's gentle voice say, this could be an opportunity to observe and learn how they speak and behave. As soon as Edwin finished speaking, Henrietta immediately reacted, as if she had just heard something terrible. Learn how other ladies speak and behave? She looked at Edwin in disbelief. Is this man criticizing me right in front of me? Henrietta was so angry she gritted her teeth. Even if I'm not the gentle lady type, it's not that bad, she asked Edwin. Are you implying I'm an idiot? Edwin replied indifferently. I don't understand what you mean. Henrietta's hand on her lap clenched. Are you concerned that my impolite conduct will disgrace my family? She reflected that all this time, even when nothing was happening, he always criticized her every action. Henrietta recalled a time when Edwin had asked her, "Do you have 10 lives?" Henrietta stared at him blankly. What? She thought to herself. He kept complaining about trivial matters. At that moment, Edwin looked at her and said, "Do you always put yourself in danger because you have 10 lives?" Back in the present, Henrietta replied offhandedly, "All right, you have a huge misconception about me, and I will show you why you are wrong." She said it with such confidence, but inwardly she was extremely confused, even though she had no idea how to do it. But then she heard Edwin say, "No, you don't need to do that." Henrietta, puzzled, asked, "Why? Don't you think I can do it?" She crossed her arms and said mockingly, "Once I've decided to do it, I will amaze you by becoming the most perfect lady." Edwin interjected, "You are already perfect." Henrietta still didn't notice anything amiss. She nodded. "That's right, I am perfect." Suddenly, as she said this, Henrietta was startled, feeling something was off. She stared at him wide-eyed. Already perfect? What was he talking about? Edwin looked directly at Henrietta. "Miss Henrietta, to me, you are already perfect, so you don't need to remind me of that fact." Henrietta was silent for a moment, then replied, "Are you teasing me? You just told me to learn how to speak and behave from others." She asked him, "Why would you say that if you think I'm perfect?" Edwin lowered his eyes, remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Because I had to give some reason." Henrietta still found his thoughts, his reason, incomprehensible. Then she was stunned to hear Edwin say the next sentence. "If I could, Miss Henrietta, I wish you wouldn't change," he slowly said, "and I hope that lasts for a very long time."
Every gesture and mannerism of Henrietta, Edwin committed to memory. I hope you always remain as you are now. Edwin's voice deepened. However, he thought of seeing Henrietta with someone else at the banquets. Edwin bowed his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the ground. That's impossible, isn't it?
Henrietta hastily asked, Edwin, is everything all right? But just as she was about to fully express herself, Edwin interrupted and tried to change the subject. Please pretend you didn't hear that last remark. He looked straight into Henrietta's eyes. Henrietta, sitting opposite him, clearly felt her heart pounding like a drum in her ears. One beautiful morning, there was lively chatter and laughter in the flower garden. Oh my, your son has become such a wonderful young man, hasn't he? The praised lady felt a little shy. You flatter me too much, but I'm still more worried because he hasn't found a suitable partner yet. Just then, Lilivian, sitting at the same table, immediately laughed and said, What a coincidence! My granddaughter is also of marriageable age now. She turned to look at Henrietta. Isn't that right, Henrietta? But she saw Henrietta looking dazed. Lilivian called softly, Henrietta. She muttered to herself, This girl, what on earth is she thinking about to be so absent-minded all day today? Meanwhile, Henrietta was recalling what Edwin had said that night. If I could, Miss Henrietta, I would hope you wouldn't change. However, that's impossible, isn't it? Henrietta looked at the shimmering tea in the cup before her. What did he mean by that? Edwin's voice still seemed to be right next to her ear. Please pretend you didn't hear that last remark. Suddenly, Henrietta paused. Wait, she widened her eyes, not daring to believe her own thoughts. Does he like me? At Lilivian's house, in Henrietta's room, she was still lost in her thoughts. It can't be.
Henrietta recalled that he used to be the noblest of all people, while she herself went into the forest to gather materials for a bow and got lost. Where am I? Or, for example, riding a horse bareback and falling off. Henrietta mused, While I can't be any more outstanding, there's no way he would have feelings for me. She paced back and forth in the room. Then why? Because he knows I like him? Henrietta frowned, made up her mind, and ran off. I won't be able to find the answer myself. The servants standing outside were startled by Henrietta's slamming door. Henrietta strode out. Then I'll just have to go ask him. Outside, there was cheerful laughter and chatter. This is crazy. When Henrietta arrived, several maids were laughing and joking happily. She was bewildered. Why are they so excited? At this moment, the maids in front started chatting with each other. Maybe I should go closer and talk to him. You'll only embarrass yourself more. Don't do things like that. Their voices clearly reached Henrietta's eardrums. How can he be so handsome? I know, right? He's the most handsome man I've ever seen in my life. Henrietta, standing behind them, was speechless. This scene was all too familiar. Peering through the gaps between the maids, Henrietta saw Edwin. His hair was casually flowing loose. Edwin's picturesque beauty captivated the maids, making them forget their way home. Henrietta, standing behind and witnessing this scene, was thunderstruck. That's enough, Edwin. She stepped forward, clearing her throat, which startled the maids. They turned around and stammered, Miss, what are you doing here? Henrietta looked at them with annoyance. It seems this house doesn't have much work to do, does it? The maids looked bewildered. Pardon? You know, isn't this supposed to be the busiest time of the day? Henrietta's voice was even, yet it made them tremble. But here you are doing these things. How can I not think that everything is too easy for you? Upon hearing this, the three maids quickly went back to work. Edwin spoke from behind. That was truly frightening. For a moment, I thought you weren't the Miss Henrietta I know. Henrietta cursed silently to herself. It's all your fault. She turned back and asked Edwin, So are you disappointed? Edwin shook his head. Not exactly, but... Henrietta frowned. But... Edwin sighed. I was afraid that I might get scolded by you too. Henrietta froze. She warned him, Stop joking around. I'm very serious right now. Edwin nodded. I understand. Henrietta was fuming. What I mean is, I'm boiling with rage here. Edwin nodded again. I know. Henrietta said angrily, Why do you keep joking around like that? I can be very scary when I'm upset. Do you want to see? Edwin slightly lowered his gaze. If that's what you want, I'll do as you wish. Henrietta froze. A moment later, she let out a breath and said, I really can't bring myself to hit you. Her voice was flat. I can't stop thinking if I could hit you, at least once in my life. Henrietta seriously called out, Edwin. She walked up to him. I have a question. Edwin replied, I'm listening. Henrietta hesitated, saying, It's about that day when you... Suddenly she stopped. Wait, how should I ask? Henrietta tried to imagine a romantic scenario. Edwin, do you like me? But Edwin was indifferent. Me? Am I crazy? As Henrietta was lost in her thoughts, Edwin called her. Etta. He leaned towards her. Miss Henrietta. Henrietta quickly lowered her head. Her gaze accidentally fell upon Edwin's broad chest. Henrietta's cheeks flushed crimson. Her heart pounded like a drum. What would it feel like to be in his arms? Suddenly she asked loudly, Are you okay? Edwin was startled by her sudden shout.
After asking, Henrietta became flustered, leaving Edwin standing there frozen. "You're crazy, Henrietta. You're really crazy. What are you doing in front of him?" She was confused, not knowing what to do. Before he gets suspicious, I have to say something. After a moment of thought, Henrietta closed her eyes and blurted out, "Why haven't I seen you these past few days? I was worried something might have happened to you because I haven't seen you anywhere." But after saying it, she regretted it. What are you even saying?
Edwin also found it puzzling why she couldn't see him. He recalled her words and replied that she had said Mrs. Jenner might recognize him, so he should stay out of Miss Henrietta's sight. Edwin calmly asked Henrietta, "Don't you remember?" Henrietta hadn't expected to make such a big mistake. She stammered, "That's not the main issue. I said I have a question." Edwin gently said, "I'm listening. I'm also very curious to know what Miss Henrietta wants to ask." Henrietta, sweating profusely, said, "Well, the question is, She clutched her head, her inner self screaming frantically, "I'll do anything, even dig a hole or faint, just to get out of here." It was another beautiful morning. A month had passed since Henrietta arrived in Levante. Henrietta had been incredibly busy while staying at Lilivian's house. During that time, she had attended 5 to 6 balls and about 15 small gatherings. There were many occasions, and each time Lilivian did her best to arrange for her niece to meet many single gentlemen. And, after all, in response to those efforts, 3 men had expressed interest in Henrietta. However, none of these lasted long. All the men who came to the house to meet Henrietta never returned after a few meetings.
Once, Lilivian chased after one of them to ask why. "Wait, is something wrong?" The man turned around. "I'm sorry to say this, but your granddaughter doesn't seem to have any interest in me." He recounted Henrietta's demeanor during their meeting to Lilivian. During the time we spent together, she was constantly distracted. He recalled Henrietta's perfunctory smile. I tried to start a conversation, but her response was nothing but indifference. Back at the mansion, Lilivian yelled, "Henrietta!" Henrietta sighed. "I know they are all good and perfect people, but I'm not interested in any of them." Lilivian patted her shoulder. "You don't have the right to be picky. How many couples do you think marry for love?" Henrietta retorted softly, "But Aunt, I don't want to marry someone I don't love." She looked at Lilivian and said seriously, "If that's the case, I'd rather live alone." Lilivian was helpless. "Henrietta!" Outside the mansion, the wind blew, scattering fallen leaves across the ground. "Aunt is angry with me, and it's your fault." Edwin looked bewildered. "My fault?" Henrietta nodded. "When those men came here."
Henrietta's voice was even. "I'm sure I unintentionally lost focus on them. Aunt told me they were displeased." Edwin continued sweeping leaves, calmly asking, "So why is that my fault?" Henrietta jumped up. "Don't tell me you're trying to evade blame." Recalling several interruptions during meetings, Henrietta accused him, "Because you kept butting in on us." She reminded Edwin, mentioning an important letter sent from Filioche, and then something serious happening to Aunt. Or there was the time he even hinted there was something on my face. Henrietta also recalled her embarrassing wardrobe malfunction, or the loose knot at the back of my dress. "Do you know how anxious I was the entire time I was talking to them?" Henrietta crossed her arms. "Tell me, Edwin, how could I possibly talk to them in such situations?" Edwin, still sweeping leaves, calmly said, "If they can't even tolerate that, then they certainly can't handle you, Miss Henrietta." Henrietta froze, utterly shameless, yet she couldn't retort. Henrietta asked again, the moving broom now still, "Is this just teasing or jealousy?" Edwin was silent for a moment, then lowered his gaze and replied, "It's just my greed." Inside the room, Henrietta suddenly saw something, a letter placed on the table. She walked over and looked at the seal on it. "Is this a letter from Father?" Henrietta picked up the letter, happily plopped down onto the sofa, wondering how they were doing. After opening the letter, she read intently for a while. "What?"
Henrietta was devastated. No, it couldn't be. The letter simply fell to the ground. A loud bang of a door opening rang out. Henrietta walked in looking for Edwin. "Edwin, the letter!" He was startled when he saw Henrietta. "Miss Henrietta?" Henrietta picked up the neatly folded letter. "This morning I received a letter from Filioche," she asked dully. "Do you want to read it?" Edwin lowered his head. "I think I already know what's said in that letter." As soon as Henrietta heard these words, she immediately clutched the letter tightly in her hand. She loudly questioned Edwin. "So wasn't it Father who sent you here?" Her voice echoed. "Because you disappeared without telling them, everything is getting chaotic. They think you've run away." Henrietta, disbelieving, questioned Edwin. "Why did you do that?" Seeing Edwin's silent, wordless face, Henrietta became even more annoyed. "A slave isn't allowed to wander around like this. You know that better than I do." Henrietta continued to raise her voice. "Being considered a runaway, don't you know how dangerous that is?" Recalling it, according to the letter, Edwin had disappeared some time ago. And also, knowing the rather close relationship between Edwin and me, the letter contained my father's confession that he hadn't been able to announce the news until now. She recalled the moment she was about to depart. Without a doubt, I assumed Edwin came here at Father's request. Because of that time, Edwin had told her, "Miss Henrietta, I am not forced to come here." He looked seriously at Henrietta. "It was my own decision."
Henrietta was stunned when he said it was his own decision. I had simply thought he wasn't forced to come. Henrietta couldn't believe it. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that you meant you left without permission. She screamed, "Edwin, say something!" Henrietta violently threw the crumpled letter to the ground.
A crumpled piece of paper rolled to Edwin's feet. Henrietta collapsed, burying her face in her hands and sinking to the ground. "I don't understand. You are a man of reason and always make sound judgments." She bowed her head before Edwin. "Why would you do something so foolish, Edwin? I truly don't understand." Edwin reached out, wanting to touch the small head before him, but then he withdrew his hand. Edwin remained silent, thinking to himself, "I know what happens to a runaway slave." The scene played out in his mind. If lucky, only a hand or foot would be severed. In the worst case, they would be beheaded. But I am still bound by the laws of Brimdell. Because deep down, I still believe myself to be the last surviving member of the Redford house, for I was taught to become the head of the most powerful and influential family in the entire kingdom. So, after losing everything and falling, I obeyed the prince's final request without a single complaint, and I refused to follow those who extended a helping hand, believing it to be unjust. Then an image of Henrietta smiling radiantly appeared. "I will go to Levante to find a suitor." Edwin seemed to waver because of her. Ever since meeting her, he had gradually developed strange feelings, but his body had acted before his reason. To let emotions override reason is not like me at all, yet Edwin often secretly followed her from behind. Her bewildered expression as she walked in the garden made Edwin's heart ache. Ever since he met her, Henrietta. He turned to look at her intently, his eyes revealing that pure affection. "I have completely lost the meaning of being myself. I don't want to be forgotten." Once again, the image of Henrietta happily calling his name, Edwin, appeared. "I don't want to lose her. That is my own wish, not a Redford's."
"I want to be close to you, no matter the cost." He just calmly stared at her. No one knew what he was thinking. Edwin remained standing there, silent, saying nothing. But inside, countless thoughts yearned to be spoken to Henrietta. Whenever he stood before Henrietta, he would always falter and not dare to voice his feelings. "I want to express all my thoughts, but I am a slave. I cannot." Now Henrietta stood by the window, gently touching the flower Edwin had given her, and remembered him. He had been bringing them for a whole week now. She opened the door and discovered a purple flower on the ground.
Henrietta smiled affectionately, picking up the flowers. She knew who had left them there. Edwin was sitting in the yard, under a tree, gazing at the sky. Henrietta approached him, softly saying, "Flowers alone aren't enough." Edwin noticed her and turned to look. She smiled and said, "I need to see you." Edwin seemed captivated by her beauty, staring at her as she said, "If this happens again," then she gave a warm smile, playfully teasing him, "You'll be in for a difficult time with me." And so they were together under the tree, looking truly romantic. At home, Lilybean softly called out, "Henrietta." She rushed over to Henrietta, holding a letter, and said, "The Count is hosting a grand ball." Then Lilybean looked Henrietta up and down, then happily fanned herself and said, "Why don't we get rid of all your outdated dresses? I've already spoken to a talented tailor I know. You just need to go there for a fitting." Henrietta was speechless at Lilybean's words. Then she gently said, "Aunt, I've told you already, I haven't thought about marrying so soon." As Henrietta said that, she interrupted. She angrily exclaimed, "Don't you know how wonderful this opportunity is? All the handsome young gentlemen will be there." Henrietta could only force a smile. Then she pushed her along. "You'll thank me when you're older. Now let's go." Henrietta's expression showed she didn't want to argue further. Henrietta sat in the carriage, thinking about the dress. "That's Aunt for you. Even ordering a custom-made dress, it's sure to be expensive." The person outside was about to close the carriage door. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the door. Edwin poked his head in, casually asking her, "Where are you going?" Henrietta was a little surprised. "Oh, Edwin." She recognized him and called his name. Then she explained to him, "I'm going downtown. Aunt told me to go to the dress shop." Edwin repeated her words, "dress shop."
She forced a smile and said, "To take my measurements. My aunt plans to order a custom-made dress for me." He was silent for a moment, then Edwin suddenly spoke up. "May I go with you?" She was surprised. Why? It won't be any fun. The uncle in the back will just stand there with his arms crossed waiting for us." Edwin replied, "I want to see you safe with my own eyes." She then laughed upon hearing his reason. "Edwin, what are you talking about? I'm just going to a clothing store, not a war." Edwin fell silent again. She too fell silent, feeling a little awkward. This man can be so stubborn sometimes. Then she scooted further inside, patted the empty space next to her. "All right. Instead, promise me you won't grumble about it being boring." He sat next to her, his expression still unchanged. "I won't." She couldn't help but chuckle to herself as she looked at him. When he did that, he looked like an obedient puppy. The carriage arrived at its destination. Nearby was a clothing store. The bell chimed as a customer left. She looked around for him. Where's Edwin?
Henrietta recalled the previous scene and chuckled. Edwin, expressionless, said, I'll wait outside. Henrietta and her aunt teased him. Didn't you come along to see it with your own eyes? He said he'd be here, didn't he? Henrietta looked around for him. The street was crowded with people. She thought to herself, does he want to look around? It's been a long time since he's been out on the street. So she turned, preparing to leave. Then I should wait for him in the carriage. Suddenly, a girl bumped into Henrietta. She was surprised but politely turned to apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. Vivienne looked at Henrietta. Oh. Vivienne smiled politely and said, Excuse me. Henrietta was surprised by her beauty and demeanor. She merely bowed politely, with a slight smile. Vivienne walked past her. Just a fleeting glance was enough for Henrietta to be stunned by her beauty. The uncle who worked in her household recognized her and called out, Miss, why are you here? She was surprised to see him. Oh, it's just… Henrietta walked past and asked the uncle, Have you seen the man who was with me? The uncle replied, I'm not sure. She turned to the uncle and said, He must be somewhere around here. Let me go find him. Then she hurried away. Who could that be? She truly was a very beautiful person. Henrietta thought of the girl she had just met, Vivienne, beautiful with captivating black hair. She stammered, then thought to herself, even Edwin would fall for someone like her. As Henrietta wandered around the street looking for Edwin, she thought, if Edwin were to gaze adoringly at such beauty, even though I am too, just thinking about it makes me annoyed. Suddenly, she stopped short because of her thoughts. Henrietta slapped her hands to her face, telling herself, focus. She looked around, wondering, where has Edwin gone? Her gaze fell upon a certain direction, and she was slightly surprised.
Henrietta saw the back of a girl and thought to herself, her. Looking at the beautiful girl standing in front of her, it was the young lady she had bumped into earlier. Seeing the girl looking around everywhere, Henrietta wondered, is she looking for something? Henrietta worriedly thought, standing in the middle of the road like that looks too dangerous. Just then, the sound of horse hooves approached from afar. A soldier was galloping towards them, shouting loudly, Urgent report! The horse charged quickly towards the beautiful girl, accompanied by the soldier's shout, Clear the way! The beautiful girl was still engrossed in her search, completely unaware of the danger she was in, even as the man and horse drew near. She only heard someone shout, Watch out! Henrietta was startled and screamed in her mind, No! Then, without a second thought, she rushed forward. Henrietta managed to push the beautiful girl out of the way just as the horse charged past, and both of them fell to the ground.
Henrietta sat up first and suddenly sighed. At this moment, a voice rang out. Oh dear, are you all right? The other girl quickly spoke up, feeling apologetic. I'm sorry, you got hurt because of me, and your dress is completely ruined. As the girl reached out to check Henrietta's face for injuries, Henrietta smiled and scratched her head, saying, Don't worry, it's nothing. In her head, she was thinking, I jumped in without thinking. Henrietta helped the girl up and asked, What about you? Are you hurt? Try to stand up. The girl lowered her face and said, If it weren't for you, something really serious could have happened. Standing in front of that running horse, I owe you my life. The girl bowed slightly while thanking Henrietta. I don't know how to thank you. Henrietta quickly said, It's fine. Henrietta asked with concern. You seem to be looking for something. Did you lose something? The girl, with sad eyes, replied, I've longed to meet him for a very long time. I must have been daydreaming. She closed her eyes and continued, I thought I was certain, but the very next second, I lost sight of him. Henrietta asked doubtfully, So you're looking for a person, not an object?
Henrietta thought, I feel so bad. Who is that person? And she sighed. The beautiful girl smiled brightly and introduced herself. By the way, my name is Vivienne Richcanel. Vivienne smiled and said, Just call me Vivienne. Henrietta also introduced herself. Henrietta Mackenzie. Henrietta pondered. Wait, Richcanel, that sounds familiar. A question rang out. Mackenzie? Vivienne asked suspiciously. Did you just say Mackenzie from Filioche? Henrietta, taken aback, blurted out, How do you know? At this moment, a hand suddenly gripped Henrietta's wrist. Turning her head, she saw Edwin's worried face. Edwin called, Miss Henrietta. Edwin placed both hands on Henrietta's shoulders and asked urgently, What happened? Why is your dress like this? Vivienne saw that Edwin was very worried about Henrietta. I went back to the store and you weren't there. Henrietta heard this and said, Oh. At this moment, a voice called out in disbelief, Mr. Edwin. Edwin turned, surprised, and said, Miss Vivienne. Vivienne ran over. She darted past, to Henrietta's astonished gaze. Vivienne rushed to embrace Edwin and confessed, I missed you, Edwin. With tears welling up, she said, You can't imagine how much I've missed you. Then Vivienne looked up, straight into Edwin's eyes, and called, Edwin! Seeing that scene, Henrietta was utterly astonished. She bowed her head, looking sadly at Vivienne. Henrietta said, Now I know. Richcanel is the name of… Remembering the scene before Edwin came to Filioche, he was engaged to… Henrietta quickly turned her face away, just as Edwin saw her. He quickly pushed Vivienne away and called, Miss Henrietta. Edwin ran after her and said, Miss Henrietta, please wait. Suddenly Edwin stopped because he saw Henrietta's whole body trembling. He was startled. Then Edwin watched Henrietta run off and called after her, Miss Henrietta.
On the carriage ride home, Harrietta's gaze was fixed distantly outside.
She silently watched the scenery outside, while inside the car, Edwin silently watched her intently. Edwin lowered his gaze, thinking, Vivian, to himself. Inside the car, each of them was lost in their own thoughts, while Edwin was still thinking, she and I. He remembered Vivian's eyes when they first met, at which time Vivian had said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Edwin." Vivian then smiled and said, "If you don't mind, may I ask why you came to see me?" At that moment, Edwin had merely pondered upon hearing that question. He recalled a time in a friend's living room when his friend had asked him, "Hey, do you know that Marquis Rich Connell has a daughter?" His friend had then gushed, "She's truly beautiful, certainly the most beautiful in the kingdom."
He told me that for some reason she reminded him of you, perhaps because of her surroundings. Is that so? Edwin exclaimed. Edwin's father also said, "That's right, she's quite special." He said many people wanted to approach her, but she refused them for a long time. He advised Edwin, "If you haven't taken an interest in anyone yet, why don't you try meeting her?" Edwin obeyed. "Yes, father." And when he saw Vivian, Edwin thought, "Now I understand what they meant. We are quite similar." Looking directly at Vivian, Edwin knew that, especially, they both prioritized family interests over their personal desires. After deep contemplation, Edwin closed his eyes and made a decision. "I," he said, kneeling on one knee and looking up, "have come to propose to you." Vivian hadn't expected to hear such a thing. After a moment of surprise, she replied, "I am deeply honored." Edwin took Vivian's hand and placed a kiss upon it. At that moment, Edwin thought, "I have proposed to a girl I've never met before, solely because of her noble selflessness and pride. The suitable person for the future Duchess of Redford. She will surely accept my proposal after careful consideration." Then followed a series of flashbacks about what had happened. Immediately after the engagement, I was dispatched to fight in the border region. A year later, I was no longer a member of the Redford family. I was stripped of my title, and the engagement was cancelled. Ending the flashback, Edwin affirmed in his mind, "Vivian no longer has any connection to me." When the carriage stopped, Edwin also questioned himself. Was it truly just a symbiotic relationship? The next day, Harrietta was walking outside when Edwin blocked her path and called, "Miss Harrietta." Edwin was about to say, "My lady, may I?" when Harrietta turned to leave and said, "Another time." Harrietta, flustered, said, "Now? No, I'm tired." She turned and walked away, while Edwin called after her, "My lady." Watching Harrietta's figure grow more distant, Edwin realized Harrietta's unusual behavior. Many days had passed since our visit to town, and the lady had been avoiding his gaze ever since. When she saw him, she would ignore him and run away. Or she would turn away and go in a different direction. Edwin always only saw her back. Edwin had noticed this change ever since Harrietta witnessed Vivian meeting him again. At that moment, she turned her back and trembled violently. Edwin's thoughts were clear. It was because of Vivian. Recalling the time Harrietta used to laugh and talk happily with him, Edwin thought, "There was a time we talked and laughed joyfully. Now that feeling seems so distant." He remembered Harrietta's smile and her words, "Listen to your heart and spread warmth." Edwin reflected, "I finally believed in that warmth." Edwin raised a hand to his aching chest, wondering, "But has the young lady grown to despise me?" Looking towards the castle ahead, Edwin asked himself, "Does the young lady want us to return to how we were at the beginning and become strangers?" Edwin's gaze was sad and distant. Inside Harrietta's room, she closed the book she had just read. Harrietta leaned back in her chair, stretched, and thought, "It's time for bed." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Harrietta asked, "Who is it?" She wondered, "Who could it be? It's already late." Harrietta asked again, "Who's there?" Silence was the only reply.
She suddenly remembered that Mrs. Hesser always used to ask her, "Would the young lady mind repeating that?" It was then that she remembered and stood up. It seemed Hesser was hard of hearing. She asked again, "Hesser, is that you?" Harrietta, holding a candle in a holder, approached the door and asked, "Hesser?" She reached for the doorknob. Opening it revealed Edwin standing outside. As soon as she clearly saw Edwin's face, she tried to close the door, but Edwin quickly put his hand up to block it. Harrietta exclaimed in surprise, "Edwin!" Edwin said sadly, "Have I disappointed you because I'm not Hesser? It would be a big problem if it weren't me standing here." His hand held the door. Looking at the arm blocking the door, Harrietta's suspicion was evident. She shouted in annoyance, "What do you think you're doing?" Harrietta, dressed in her nightgown and holding a candle, said, "You are not to enter without my permission. Get out, Edwin." Edwin flatly refused. "I'm sorry, but I won't do that." He said with all sincerity, "I want to talk to you, Miss Harrietta." He mentioned something that made her eyes widen in shock regarding the incident that had occurred that day. Her eyes widened. That day? She suddenly remembered that person, Vivian. She put her hand to her chest as if something was bothering her. Finally, she truly refused. "I don't want to talk tonight. Let's do it another time."
Edwin was incredibly resolute. Another day? Exactly when? Harrietta was a little helpless. "You don't have to do this." However, he insisted, "It's important to me. I will wait until you want to talk to me." But she replied, "Then you'll have to wait a long time." His hand suddenly clenched. "Not now." He approached her, declaring, "My patience has reached its limit." Henrietta stepped back, raising her voice, "Don't come any closer." Edwin asked, looking quite disappointed, "Do you think I would harm you?" Sadness filled his eyes. "Perhaps I've lost my mind, but I've never had any thought of harming Miss Henrietta." Henrietta felt it was strange. "Edwin, this is not like you at all." She was stunned by him. He continued, "I've already told you." He paused for a moment, then continued, "My patience has reached its limit." Henrietta squeezed her eyes shut. Her frightened demeanor was perplexing.
She kept her eyes closed, sweat trickling down her face. The candle in her hand fell, its flame snuffed out, now lying still at her feet. Henrietta was in her own world. What was happening? She opened one eye slightly, thinking, no. She didn't know what she had seen, but her eyes widened in shock. Edwin was kneeling at her feet. She called his name in astonishment. "Edwin." He bowed his head reverently. "You can hit me, or call someone to chase me away." He continued, "But Miss Henrietta, you must listen to me now." She stared blankly at him. It was then that Edwin explained about the incident that day. "There was nothing between Miss Vivienne and me." He recounted their relationship. "Yes, we were once engaged, but it was an alliance between our two families." He clenched his fist, then fiddled with his fingers. "I can swear to you that there was no affection between us whatsoever." While Henrietta was still stunned, he spoke again, his lips moving as if wanting to say more. Finally, he managed to say, "All of that happened before I met you." At that moment, Edwin took Henrietta's hand, much to her astonishment, and throughout that day, he had placed his hand on her shoulder. Suddenly, Vivienne appeared from behind, startling them. He explained, "I was unaware of her presence." Finally came his confession, "Because all my attention is for you." Henrietta, bewildered, called his name. "Edwin." She lifted her skirt and knelt before him. She looked at him affectionately and asked, "Why are you saying this? It sounds like—" She stopped, unable to continue. Then she continued, "You want to apologize to me?" Edwin lowered his gaze, admitting, "This is indeed an apology." A hint of distress crossed his face. "I don't want Miss to hate me." Finally, he said, "Anyone but Miss." Her lips trembled for a moment.
Henrietta confessed with her head bowed. How could I hate you?" She covered her face and replied to him, "As you said, you did nothing wrong, so why would I hate you?" She expressed, "I avoid you not because I hate you, but because—" She seemed to want to hide her face. "I'm afraid of myself. If you knew my thoughts that day, you would be disgusted by me." At that moment, she was extremely panicked. She looked around and called his name. "Edwin." Seeing him and Vivienne together, she wondered, does he still love her? Her face darkened. If that's true, her thoughts became chaotic. What if he doesn't want to stay in Filioche? What if he wants to be with her right now? Then she shook her head in denial. No. Her eyes were full of unease. Even if Edwin still loves Vivienne, even if he wishes to be with her, he still can't. Henrietta understood that Edwin was shackled, because, after all, he is a slave belonging to my Mackenzie household. What he wants, who he wants to be with, I can keep him and force him to stay with me. Her face turned sharply away, her eyes cold. I don't care what others say, but right now, he is mine. She became jealous and distorted. The one who can possess him is none other than— Her gaze shifted in a certain direction. The large door was in front of her. This is— She collapsed in front of the door. But this is— Each tear fell like a pearl. Exactly what they would do, those who treated him like a commodity. Saying all this made Henrietta's face even sadder. She bowed her head, lost in thought. I promised to keep those disgusting thoughts forever, but I should confess to him soon. Her tears dripped onto her hands. But right now, Edwin has seen my selfishness. Her face was stained with tears.
She covered her mouth, not daring to think about what if he no longer wanted to talk to her. After a moment of silence, Edwin finally spoke. "Miss Henrietta." He placed his hand on hers. "Miss, please look at me." She covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. He looked at her with a face full of compassion. "You have done nothing wrong to me. There is no reason for you to feel guilty." Henrietta lost her composure and raised her voice. "But Edwin, I told you that I tried to bind and suppress you." She turned her face away and said, "I truly despise those who belittle and control you, but I am no different from them." Edwin's lips were pressed tightly together. After a moment, he slowly mouthed each word. "Please, bind and suppress me even more, Miss Henrietta." Hearing these words, Henrietta was stunned, even forgetting to cry.
When he said, "If those things are from you, then I am ready to accept them," her tears began to fall one after another. She asked him, stunned, "What are you saying?" Edwin looked at her with great affection. He took her hand, raised it, and placed a kiss upon it with all reverence and respect.
My lady, I confess that you are the sole mistress, the very source of my life. Henrietta, taken aback, called his name. Edwin, he declared, do not hesitate to use me as a sword, as a loyal servant. Moonlight shone through the window. Only later did I learn that vow was about a knight's loyalty to his master. From the moment he took her hand, although I didn't fully understand his meaning, at least his feelings were clear. From outside, the butler approached, carrying a tray with some papers on it. Madam, these are the invitations that have arrived. Lilivian's hand, holding her teacup, paused as she looked at the invitations. After reading the contents, her expression suddenly changed. This is... Seeing her body tremble, the butler asked, utterly puzzled, What does it say, madam? In the palace, a voice echoed, Henrietta. The letter reached Henrietta's hand. She took it and said, This letter was sent this morning. Specifically, it's from ex-Konos, inviting me to a masquerade ball next week. Edwin wondered. Why? He was very curious as to why Lady Henrietta was invited. She vaguely replied, My aunt asked me the same question. This is a party for nobles. Their gatherings are truly very private, not something one can attend just by having money.
Henrietta raised the glass of water to her lips and drank, feigning indifference. Or perhaps it was a thank you from the Marquis's daughter, Lady Vivian, for my help that day. Suddenly, she considered another possibility. Otherwise, she supposed it must be someone who intended to invite him, as Edwin looked at her full of confusion. He explained again, As I told you, I don't have any. She quickly interrupted, All right, I understand. I know you don't have any feelings for her. Henrietta's gaze suddenly changed. Actually, there's another letter. He asked curiously, Another one? She replied, Yes. She informed him that letter was written by Lady Vivian herself. I couldn't bring it here for fear it might fall into the wrong hands. She asked me to burn it immediately after reading it, and indeed I burned it over a candle flame. Seeing Edwin's indifferent expression, Henrietta, puzzled, wondered, Aren't you going to ask me what she wrote? But he countered, Do I need to know? She stammered, I think so. He added to the conversation with a question. Did it say you would be in any danger? She replied, puzzled, What? No. Finally, he said, Then that's good. That letter is nothing for me to worry about. Henrietta was so astonished her jaw dropped. What? She stood up hastily, causing the glass of water to spill. Wait, there's something you should know. She stepped closer and asked, Don't you want to hear what she said about you? He firmly stated he didn't need to. Edwin said in a resolute tone, That letter was sent to you, Henrietta. I trust you and follow your instructions. She looked at him in silence, then appeared thoughtful. Then she finally said, Lady Vivian. She clasped her hands, adding, Hopes to see you again. Finally, she said, The party invitation was a way to arrange for her to meet you. Edwin maintained a silence. Then he said flatly, I shouldn't be hearing this. Henrietta again seemed extremely urgent. Wait, Edwin.
She spoke up. I believe you should meet her one more time. She added, You haven't had the chance to clearly explain what happened that day, so this time you can go and... Edwin interrupted her. Lady Henrietta, he said, meet her again? She silently waited for him to continue. He turned sharply and asked, Don't you hate me being with her? Do you want to reconsider? She said awkwardly, No, but... He turned away decisively. I don't want to cause any more misunderstandings, and I haven't heard anything about it today. He added, If that's all, then I'll take my leave. From behind, Henrietta spoke up. Edwin. She clenched her hands. Henrietta said loudly, She thinks your family is innocent. That statement made Edwin freeze for a few seconds. He spoke up. Lady, she continued. Lady Vivian wrote in her letter that the entire Redford family incident seemed to have been staged. She mentioned the case of an earl who carried out a coup. He was even sentenced to death after a month in prison. But your father's case was only based on words. No coup had taken place. The death sentence was passed just 3 days later, and the execution followed the very next day. Henrietta closed her eyes tightly and shouted, It doesn't make sense anymore. Someone might be trying to hide a secret.
As she said, there was something much bigger at play. Edwin subtly turned his head at this. Seeing his indifferent expression, she was a little surprised, thinking, Why does he seem so unconcerned? Then she asked, Edwin, what do you think? Is there anything suspicious? He sighed and replied, Honestly, I'm not sure anymore. Henrietta was stunned. You're not sure? Edwin said, I also noticed something peculiar about the incident. I heard that we could still enter an innocent plea before our house and property were burned, but it seems they already had the predetermined goal of erasing us from history. He continued, What's done is done. Edwin rubbed his forehead, frowning. And that was the king's decree. Henrietta was utterly astonished to hear this. She thought to herself, I've heard about their absolute loyalty to the kingdom, but the king's decree? He made it gospel. She hesitated. Oh. Then her tone became resolute as she spoke. I cannot accept this. Lady Vivian must have approached us because she knows something. Henrietta urged, So please, go meet and talk to her, Edwin, please. He suddenly asked, Is this an order?
She froze. "In order?" Then she replied, "No, this is a request." The scene shifted to a sprawling estate, with Henrietta just stepping down from a luxurious carriage.
Henrietta anxiously turned her head back and wondered, "Edwin, aren't you done yet?" She frowned and said, "The coachman will be back soon. He's quicker than we thought." The man inside replied, "I'm almost done." Henrietta panted, thinking to herself, "I've been too hasty, but I should have prepared more thoroughly. I got ready with the help of the servants, whereas I could only toss him some clothes and let him prepare himself." She was utterly flustered then. They had no more time. She figured that even Edwin wouldn't want to look shabby in front of his ex-fiancée. Henrietta then leaned close to the carriage door and called inside, "Edwin, if the mirror is too small, tell me and I'll help you." At the same moment, he gently pushed the door open and stepped out. "No need, thank you, miss, I'm done." His appearance now was incredibly elegant and refined. "Do I look all right?" Henrietta's cheeks flushed. Perhaps she was thinking of a small home and cute children. She gasped inwardly, "Oh my, I'd forgotten he used to be this handsome." Her heart pounding, she blurted out frankly, "You're taking my breath away." Edwin asked, "Do I look odd?" Henrietta emphatically retorted, "Of course not. Your brilliance right now is beyond description."
She continuously showered him with praise, as if trying to lift Edwin to the heavens. "Why do you look more perfect than me? I spent half a day getting ready, and you only needed a few minutes in the carriage." He could only offer a wry smile. "My lady, you flatter me too much." Edwin gently asked, "Are you satisfied with how I look?" Henrietta enthusiastically replied, "Of course, anyone who sees you would surely be flustered." He seriously repeated, "No, what I mean is, does this appearance satisfy Lady Henrietta?" She paused. "Me? What's the difference?" she thought. "Of course it does." Then she smiled brightly and affirmed, "Yes, it does." Edwin smiled and replied, "I'm very happy to hear that." He put on his mask and said, "Shall we go in now?" Henrietta gave a radiant smile as a sign of agreement, and so the two entered together, truly excited. Once inside, the bustling and magnificent venue made Henrietta gasp in awe. She looked around and wondered, is this a resort or a castle? A server approached with several glasses of wine and politely asked, "Would you care for some champagne?" Henrietta happily accepted. "All right," then offered one to Edwin. "Here, take this." He awkwardly declined. "I'm fine, you don't need to offer me any." She frowned and said, "But you're already here." Then Henrietta secretly speculated, perhaps he doesn't want to drink before meeting Lady Vivian. She spoke up, "I'll take off my mask to drink a little." As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly untied the string fastened behind her head, revealing a peerless beauty. Edwin looked at her, and his heart skipped a beat.
Henrietta secretly marveled at the taste of this wine. It was sweet and bubbly, yet surprisingly smooth on the finish. She thought that for the wealthy at their parties, the wine must also be of the highest quality. Suddenly, he sensed something. He cautiously stepped forward, blocking Henrietta. She looked puzzled. "Edwin?" A masked man announced, "Excuse me, but are you Miss Henrietta Mackenzie? Miss Vivienne would like to see you." A steady knock sounded on the door, and a voice called out, "Come in." Henrietta gently pushed the door ajar. Vivienne, who was already waiting inside, spoke up, "Miss Henrietta." She smiled and continued, "Come in, I've been waiting for you." Henrietta naturally marveled inwardly. She's truly beautiful. At the same time, Edwin also entered and closed the door. Seeing him, Vivienne said, "Young Master Edwin, thank you for coming." She added, "Coming here at this time must have been a difficult decision." He calmly replied, "I am merely accompanying Miss Henrietta." His gaze dropped to the floor, and he slowly added, "And I am no longer a man of Redford."
Then he looked up decisively and said, "Therefore, please do not call me young master, or use any honorifics, Miss Vivienne." Hearing that, her heart twisted slightly. "Of course, I will be careful in front of everyone. However, I don't want to treat you like that here. After all, we were once engaged." After finishing her words, Vivienne just sighed and pondered, although she didn't know what that meant to him. Henrietta, sensing the somewhat stifling atmosphere, spoke up to get to the main point. "Miss Vivienne, could you please tell us about what you wrote in the letter? What do you know about the Redford family?" Hearing that, she placed a hand on her chest and replied, "Certainly, Miss Henrietta." But then she added, "Could you please give us some privacy?" Henrietta was slightly startled to hear that. "What?" At this moment, Edwin stepped forward and said, "There is nothing that Miss Henrietta cannot hear." He asserted, "If she is not allowed to hear, then I believe this conversation is unnecessary." Vivienne was a little flustered then. "That's not what I meant," she explained. "This is for Miss Henrietta's safety. I don't want to drag her into danger. What I am about to reveal is not merely a story, but it also involves the most powerful forces of the Empire. If it were to be exposed, I cannot imagine the consequences for you and those around you." Hearing those words, Henrietta hesitated slightly. "But," then she said with great determination, "I don't care. If I can help, I accept all risks." Vivienne closed her eyes tightly and said,
I understand how you feel, but sometimes being indifferent is for the best.
If you are one of my close confidants, then I pray you do not know these things. Vivienne gently turned to him and said, Duke Edwin, you decide. I will follow your decision. He was now a little awkward, silently pondering. There must be a reason for her caution. He glanced at Henrietta beside him and then thought, my hasty decision could put her in danger. Perhaps we should both stay away from this. Just then the woman beside him spoke up. Enough. Then turning to leave, she said, All right, I'll leave the room. Edwin, greatly surprised, called out, Lady Henrietta. He said, I'll go with you. I must stay. She immediately refused. No, Edwin. She tried to smile and advised, You should stay here and listen to her story. Then, gripping Edwin's hand tightly, she said, I'll wait outside. Take your time. His eyes clearly showed reluctance, but he reluctantly nodded nonetheless. Henrietta offered a faint smile and then left, leaving only the two of them in the room. Vivienne suddenly spoke up. Could you remove your mask, young Master Edwin? He remained silent, gently taking off his mask, revealing a handsome face with harmonious features, like a summer angel. She smiled and said, Finally, it feels like I've truly met you. Vivienne thought to herself, I know many things have changed, but standing here he is still the young Master Edwin I knew, the one who always stood out, different from other men.
Standing next to him, could I bridge the gap between us? I thought so at the time. Snapping back to reality, she spoke, I don't think I can see you again. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Edwin didn't bat an eye and bluntly asked, With all due respect, could you get to the point? His hand gripped the mask. I don't have much time. Vivienne leisurely sat down and asked, Is it because you have to go with Lady Henrietta? She's a lovely girl. She continued, Although I don't know much about her, I can sense your care and protection for her. Edwin replied, Because she's still just an innocent white snowflake. She doesn't know what bad things could happen when helping a slave. Vivienne, without changing her expression, asked, She doesn't know? At that moment, she thought to herself, Is this the young Master Lot I know? No, I was mistaken. She looked straight at Edwin and inwardly asserted, I don't know this emotional man, this man who speaks of another with burning desire. I swear, I don't know this man at all. Then Vivienne also got to the point. All right, here's what happened. After a long while, she finally presented everything to Edwin. That's what I know. How you utilize this information is your business. He spoke, I appreciate that obtaining this information wasn't easy. Then he turned and asked, Why did Lady help me? Vivienne replied, How should I put it? It was just a sudden whim.
She smiled, but her eyes held a profound sadness. Or perhaps it was my way of saying goodbye. Then she stood up and said, You may leave now, Duke Edwin. I have been away from the party for too long. I must return before someone notices my absence. Edwin stood up straight, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, lady. Just as he was about to open the door to leave, she called out, Duke Edwin. Vivienne calmly spoke. Please tell me, she holds a special place in your heart, doesn't she? He paused for a few short seconds upon hearing this, then turned his face away. No. She heard this but smiled, a thought forming. She hadn't known this previously. Looking at Edwin, Vivienne became even more certain. He was definitely lying. Inside the luxurious party, voices and laughter buzzed.
Henrietta stood in a corner, sipping her wine, but her mind was incredibly agitated. Maybe she was wrong. She pressed her lips together. Maybe she had been selfish. Edwin never wanted to dig up the truth when we were involved. He didn't look happy at all. Henrietta remembered his previous words. It was the king's decision. Her heart grew even sadder. He had said it, dismissing any possibility. At that moment it seemed he had lost his freedom of thought. She gripped and shook the almost empty glass of wine, wondering what had happened and what kind of person the king was. As Lady Vivienne said, if she interfered too deeply, she might be in danger. However, Henrietta thought of Edwin. If they chose to ignore their suspicions instead of confronting them, Edwin would have to live the rest of his life as a slave. She frowned sympathetically, thinking she was willing to sacrifice everything if it could help him. But what if he gradually distanced himself from her when everything returned to normal? That thought plunged her into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Henrietta ran off. The space was bustling, yet she felt strangely lonely, taking quick steps along the path. She closed her eyes tightly and pondered, I need more wine. Just then, an arm yanked open a red curtain. Sin mumbled as he entered the room. Come on, let's go. At the same time, Henrietta was also running towards it, and a loud collision sound rang out. She fell to the ground painfully, while he cursed wildly. Damn it!
Sean adjusted his clothes and growled, What was that? Behind him, a young woman anxiously ran over to ask, Oh my, are you all right, Sean? She hastily kept asking. The sound earlier had been too loud. Are you hurt? He pushed her away and reminded her, Be careful, everyone is watching. She said, Isn't it too late? Everyone already knows about us. Sean sneered and replied, but we should still avoid being humiliated in front of so many people. He glanced down at Henrietta, who was slumped on the ground below, and continued, at least until our official wedding. She whispered softly into his ear, Sean, that young lady. He glanced over, a sneer of contempt on his lips. She looked very strange. He, without any deference, bluntly mocked, that means she's from a different region, or a family without power. It was then that Henrietta touched her face and realized her mask had fallen off some time ago. My face! Sean sneered, holding the mask, and asked, Are you looking for this? Henrietta angrily yelled, Give it back. He said, Of course I will. Then he firmly grasped her hand. Before that, since everyone is watching, stand up first. He pulled her closer and stated, Let me make it clear, we are both at fault. It was an accident that happened because neither of us was looking where we were going. The more Henrietta listened, the angrier she became. This man, he still wouldn't apologize. Annoyed, she pulled her hand back while he kept rambling. If you weren't looking around carelessly, you would have avoided bumping into the person in front of you. Henrietta, in a fit of rage, yelled, What you should be concerned about first isn't your clothes, but the person who fell to the ground.
Sean, utterly arrogant, shrugged and replied, I'm sorry, but this thing is quite expensive, unlike you. She paused, thinking to herself, what did he just say? Did he just call me poor? With no more reservations, she unleashed her sharp tongue and retorted, Now I understand. He wondered, understand what? Henrietta immediately criticized him bluntly. Until now, I've always believed that people wear clothes, but with you, it's the opposite. The clothes wear you. That explains this petty attitude. Sean paused, hearing the sarcasm directed at him. He still kept a scornful smile on his lips and demanded, Miss, watch your words. Do you know who I am? Henrietta immediately cut him off. I'm not interested. Then she pointed directly at him and declared, More importantly, you've buttoned your shirt incorrectly. She pointed down, starting from the middle down to the end. That made him embarrassed, clutching at his wrongly buttoned shirt. Henrietta continued, They are expensive clothes. She laughed mockingly and said, But I guess you don't have time to check if you're wearing them correctly. Then she looked at the woman next to him and continued, making her face turn crimson with embarrassment. I wonder what fun things you've been doing outside.
Sean spoke up then. Enough, he grunted, his face filled with rage. Then he raised his hand, preparing to deliver a powerful slap. You bitch. Henrietta hadn't expected him to resort to violence, so she could only cover herself and scream. But just as he swung his hand down, nothing happened. She wondered what had occurred, then slowly opened her eyes to look. It turned out Edwin had appeared just in time and blocked the blow for her while she was still bewildered. What's going on? Only then did Sean question in fear, Who are you? He screamed in vain, Let me go, you damn bastard! But he paid no attention, directly breaking Sean's wrist, causing him to shriek loudly. The murderous aura emanating from Edwin made everyone fearful and tremble. Only then did Henrietta realize, Edwin! He had pinned Sean tightly against the wall, causing him to hit it hard and look incredibly pained. Sean still brazenly questioned, How dare you? Henrietta didn't want things to go too far, so she stepped forward to intervene. Stop! Sean struggled to open his eyes. Unable to speak, he could only think, What kind of monster is he? He wondered who this could be, but upon seeing Edwin's cold and angry eyes, he suddenly felt a flicker of recognition. Wait, those eyes look very familiar. Henrietta and Edwin pulled each other and ran a long distance. After a while, she stopped, panting. Once her breathing returned to normal, she turned to him and angrily exclaimed, Are you crazy? Thank goodness you're wearing a mask.
Henrietta looked at him uneasily and continued, If people recognize you. Edwin didn't let her finish. He clenched his fists in anger and retorted, So what? He decisively pulled the mask from his face, frowned, and said, What will they do if they recognize me? Seeing him like that, Henrietta said in a panic, What are you doing? Everyone might see it. Edwin grabbed her hand and replied coldly, Let them look. Placing her hand over his chest with a pained expression, he gently continued, I don't care. Then he lifted her face, asking worriedly, Miss Henrietta, did he hurt you? Henrietta, surprised, pulled her hand away and exclaimed, Let go of me. That's not the issue right now. Seeing her like that, Edwin grew even angrier. He clenched his jaw and said with difficulty, He almost hit you. Then he looked at her with anguish and continued, How do you expect me to sit still and do nothing? Hearing his question, Henrietta frowned and said loudly, So what if he hit me? A few blows won't kill me? He fell silent, his face dark with disbelief. Seeing him like that, Henrietta softened her voice and said, But Edwin, your situation. Suddenly, Edwin roared, How can you say that? He incredulously looked down, questioning, A few blows won't kill her? Henrietta froze. Then she quickly explained, What I mean is, I'm not saying I don't care about being hurt.
She looked up at him seriously and continued, "It's just that people might have recognized who you are, and then they—" Thinking of the cold, cruel faces of those outside, she worried that they would impose severe punishment because someone like you threatened a nobleman.
She continued, trembling. He might be beaten or have his limbs chopped off, and in the worst case, he might be executed. Unlike her, he replied loudly, "I don't care what they do." Thinking of something, his face darkened as he firmly said, "If anyone dares to hurt you, I will break their neck, no matter who they are." Henrietta cried out in alarm, "Edwin!" She quickly covered his mouth and continued speaking rapidly. All right, I'll be more careful, so please stop." She worried, "I'm afraid someone will hear us." Surprised by her hand covering his mouth, he stood still, doing nothing but intently watching her. Seeing that he had stopped, she sighed tiredly. In the quiet night, she and he gazed intently at each other. Henrietta thought to herself, "He's not the kind of person I thought he was when I first met him." Recalling his previous image, she secretly marveled. My initial impression was that he was a cold-blooded man, but what is this fiery rage? Henrietta blushed as she looked at him, telling herself, "Not for anything else but myself, just this once." Blushing, she stood on tiptoe and wrapped her arms around his neck, continuing to think to herself, "I won't ask for anything more, just for today. Please let me be true to my desires."
Seeing her act like that, Edwin was surprised and leaned back slightly. Watching her call his name, Edwin, and get closer and closer, he couldn't help but blush and move closer to her. Just as their lips were about to touch, footsteps suddenly rushed towards them, and Henrietta startled, letting go of him. She then blushed and thought to herself, "What am I doing? I've gone mad." Seeing her like that, Edwin approached from behind and called, "Lady Henrietta." He softly asked, "Just now, you—" Cutting him off, a servant rushed over frantically, calling, "Here you are." He respectfully continued, "There's an urgent message from Lady Vivianette." Edwin quickly turned and put on his mask. The servant, not paying attention, quickly spoke to Henrietta. "She hopes both of you leave here as quickly as possible, and also, based on the commotion in the hall, she has asked you to stay away from that area." Henrietta, confused, asked again, "A commotion? What do you mean?" Recalling the recent scene, the servant replied, "One of the powerful guests became very angry, and she's worried you might get into unnecessary trouble." Then he bowed and said, "I must return now. Goodbye." After listening, Henrietta turned to Edwin and said, "Edwin, we need to hurry," as he said. He was about to object, but realized something and quickly fell silent. He just looked at her and replied, "Very well, Lady Henrietta." As the two quickly got into the carriage and departed, Henrietta looked out the carriage window, thinking to herself, "Everything will be fine. Edwin has received information from Lady Vivianette, and no one recognized him, even though Jean, that man, almost did and nearly exposed everything." Recalling that man, she fearfully shook her head, reassuring herself, "But it will be fine. I will never see him again." Henrietta looked at Edwin, smiling and thinking, "Everything is fine. That must have been quite an unsightly scene, and I was completely in the wrong." At the mansion, Lady Lily Vianney thought awkwardly, "Henrietta, I always hoped she would marry a gentleman from a good family." Then she continued to think, stunned, but the heir to Duke Ruanus, such a prominent figure, was not part of the plan at all. She stood up and paced, pondering that the Richcanel family had invited her the other day, and today it's the Ruanus family. Really, what is going on? What are you doing out there, Henrietta? At this moment in the drawing room, Henrietta frowned unhappily and spoke, "How did you find my house?" Jean said cheerfully, "It wasn't too difficult." Then he turned to look directly at her, continuing with amusement, "Let's just forget about that. I know quite a lot about you, don't you believe me?" Seeing him like that, Henrietta's face darkened as she replied, "You shameless man." She angrily asked him, "Have you forgotten what happened a few days ago? What exactly do you want from me?" Jean, who was drinking tea, looked at her with a puzzled expression. He retorted, "But you deserved it, didn't you? I was quite drunk, but that's how it was." Seeing him like that, Henrietta was furious and silently cursed in her heart. This man refuses to admit his mistakes.
Sean, seeing her expression, became even more amused and spoke up, "Drop that arrogant attitude. Don't you realize that my presence here is a great honor for you? Normally, I would never speak a word to the daughter of some viscount." Henrietta replied irritably, "Thank you very much. So could you please stop interfering and leave this humble commoner in peace?" He smirked and said, "That sounds interesting, but no, because you have something I want." Henrietta looked at him puzzled. "Something you want? Do you mean—" He cut her off, saying, "Don't play dumb with me. I already know everything." Not giving her a chance to think, he continued, "That bastard who choked me at the ball that day, where is he?" This statement terrified Henrietta. She tried to calm herself. Calm down. Under no circumstances should Edwin's rank ever be revealed. No, I must not reveal that person is Edwin Redford.
She stammered, "How would I know?" Sean looked at her puzzled. Henrietta pretended not to notice, turned away, and continued, "He only saved me from your violence. I've never met a gentleman like that before." She began to ramble on, improvising. "Is that why you're here, in a fit of rage?"
Seeing her like that, Sean clicked his tongue and asked, "You don't know?" Seeing him like that, she wondered, "Is it working?" Suddenly he burst out laughing, then looked at her with a meaningful gaze and continued, "Do you think I'm a fool who would believe those lies?" Henrietta asked puzzled, "What?" He then coldly recited the name, Edwin Benedict J. Xavier Redford. This made her face turn pale with fright. Seeing her like that, he asked even more triumphantly, "Sound familiar?" "It's no use. I told you, I know everything." This fright made her dizzy, wondering, why? How? How does he know Edwin's name? She stammered, "What do you mean?" Sean laughed and said, "It's too obvious. How boring." He stood up, looking down at her with a cunning smile. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll have to use other methods." At this moment, her spirit completely broke. He said triumphantly, "Good. Now you understand."
He raised both hands as if in resignation and continued, "Anyway, this is quite interesting, isn't it? That arrogant Redford is treating someone like you as his master." Recalling Hedwin's image that night, he sneered, "I almost didn't recognize him." Hearing him say that, Henrietta turned to deny, "I am not his master." Ignoring her words, he calmly spoke with a smile. "I've suspected this already." He looked like he disagreed. Was it a year before he was taken to Filioque? His disappearance once shook the entire capital because countless people wanted to buy that slave. At first, everyone thought he had escaped, but the Count, his master at the time, remained silent. Therefore, the reason and location of his disappearance were never revealed. Recalling the Count's resolute words, "I won't utter a single word," he continued, and the poor Countess fell ill. She had once been overjoyed to have her dream man as her slave. But then she was left alone with her old husband. The Count remained completely unaware of what had happened to his young wife. He was just extremely worried, truly a fool to lose control of his wife. Recalling the girls back from that day, he sadly murmured to himself, "Perhaps I too." So he disappeared. How did he become the slave of a Viscount's daughter? He angrily ordered, "Tell me, where is he now?" Henrietta fearfully approached, her voice pleading, "Young master, please, is it because of what happened that night? I will apologize." She knelt down, clasping her hands in supplication. "Please, think of our old friendship and pretend that—" He was quicker to ask, "Friendship? Friendship?" Anger consumed his entire body, making him shout wildly, "Listen carefully. That bastard Redford disgusts me. I utterly despise him." Looking at Henrietta's face, pale with fear, he continued, "You think I'd be sad to see his misfortune? Then you are wrong." He continued with satisfaction, "I've never felt so free in my life." Then he joyfully added, "If I get the chance, I will personally brand that slave's chest with a hot iron."
Henrietta recoiled in fear. "How could you say such horrible things?" Without answering her, he merely smiled and said, "But a slave voluntarily leaving Filioque and going to Levante, wouldn't your father take notice?" The image of Edwin holding her sleeve and saying, "This is my choice," flashed in her mind. Sean rambled on, "My slave has run away." Tears were now streaming down her face. She thought in utter despair, how did he know the whole story? She stammered in fear. Sean mused aloud. What happened to the runaway slave? Let's see. As if remembering, he said cheerfully, that's right. His ankles will be cut off, and he'll be devoured alive by wild animals. Henrietta's eyes widened in horror as she cried out, "No!" She thought to herself, he might be an idiot, but he was the Duke's heir. If he wanted to, he could harm Edwin as he pleased. Henrietta knelt down, weeping and pleading, "Please, don't do it. I'll do anything you ask, so please don't let it be Edwin." At that moment, the door suddenly opened. With tears still streaming down her face, she turned to look. It was Edwin. Sean sneered, "You're too late, Redford."
Then he looked at him and continued, "Or should I call you by your slave number?" Edwin frowned and called out, "Sir Sean." Seeing him call out like that, he seemed to have gotten under his skin. Sighing as he asked, "Sir Sean?" He stepped in front of him, called out 711542, then punched him hard, making him cry out in pain. Henrietta screamed in fear. What was that? Standing in front of Edwin, she questioned, "What are you doing?" Sean frowned slightly in anger and replied, "A slave just dared to call a noble sir. Should I overlook such insolence?" Henrietta lowered her face and cried. When she looked up at him, she questioned helplessly, "You are the most wicked person I've ever known." Sean didn't think so. He looked at her nonchalantly and said, "He should be grateful I didn't cut out his tongue. Of course, I can change my mind at any time." Then he turned to look at Edwin, whose nose was bleeding. Sean sneered and asked, "How interesting life is. Once a respected noble, now reduced to this. Who could have imagined?" Recalling years ago, Sean's father had said, "I hear Edwin has just been promoted to deputy commander of Demner. It's only a matter of time before he becomes the chief commander of the Royal Guard." Sean replied helplessly, "Father, I've heard enough about—" Without waiting for him to finish, his father continued,
Of course, with his abilities, the royal guard would never satisfy him. Then came the time when the girl he loved smiled happily and told him, "Sir Edwin just proposed to me. I don't know much about him, but somehow I feel we could build a life together, so I accepted." At that moment, Sean clenched his fists in immense anger, thinking, "What about me? After all these years lingering around you and devoting my heart to you, all I get in return is the phrase, 'You'll soon find a good woman.'"
At Edwin's engagement ceremony, I sorrowfully drank glass after glass. From afar, I heard cheerful voices congratulating the engagement. "Edwin, how did you do it? How did you win the heart of Lady Vivienne, who had rejected all proposals?" Edwin replied indifferently, "Win her heart? This is a family matter. Emotions have no place in it. We both believe our statuses are compatible, that's all." The young man asked incredulously. "What?" he continued. "But aren't you happy to be marrying such a beautiful wife?" Edwin replied, "Not exactly," he continued coldly. "She is wise and will make an excellent Duchess of Radford. She too must have thought of me as a suitable partner. I expect nothing from her except suitability."
After hearing that, Sean gnashed his teeth in fury, thinking to himself, "She's the one I truly want, and you got her too easily. And what did you just say?" Losing his composure, he intended to run away, but accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. He cried out in pain. At this moment, a voice called from behind, "Sir Sean?" It was Edwin. He continued, "You'd better return to your position. In that state, you are nothing but a disturbance to others." At this moment, in Henrietta's living room, he sneered as he walked up to Edwin and said, "You've always held your head high, but now you're just a slave." He gloated over others' pain, continuing, "I wonder if you'll still maintain that arrogant attitude." He roughly pulled Henrietta, who was standing in front of him, aside and yelled, "Get out of the way!" Seeing the situation was not good, Edwin grabbed his hand and said, "Stop it!" He stammered, "Don't." While tightly gripping Sin's hand, Edwin pleaded earnestly, "Please, don't hurt Miss Henrietta, sir." Hearing him say that, he sneered and asked, "Or else what? What will you do? Hit me? You, a slave, want to harm the Duke's heir?"
Henrietta saw this and couldn't help but darken her face and shout to stop him. "Please stop!" He paid no attention to her words, but casually scoffed and said, "The day we met at the ball, I didn't think the masked man was you, because you were not allowed to be here, in Levante." She was startled and asked confused, "What do you mean? Why isn't he allowed?" He suddenly looked at her and sneered, then couldn't help but ask with interest, "So you still haven't heard the news? You know that the Redford family was destroyed for treasonous conspiracy, right? The prince mercifully decided to spare his life, but not the son of the traitor. He must be placed under surveillance and detention." Henrietta's eyes widened in shock as she thought, "Surveillance, detention." Sean sneered and continued, "Listen carefully. When your father took him in, Marquis Magnat set 3 conditions. First, a detailed report of his actions must be submitted every month. Second, he is not allowed to be moved to another location for 13 years. And third, no matter what happens, he must not be allowed to leave the village where you live. However, according to the latest information, your father might have lied, claiming there were no significant issues." Henrietta asked in astonishment, "What?" Sean continued to explain. "Perhaps he doesn't fully understand the gravity of the matter, but if the Marquis and the Prince find out, or if the King who opposes the Redford family discovers it, no one will be safe, not even your family, or Edwin, whom you cherish."
Henrietta, upon hearing this, immediately teared up in disbelief and said, "No." Then she quickly grabbed Shin's collar and choked out a plea. "You won't tell anyone, will you? Please, just turn a blind eye. Your status gives you enough influence to do that." He suddenly grabbed her hand and chuckled gleefully, saying, "It's true that when cornered, people quickly change their tune, no matter what they've said before. So, what will you offer me in exchange?" She eagerly asked in return, "What do you want me to do? I will kneel before you." He roughly pushed her away and loudly refused. "I don't need your pleas. If anyone is going to kneel, it should be you. Kneel and beg me like a dog." Henrietta, her face pale, pleaded, "Whatever you ask, I'll do it, I'll do it." So Edwin said nothing, but gently pushed her aside, then softly closed his eyes to think for a moment. After that, he slowly walked up to the man and knelt down, then earnestly pleaded, "I beg you, please help Miss Henrietta." Upon hearing him say that, she immediately covered her mouth in disbelief. Meanwhile, the man remained silent, smiling at him with amusement, then loudly demanded, "Lower." Then he unceremoniously used his foot to push Edwin's head down and shouted, "Lower still. Are you doing this to satisfy me?" Seeing this, Henrietta immediately knelt down, embraced him, and cried out, "Edwin!" The man loudly emphasized, "Don't forget your current position." A moment later, after Shin had left.
Seeing her sitting with her head bowed, crying, Edwin approached her and gently said, "Henrietta, look at me, please." She didn't respond, but slowly lifted her tear-soaked face.
She stared at him for a moment, then, upon seeing the number 11542 deeply etched on his chest, she bowed her head again and continued to cry, choking out, "I'm sorry, Edwin, I'm truly sorry. The reason you're here, or came to that ball and were caught, it's all my fault. I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry for being so weak." Edwin gently comforted her, saying, "This isn't your fault, Miss Henrietta." He was about to touch her hair when he suddenly remembered Sean's words to him, "Don't forget your place." So he quickly withdrew his hand and placed it on her dress. Then he slowly clenched his hand and said, "I'm fine. As long as you're by my side, I'm willing to endure worse punishments." At the same time, in Sean's room, he suddenly yelled in anger, "Damn it, she should be grateful that I helped her escape the title of a traitor's wife." Viviane frowned and continued, "I think you've forgotten your promise, Sir Sean. I agreed to marry you on the condition that he would not be harmed." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy, thinking, how did she know I went to see that Edwin? Wait, would she break off the engagement just because? Damn it, everyone is talking about him. There must be a way. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door, then quickly opened the door, stepped in, and announced, "Sir, your father wishes to see you." He quickly turned his head, startled, and thought, "Father?" At this very moment, in Sean's father's room, he rubbed his forehead and spoke with concern. "Belisha has proposed a royal marriage with Brindle, and His Majesty is extremely worried." Hearing this, he let out a breath and calmly asked, "Worried? Isn't this something to celebrate?" His father emphatically stated, "Absolutely not. The person they proposed for marriage is Prince Bernard." "You need to be careful with the rumors surrounding him." Sean didn't respond, but silently pondered. Bernard Chinchilla Shane, the second son of Belisha, a kingdom that had risen to become one of the leading empires. But hidden beneath his royal status was his rebellious and short-tempered nature. He had countless scandals with many women, as if it were an everyday occurrence, and with his quick temper, he was ready to draw his sword over the most trivial matters. Wherever he went, he swept through like a terrible storm, which was also the reason for his moniker, the Cruel Prince. Finishing his thoughts, he immediately made a deduction. Brindle's only remaining princess was Princess Jossa, so that must be the problem. He immediately continued, "Precisely, we cannot give His Majesty's pride to such a philanderer." He couldn't help but wonder, can't we refuse the marriage proposal? He loudly rebuked, "Nonsense." He then quickly explained, "The current situation is very unstable due to Custon's recent movements in the north. We cannot jeopardize our relations with Belisha. If only His Majesty had an illegitimate daughter." Sean didn't respond, but silently pondered for a moment. Then he suggested in a low voice, "If he doesn't have one, we can create one." The man's face turned pale with shock as he asked again, "What? What are you saying? Create one? Are you suggesting we send a fake princess? Unacceptable. It would be a disaster if they found out." He gave a faint smile and continued, "I beg to differ slightly."
"Why not? If we ensure the plan goes perfectly, Belisha will never discover the truth." Hearing that, he bit his lip and thought for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "Do you have someone in mind?" He chuckled delightedly and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, Princess Dessa has brown hair and amber eyes, doesn't she?" Meanwhile, at Henrietta's location, for some unknown reason, she suddenly hurried forward, then abruptly stopped and stared blankly. She looked at Hugo, who was sitting on the swing in front of her, for a moment.
Then I couldn't help but ponder, thinking to myself, a few days ago I had received an urgent letter from Filioche. As soon as I finished reading it, I left Levante and returned home. Aunt Lilivienne was also too astonished to speak. And similarly, Mother was very surprised to see me return, but immediately she burst into tears. Father, right after writing that letter, had left home to find a solution, hoping that some misunderstanding had occurred. Seeing her distraught and lamenting, "How could this happen?" made me extremely worried, so I immediately called out, "Mother." She couldn't help but choke out, "Hugo has been conscripted, and he's just a child." After finishing her thoughts, Henrietta slowly approached where Hugo was sitting, then gently called out, "Hugo." He started, turned his head, and replied, "Henrietta." Then he stood up and walked in front of her, smiling brightly as he asked, "When did you get back? I missed you so much. I've been really looking forward to seeing you." She bowed her head in silence for a moment, then gently stroked his head and said, "I've heard the news." He was silent, thinking for a few seconds, then quickly asked, "The news about me being summoned to serve the country? Is that why you came back so early? We might not see each other much anymore once I go to the border." Henrietta was utterly startled to hear this, so she quickly asked, "The border? What do you mean? Where have they assigned you?" He immediately replied, "Bengola village." She couldn't help but think in astonishment. Bengola is a village located on the northern border. That is the front line of the ongoing conflicts. Hugo quickly tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, Henrietta, this is actually better. Now I have the chance to prove myself in the war. I'll do my best to make our Mackenzie name known to many." And then, at this point, he fell silent for a moment, his whole body trembling uncontrollably with fear, but he still forced himself to continue reassuring her. "And then I'll be able to return to Filioche. I'm so scared."
Henrietta immediately sat down, then tightly grasped his hand and called out, "Hugo!" He bowed his head and said tremblingly, "I'm not as brave as you. I'm just a pathetic coward."
Henrietta, I don't want to die. Edwin stood afar, witnessing the scene, only able to remain silent and feel sorrow for the two sisters. At Edwin and Henrietta's residence, she stood before him, crying in anguish, saying, "I must stop this." Henrietta continued to sob, saying, "The boy is just a child. He cannot go to war." A moment later, she wearily called his name. "Edwin, what am I to do now?" Seeing her like that, Edwin's face darkened with pain as he said, "Lady Henrietta, no one can defy the Emperor's command, not even the nobility." Seeing her tears still falling, he hesitated before continuing. "However, if another member of the royal family revokes the order, we will have hope." Under the shade of a large tree, a man stood waiting in the wind. Edwin slowly approached, bowing respectfully, and said, "I am deeply grateful that your highness has agreed to this urgent request, Prince Duan." Duan turned and gently replied, "Long time no see."
He paused for a moment, then continued, "Should I ask how you've been lately?" Duan looked at him sadly. "Or should I apologize for not coming to see you sooner?" Not knowing how to respond, Edwin silently looked down at the ground. Then Duan's voice rang out again. "I've heard everything you've had to endure. Those who desired you must have pounced on you like wild beasts, didn't they? I know I can't use the excuse that I didn't expect it. You must hate me very much." It was then that Edwin spoke up. "No, Your Highness." Then he bowed respectfully and continued, "I no longer hold any position now. Please don't treat me as you did before." Duan sighed and said, "You're right." Remembering something, Duan asked him, "I was quite surprised when you requested a meeting. Why did you want to see me?" Edwin, still bowing respectfully, replied, "Your Highness, I understand your position, but please allow me to ask a favor of you." Duan asked back, surprised, "A favor?" Edwin replied, "Viscount Mackenzie, my current master, has a son named Hugo Mackenzie. He has received a summons. Young Master Hugo is not suitable for battle." Hearing his request, Duan said with some difficulty, "We have no other choice. Custon's army has crossed the border without warning. We must gather as many soldiers as possible. Many people have had to be summoned."
Then Duan looked at Edwin, smiled faintly, and continued, "But don't worry. If the boy is the son of a viscount and not yet an official knight, he won't have to go to battle. He'll probably just need to do office work in the capital." Edwin didn't retort, only his face darkened as he said, "He's been assigned to Bengola village, and what's more, young Master Hugo is only 12 years old." Duan exclaimed in shock, "What?" He quickly asked again, "A boy? Sent to the front lines?" Edwin also said with dissatisfaction, "As far as I know, someone called for conscription must be 16 years old or older." Duan said, puzzled, "This is truly strange. I will have someone investigate this matter, and if what you say is true, I will personally remove him from the battlefield." Edwin bowed happily and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing him like that, Duan thought to himself, "Is he really relieved? He used to be very strict with the rules. I guess the past 2 years have changed him." Duan looked him up and down and gently asked, "Is that all? I didn't think he wanted to see me just for someone else." Duan recalled the Marquis relaying the message to him. He spoke with some surprise. "I heard you went to Marquis Maxnode's house to talk about this matter, and surprisingly, he relayed the message for you without refusing." Of course, he couldn't. At that moment, Edwin looked seriously at Marquis Maxnode and said, "How could you know about that?" "Saranaki, if you know this name, please allow me to meet Prince Duan. I heard you know Saranaki and her prophecy." This statement of his utterly defeated the Marquis.
Currently, Duan looked at Edwin with a puzzled expression. "I thought you would ask me about that. Before that, how did you know about Saranake's prophecy?" After speaking, remembering Viviane's image, Duan clutched his head uncomfortably and said, No, that's not the question. Honestly, this encounter doesn't make me happy at all. Thinking of seeing my reflection in your eyes, I'm afraid." Duan continued, trembling with his face in his hands. "Prophecy and purification, I have no control over them at all. So what's the point of apologizing to you? Therefore, if you want to ask me about that, just ask. It would be ridiculous to consider that a top secret." Hearing that, Edwin thought to himself with a hint of panic. Questions? What I want to know about the downfall of the Retford family. But in the end, he still spoke up. "I have no questions, Your Highness. As you said, it's meaningless." He looked into the distance and continued, "No matter what the truth is, it won't change anything." Duan sighed in response. Yes, who would believe that a prestigious family had to fall because of a prophecy? But Saranake was not just an ordinary prophet.
Saranake is the Dark Prophet. Everything about her, such as her homeland, family, and even her age, is a mystery. All people know is that she suddenly appeared and stayed in the royal palace,
and because she hadn't appeared in public for a very long time, some even considered her a myth. Duan bowed his head and continued tremblingly. You're right, her prophecies have never been wrong, but unfortunately, that talent has gone astray. My father, the king, he blindly believed her words. Brimdal lies at Saranike's feet, not the king's. Her prophecy was, everything is leading to an end. 500 years of Brimdal's history, and an entire people will be annihilated. The blood of those who try to stop it will flow like a river. The king, who will be remembered as the last ruler, must kill Duke Redford immediately. Otherwise, Brimdal will wither like a candle in the wind. At this moment, seeing Duan in such distress, Edwin had no choice but to repeat his answer. I said I had no questions, but may I ask one? Do you believe that prophecy? That Redford will destroy Brimdal? Duan didn't answer immediately, but asked back, What kind of answer are you expecting? Edwin replied seriously, An honest answer, sir. Duan clenched his fists helplessly and said, All right, the truth is, your father, Duke Redford, would rather commit suicide than become a traitor. Would such a person destroy his homeland and overthrow the royal family? Then he laughed mockingly to himself. Even a dog would laugh at such an absurdity. Yes, it's very absurd. But when my mind refuses to believe that prophecy, Saranike, that woman, Duan's face turned pale with fear as he continued. She has a very strange appearance, not like a human. Edwin asked again, Do you mean you don't believe the prophecy, but are scared by it? Unable to hold back, he shouted, Then why did you let me live? I'm a Redford too. Duan answered firmly, But the Duke Redford in the prophecy is your father, not you. There's no reason for you to die. Recalling the king's fearful shout, It's not just about the Duke. Anyone from the Redford family will be a threat to the throne. We must kill them one by one.
Seeing his father like that, Dungan angrily exclaimed, Father, the prophecy only mentions Duke Redford. I will listen to everything you say. After saying this, he knelt down and prostrated himself forcefully before his father, pleading, So please, father, don't kill my innocent friend. I beg you, father. Now, looking at Edwin standing before him, remorse was slowly gnawing at him bit by bit. He thought to himself, Despite my desperate pleas, father, for the sake of precaution, stripped him of his name and title, turning him into a slave. Dungan said with a slight tremor in his voice, I deeply regret speaking harshly to you that day. Dungan told himself that he must live, and for the rest of his life, atone for his family's unforgivable sins against this entire kingdom. He continued, distressed, But I couldn't tell you the truth at that time. I didn't know what was right or what to do. I can't even imagine what you've had to endure, but I hope you'll understand me. I promise I will do my best to help the Mackenzie family. Dungan bowed seriously, agreeing to his recent request. Watching his retreating figure grow distant, Dungan thought to himself, Edwin, honestly, I still don't understand how I should treat you. Just because of that prophecy, there's no reason for the entire Redford family, or Edwin, to die. I must stop father.
The moment Duan went to reason with his father, Saranax emerged from the shadows, standing opposite him, looking down and asking, Your Highness, are you afraid of me? Because I live in the dark. I know what you think of me. To you, I am a malevolent spirit who has cast spells and driven the king mad. You are wrong. I am simply the one who conveys the truth. The power of decision always rests with the individual. Seeing his distrustful expression, she continued, Your Highness, do you intend to beg your father to save your friend? If Edwin lives, I will die by his hand. But it seems you won't change your mind, or perhaps you truly wish for my death. Questioned thus, Duan stammered slightly in response, I am different from my father. I will not be manipulated by you. Ignoring his intensely fluctuating emotions, she merely said coldly, I have accompanied Brimdal for a very long time. I am also the last embodiment of a distant, forgotten past, so my death will cause many disadvantages, and you will lose a great deal. He glared at her for a moment, then turned and walked away. Your Highness, do not regret your decision.
This statement made him panic and flee quickly from that place. Scene change. At this moment, Henrietta was lying on the grass, gazing at the autumn sky. A leaf unexpectedly fell under her forehead. Picking it up and looking at it, she thought to herself, The season has already turned to autumn. When all the leaves turn red, we will meet again. I broke up with him with a rather touching farewell. I thought I would never see him again. I thought the seasons would just pass peacefully. I had never thought about these things. Recalling last night, when she went to Hugo's bedroom, seeing him fall asleep with tears still lingering on his eyelashes, she painfully whispered his name, Hugo. Suddenly, Edwin came and called her, Miss Henrietta. Seeing him, she anxiously and quickly asked, Edwin, how are things? Edwin calmly replied, His Highness has promised. He looked at her seriously and continued, He will intervene and protect Hugo. All we need to do is wait for a postponement announcement, but we don't have much time until the departure date. I'm afraid we won't be able to resolve this issue in time. Young Master Hugo will have to stay in Bengala village for a while before the order is revoked. I am very sorry." Henrietta, unable to believe it, covered her mouth and cried, calling his name. "Edwin, I'm so grateful that at least he will be able to return. Thank you so much." At this moment, while sunbathing, she frowned and thought to herself, "Edwin said everything would be fine, so it will be fine. I shouldn't think about negative things anymore. Everything will return to normal, as if nothing ever happened. I will wake up every morning with joy and excitement, just like before."
Edwin walked closer, interrupting her thoughts, and said, "Here you are." Seeing him approach, she greeted him. "Edwin." She sat up cheerfully and continued, "I'm writing a letter to my aunt. We left Levante so suddenly, and I think she might be worried about Hugo too." Edwin calmly replied, "I see. I thought you were trying to avoid your sewing." Henrietta angrily asked back, "What?" She quickly retorted, "How could you say that, Edwin? I'm not shirking my duties." Seeing she still had so much energy, he smiled lightly and said, "I understand how worried you are about Hugo, but His Highness is not one to break his promises. Please be patient and wait." She knew he saw the worry in her heart, and she slowly expressed, "Edwin, do you know Lance Elliot?" After a moment's thought, he remembered and replied, "He's the one who won the war and unified the southern continent a long time ago."
Henrietta happily touched the maple tree in front of her and said, "Yes, this maple tree reminds me of him." She closed her eyes, reminiscing, then began to sing. "Lance, that summer, we carved a secret in the forest, under the red maple's canopy, where no one could see that day. With the dazzling midday sun overhead, we carved a promise that began as a mere jest. The village was too small to contain a man as great as you, so one day you would leave this place forever. I still remember the day you left, Lance, my Lance. I am not like you. You should leave, like a flowing river." Hearing her sing, Edwin gently spoke, "I know that song." Henrietta looked at him, smiling cheerfully, and replied, "I heard it's about the time he was injured and suffered temporary amnesia. Even those who conquer other lands have wounds and difficulties to overcome." She leaned her head against the tree trunk, her bright eyes looking at him as she asked, "Isn't that right, Edwin?" Seeing the dazzling light in her eyes, as if empowered, he smiled and replied, "Yes." But then thinking of something, she moved closer to him, smiling brightly, and said, "Edwin, should we try carving our promise onto this tree, just like Lance Elliot?" Edwin asked again, "You mean promises, miss?" She explained, "The song says we carved a promise that began as a mere jest. Let's do just as Lance did." Edwin hesitated, saying, "But if we carve our promises, to return one day and see them again, will you remember this location later in the future?" Henrietta confidently replied, "Of course. Have you forgotten that I know everything about Filiash? I even know the location of every blade of grass." Then she picked up a pen and excitedly said, "Let's do it. I brought a pen, although we should use the back end." She rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously, "A promise, a promise." After a moment, she happily wrote on the tree, saying, "This will do."
The words she wrote on the tree trunk were, "I will be more careful in the future. Perhaps." Then she wrote her initial in the signature section below. Looking at her writing, Edwin frowned and asked, What is this?" Seeing his expression, she angrily snapped, "What do you mean by what is this? You always say that my clumsiness and carelessness worry you." Then she pointed to the words carved on the tree, assuring him, "Well then, this is my promise to you." The words, "I will be more careful in the future, perhaps," were written by her with extreme care, expressing her true feelings. Edwin didn't argue, only softly said, "I will be more careful in the future. I understand that part. But perhaps, what does this mean?" Henrietta replied with a hint of helplessness, "Because there will be times when I can't help it." Edwin pressed, "Why would there be times when you can't be careful?" She quickly replied, "I don't know. That's why I said perhaps. Here, it's your turn." Then she handed him the pen, saying with a touch of shyness, "It's just for fun. Don't take it too seriously." He smiled softly, looking at her, and said, "All right." He thought to himself, "A promise." Seeing him like that, she turned away slightly annoyed, thinking to herself, "I won't look until you're done." After a moment, he wrote intently and then said, "Done." Henrietta happily smiled and asked, "That fast? What did you write?" She saw that he had neatly written next to her words, "I will be by your side to protect you, young lady. Perhaps."
Seeing her stand still, he asked worriedly, "Miss Henrietta?" Not answering him, she was now frowning, lost in thought. He must just be joking, just like me. This isn't a sad promise, it's carefree and sweet, but for some reason I felt choked up. Seeing her remain silent, he softly asked, "Don't you like it? That perhaps? I didn't mean it that way." Seeing him so worried, she smiled brightly and replied, "No, not at all. This is too perfect." Watching her smile, he paused, thinking to himself, "My feelings have grown too much to be described in just one word."
Then she looked at the words on the tree trunk and said, "Say you'll keep this promise, Edwin." The nightmare departure day had arrived, and Harrietta's family stood at the door to see Hugo off. Hugo trembled, holding back his tears, and choked out, "Take care." Lady Rose couldn't hold back, leaning on her husband and crying loudly, "Hugo!" At this moment, Harrietta stepped forward and patted her brother's shoulder firmly, saying, "Don't worry, you'll be back soon." She bent down to hug him, comforting him and continuing, "Just wait there for a little while." Unable to hold back any longer, her own tears quickly fell, and she choked out, "Okay." After that, Hugo turned and left for good. A few days later, the message we had waited for in vain finally arrived. The postman stood at the door and announced, "Mail's here."
Harrietta said happily, "Oh, it's finally here. Thank you. But this isn't the royal seal, is it?" She opened the letter, extremely puzzled, and read it. The sender was... A moment later, in a living room, Sean's voice rang out. "Hello, why doesn't the young lady take a seat?" Harrietta replied irritably, "I don't want to beat around the bush with you. Can we get straight to the point?" He chuckled. "Are you not pleased to see me travel all this way to this remote place? Oh well." Then he stepped in front of her and continued, "I'm sure you haven't breathed a word to Redford about this meeting, have you?" She quickly replied, "No." He said with satisfaction, "Good." Seeing him like that, Harrietta thought to herself, "Why did he send a letter to meet me? First I need to know what he wants." But a moment later, Sean said boredly, "Whether he knows or not doesn't matter, but if he doesn't know, it will be easier to act." She wondered in surprise, act on what? He then spoke softly, "It seems Bengola has been quite chaotic lately, hasn't it? Because the Custon tribe has infiltrated the border and is constantly clashing with our army. In just 3 days, over 1,500 people have died, and the number of injured is even higher. It's truly regrettable that our commander-in-chief has repeatedly made serious mistakes."
Harrietta's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "What? While soldiers are dying like this? Where are the higher-ups? They should have done something." Sean merely replied, "The commander comes from a rather influential family. As long as things haven't completely fallen apart, he will continue to be tolerated." Harrietta, furious, yelled at him, "But too many people have already died." Sean asked, puzzled, "People?" After a pause, he chuckled and continued, "Just the insignificant lives of commoners and slaves." Then, looking at her, he feigned realization and said, "Oh, and also some naive nobles with neither money nor power, like your younger brother, for example." He had truly pushed her to her limit. Harrietta clenched her trembling hands, thinking to herself, "I knew it. He's just here to exploit my weaknesses and threaten me." Then she turned to leave. "If you're done speaking, then goodbye, and never set foot in Filio again." She turned back to look at him, full of warning. Sean didn't stop her, merely saying coldly, "So you don't want to save your little brother?" Harrietta frowned angrily, replying, "Please don't speak such ill omens. Hugo won't die. He will return safely, no matter what you say." She looked at him, reassuring herself, "Because someone far more powerful than you has already promised me." Sean chuckled softly, taking an envelope from his coat pocket and saying, "If I were you, I wouldn't be so confident if this is what you're relying on." Harrietta asked curiously, "What is that?" He opened the envelope and read, "Investigate the forced conscription of Viscount Mackenzie's son, Hugo Mackenzie. If he qualifies for exemption, release him immediately," followed by His Royal Highness the Prince's signature. Harrietta asked in alarm, "How do you have that?" He merely explained gently, "It's rather charming. You almost ruined everything. Fortunately, his letter was sent through my people, avoiding trouble." Harrietta trembled with anger. "What? How?"
Sean looked at her puzzled and asked, "Do you really think His Highness would personally come to Bengola just to deal with these trivial matters? But do you think this was just an accident, that your sibling was merely unlucky enough to be dragged into the battlefield? Of course, nothing is accidental." Staring into his eyes, she asked, horrified, "Are you saying you're behind all of this?" Sean chuckled with amusement and asked, "Do you like my gift?" Everything seemed to explode. Harrietta couldn't think anymore, her eyes blazing with a fire that seemed to want to burn everything to ashes.
She clenched her hands, tears falling from anger as she asked, "How? How dare you? How dare you do that to Hugo?" Harrietta lunged, intending to grab Sean's collar. She seemed to have lost all reason, screaming and crying, "He's just a child!" Sean, unable to bear it, gripped her hand tightly and threatened, "Be quiet, unless you want to see your brother's corpse. I'm not just making empty threats, you know that." Harrietta helplessly called out, "Hugo!" At this moment, he said again, "I will save your brother. Let's make a deal." She looked at him, puzzled. "A deal?" Sean smiled and said, "I want you to help with the royal marriage with Belisha. You will become the king's illegitimate child and then marry Belisha's prince instead of the princess. As if not believing her ears, she thought in horror, "What? An illegitimate child? What are you talking about?" He calmly explained, "An illegitimate child so well hidden that no one knows about her. You will take on that role and marry the prince. This isn't disadvantageous to you at all. For the daughter of a viscount, it's already a huge bargain. Lower-ranking nobles would never have the chance to interact with Belisha's royal family, but you, the viscount's daughter, get to play the role of Brimdal's princess. It's a golden opportunity to become a princess." Henrietta angrily retorted, "You've lost your mind. If it's such a good deal, it should belong to Princess Jessa." Sean indifferently continued, "No, because Belisha wants the princess to marry Prince Bernard." She asked, bewildered, "Prince Bernard?" He quickly clarified, "Bernard Chenchin Lasak Pascot, the queen's only son, but a notorious debauchee. He even lost his right of succession to the Grand Prince, the son of a concubine."
Henrietta bowed her head and expressed in a low voice, "I am very sorry for the princess, but—" Then she loudly accused, "This is too absurd. Why did you target me among countless others? There are plenty of young ladies more suitable for this position than I am." Sean sighed wearily and repeated, "I've already told you, it has to be someone unknown. All the young ladies in the city are well known, and commoners would require too much effort to educate. Such a poor disguise would be easily discovered. You are the only choice." She tried to suppress her rage and then stated seriously, "What you think doesn't matter. Once this comes out, how will I bear the consequences? I won't be the only one to blame. My entire family will be executed for deceiving the royal family." He casually suggested, "Then you just need to be careful not to get caught." She angrily yelled, "Shut up!" Then she quickly turned around and loudly declared, "Even if I'm not discovered, I have no reason to participate in your plan. I don't want to be here a moment longer." Hearing this, he chuckled to himself and asked, "Do you think you can refuse? Abandon your poor younger sibling?" She quickly clenched her fists and asserted decisively, "I am still capable enough. I will go to the capital immediately and tell His Highness about your dirty plan. He won't overlook this if he knows about it." He suddenly looked in another direction, let out a breath, and laughed loudly, asking, "Do you still don't understand, do you? Do you think I single-handedly set up this district? A matter as significant as a royal marriage? What's the point of complaining to His Royal Highness the Prince? He knows nothing at all. Even if he suspects something about your younger sibling, I just need to say there was a glitch in the investigation."
Furthermore, could her younger brother survive such a protracted war? If she were to approach His Highness and ask to resolve this matter from its roots, it would likely take an eternity. "Are you sure you're still all right?" Hearing Sean say that, she couldn't help but recall what Hugo had told her earlier. "Henrietta, I don't want to die." A few days later, at the warehouse, as he wiped the scythe in his hand with a cloth, Edwin smiled to himself, thinking, "This is the first time this week she's come to see me." For some reason, she had confined herself to her room for a while, with neither the windows nor the curtains open. It was certain that it must have been due to her worry for Hugo. "I don't know if she'll feel better if His Highness keeps his promise. I even worried that I had made a mistake. But she's here now, acting as if nothing happened. I believe that as long as Hugo returns, she will surely be fine, and peaceful days will once again welcome us. On days with her peacefully by my side, past and future would become meaningless. These moments where we dedicate our full attention to each other, just like now." Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew, causing the door to swing open. Edwin immediately raised a hand to shield his face and thought to himself, "It's starting to get cold." Then he quickly turned his head and asked, "Miss Henrietta, would you like a blanket?" For some reason, he suddenly fell silent and stared at her with wide, surprised eyes for a moment.
It turned out he saw her covering her face with both hands, her whole body trembling nonstop, so he couldn't help but call out worriedly, "Miss Henrietta." Then he thought to himself with a hint of doubt, "Is she crying?" He quickly threw the sickle to the ground and ran to her side, asking worriedly, "Miss Henrietta, what's wrong? Are you sick? Look at me. Or did I do something wrong? Whatever it is, it's my fault. So please, I'll fix it. Just tell me what's going on." Henrietta softly called out, "Edwin." Then she quickly sat up, suddenly reached out her hand, and smiled at him, which made him stare at her in bewilderment for a long time. She squinted her eyes and said, "Just kidding, I gotcha. It's just that you wouldn't look at me." Edwin quickly touched the pile of straw to check, then couldn't help but think in confusion. "No, there are no traces of tears. Miss Henrietta, what could make you so heartbroken?" A few days later, in Henrietta's room, someone unexpectedly knocked on the door. Receiving no response from her, Edwin took it upon himself to open the door and asked, "Miss Henrietta, did you want to see me?" As she handed him a piece of paper to look at, she joyfully said, "Look." Seeing this, he quickly glanced over the contents, then couldn't help but think in astonishment, This is
Hugo's summons cancellation letter. Then he exclaimed with a joyful smile, His Highness kept his promise. She bowed her head and pursed her lips, replying, That's right. Seeing that she seemed to have something on her mind, he immediately asked, Are you not happy? She broke out in a sweat and waved her hand, explaining, I am happy, really. It's just... At this point, she suddenly bowed her head and fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly took his hand and urgently asked, Can I ask you for a favor? Can you take this to the base in Bengola? They will let Hugo return if they see this letter.
Edwin asked curiously, Aren't you coming with me? Henrietta sadly shook her head and replied, My parents would never allow me to go. They would be horrified if both their children were on the battlefield, even though I desperately want to go there myself. He clutched the letter in his hand and confidently suggested, Then I'll bring Hugo back as fast as I can. Give me 15 days. She asked, astonished. 15 days? Doesn't it take 10 days to get there? In that case, you'd need 20 days. He explained proudly. I ride very fast. I think I can reach there in just 5 days. But the return journey will take longer, because I'll be with Hugo. But even if he cries and screams, I won't allow any rest, because we must try to get back as quickly as possible. Hearing that, Henrietta immediately called out, Edwin! Then she admonished loudly, No, don't rush, be careful. If you ride so hastily, you'll get hurt, and Hugo isn't a good rider either. Don't push yourself to return quickly. It's perfectly fine to be a little slow. What's important is to be safe and healthy.
Edwin was stunned after hearing that, staring at her for a few seconds. Then he asked, bewildered, What was that? Sweating, she asked back, What's wrong? He quickly turned his head to look in another direction and replied, Oh, it's nothing. She asked, a little worried, Edwin, is something wrong? He feigned a cough, then blushed and awkwardly explained, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you also cared about safety and health. That's what I always tell you. It's like we've swapped roles today. Hearing that, she immediately let out a sigh of relief and said, I know, it sounds truly ironic, but I feel guilty, especially for letting you go to such a remote and dangerous place. I, from the bottom of my heart, must apologize to you. Apologize for putting you through that.
I heard that many knights have been dispatched to Bengola. Not only the Denner Knights, but also half of the Brimdell Knights from the capital. You were once one of them. If you go there, you might have to confront your old comrades. I truly hate to send you there, but you are the only one I trust. I sincerely apologize, Edwin. After hearing her words, he didn't reply, but stared at her for a moment, then thought to himself, she was right. As the former deputy commander of the Denner Knights, Bengola village now was nothing short of a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. Perhaps it wouldn't just be a simple meeting. I'd have to endure insults. Yes, going north wouldn't be pleasant. My former self would surely have thought that way. But now, I no longer care what happens, as long as I can always be by her side. After his silent thoughts, Edwin spoke up. Miss Henrietta, do you still remember my vow in Levante? Then he suddenly recalled what he had promised her. My lady, I have acknowledged you as my sole master, the very breath of my life. Please do not hesitate. Entrust yourself to me, your unyielding sword, and your devoted loyal servant. I mean every single vow I utter. Then, in a loud voice, he pledged, I do not care about anything as long as you achieve your purpose. I will wholeheartedly heed your commands and carry out your orders, even if it means death by 1,000 cuts or burning my body. Everything I do is for my master, Henrietta Mackenzie. He then silently added in his heart, If permitted, I would not hesitate to become your personal knight. And temporarily setting aside the matter of the letter, that afternoon, while Edwin was gently stroking his horse in front of the mansion, Henrietta was also present, but she hesitated, unsure of what to say. It wasn't until he mounted his horse and prepared to leave, then smiled and said, See you again, that she thought to herself, Ah, Edwin, if you leave, we will be separated forever. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than tears welled up in her eyes, overcome with sadness.
So she immediately set off and quickly ran to Edwin's side. He widened his eyes in surprise for a moment upon seeing this. She suddenly leaned forward, then took his hand and earnestly said, Edwin, wait. Henrietta then fell silent, seemingly lost in thought for a few seconds, which made Edwin, unable to hide his confusion, quickly exclaim, Huh? She looked at him tenderly and smiled, suggesting, Look up, please. Under this tree canopy, this has always been my favorite place since I was a child. Do you see? On a bright sunny day, the sunlight shining through the leaves sparkles like stars. I loved those stars so much, always thinking they were too far to reach. Their beauty made me utterly happy. Perhaps that's also why I was captivated by you from the first glance. You are like those stars in the sky, graceful, captivating, and incomparable. Edwin smiled politely and said, Miss Henrietta, you flatter me too much. Hearing him say that, she happily giggled. Then, with a mix of shyness and sadness, she asked, "Edwin, in the 2 years we've been together, what kind of person am I in your eyes?" He chuckled and asked curiously, "What's wrong? This isn't like you at all." She lowered her head and urged impatiently, "Please, just tell me." Hearing this, he looked up, uttered a and thought for a moment. Then he spoke. "Henrietta Mackenzie, the Viscount's daughter, is a slave to Edwin. Henrietta Mackenzie is a woman to me, a man. Henrietta to Edwin."
A miracle? Is that what this is? Things I once considered mundane become extraordinarily strange when I'm with you. She smiled softly and remarked, "It's probably not too bad, is it?" He quickly interjected, "Not at all." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, making Edwin quickly shield his face with his hand before saying, "I must go, Miss Henrietta." Seeing her suddenly burst into tears, he immediately dismounted his horse and anxiously comforted her. "Please don't cry. I'll be back soon, and you won't feel lonely. Besides, without me, you won't have to listen to any more nagging. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy this time of freedom? Miss Henrietta, please, seeing you like this makes it even harder for me to leave." She quickly pressed her cheek against his hand and choked out, "Edwin, I only wish for your happiness. No matter who you are, no matter what you do, you must always be happy." Having said that, she immediately stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around him, then continued, choked with emotion, "Remember this, Edwin. No matter what others say, you are certainly the most precious person to me."
Hearing her say that, he instinctively raised his hands, intending to hug her back, but for some reason he suddenly clenched his fists and didn't continue that action. Then he looked into the distance and said, "Yes, Miss Henrietta." As she watched Edwin's figure gradually disappear, Henrietta thought to herself, "Edwin is gone, and I must hurry too, because that letter might exist, only because I made an agreement with Sin." That evening, in a forest, a luxurious carriage was being escorted by a troop of soldiers to safely reach some destination. A girl in a red dress suddenly poked her head out and observed the situation outside for a moment, then exclaimed, "The road is a bit bumpy, isn't it? But once we cross the border, it'll be smoother. Cheer up, Princess." Henrietta didn't reply, but bowed her head sadly, thinking to herself, "Princess, I, a princess of Brindle. There's nothing to guarantee that this plan will succeed. It's truly hard to accept. But this is also the only way to save Hugo and Edwin. I hope my family won't look for me. I left a letter saying I was going to Levante to meet Sin. But soon, they'll realize I've deceived them. And Edwin, would he know that was a farewell? If he knew I had left, would he be heartbroken? He would be angry and tearfully question, 'How could you do that? Why?' But I didn't dare tell him the truth. How could I tell him I had agreed with Sean to marry another man? Edwin, I never wanted to leave you. I only wanted to be with you forever. Edwin, my Edwin, please take care."
She was escorted on the road by knights who kept a very strict watch. Henrietta felt no relief at all. On the contrary, the further she went, the more anxious she became. After all, she had already made a deal with Sean. She had no way out. But could she truly earn Belicia's trust? The king's illegitimate child, born to a maidservant, a princess secretly hidden. Sean must have racked his brains to come up with this story, but it was too sloppy and full of holes. The ridiculous story of her origins wasn't her biggest concern. It was herself, the worst of the worst. For Belicia to trust her, she had to behave like royalty, but how could she hide her flaws when she was merely the daughter of a country viscount? Henrietta still remembered how panicked she had been when Sean asked her to do that. "They'll find out soon," she had warned. However, Sean merely dismissed her warning as if it were wind passing through his ears. He just laughed. "No, they won't. All they need is royal lineage. If you don't cause trouble, no one will care in the slightest. Try to hide yourself like a corpse. As long as you can do that, I guarantee both you and your family will be safe." But then Sean suddenly frowned and smirked, his tone full of menace. "But if you cause any unnecessary commotion or ruin my plans, you'll know the consequences yourself." The fire of hatred within Henrietta flared up, difficult to extinguish. She clenched her hands tightly. He was the source of all this trouble, using Hugo and Edwin as hostages to force her agreement. She buried her face in her hands, tired and heartbroken, letting out a soft, "Ah." Henrietta had to try and calm herself down. But at least now her family and Edwin were safe. She should think that way. Please, she hoped that everyone in Belicia would be fooled. As Henrietta was trying to compose herself, a voice suddenly called out from the opposite side, "Princess, are you feeling unwell? Shall we rest for a bit?" Startled by this, Henrietta awkwardly and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Oh no, there's no need." Henrietta forced a smile and lifted her leg to prove to the person opposite her that her words were true.
My leg cramped just now, but it's fine now, look, see? The sudden sight of the princess's long legs raised high in front of her made Janice a little uncomfortable, causing her to step back. She cleared her throat, trying to calm herself by closing her eyes, hinting to Henrietta, "Princess, I've already instructed you before. Please don't be overly casual with us maids. For a princess to expose her bare legs is truly unacceptable behavior."
Please remember that your every gesture will represent the noble qualities of Brimdell. Reminded so kindly by Janice, Henrietta was so flustered that she found it difficult to breathe. Excuse me, I apologize. Janice's composure made Henrietta's princess-like demeanor completely vanished. She bowed deeply, signifying her defeat. All right, Henrietta thought to herself, Janice truly is my complete opposite. As the daughter of a baron, she was born and raised in the capital, and she was also a lady-in-waiting at the palace. Janice looked more like a princess than she did. With Janice by her side, lying to the people of Belicia would be less difficult. She should consider this an opportunity to learn. The sky was gradually transitioning from afternoon to evening, and the clear chirping of birds echoed from above. Their carriage had arrived at the border between Belicia and Brimdell. The knights escorting the carriage whispered to Janice with rather confused expressions. The plan was to meet Belicia's delegation here. We've been waiting since noon, and now the sun is about to set. Janice was also a little worried. I wasn't mistaken about the appointed time, was I? What should we do? Suddenly, from behind her, the commander appeared. Lady Janice. Janice turned her head. Commander. He stepped forward and respectfully said, "Forgive me for letting this situation get out of my control." Janice frowned and asked him, "Can we return to Brimdell now? We might have to travel all night, but—" However, the commander of the knights objected to her suggestion. "No, I suggest we continue to wait. Just beyond the border, there's a small village. How about we wait there for news from both sides?"
Janice was trying to consider his proposal, but we cannot arbitrarily take the princess to an unidentified location, the commander told her. But it was getting dark, and they had been traveling all day, with no strength left for another long journey. Janice looked over at the carriage and saw Henrietta also tiredly massaging her back. The commander continued to manipulate her, saying that this would also cause difficulties for the princess. The more they delayed, the village he had mentioned wouldn't even be reachable. "Please make a decision quickly," he urged. After a moment of hesitation, Janice finally sighed and compromised. "All right," she said, "we can always verify our identities. I believe nothing will happen. Let's set off immediately." The commander quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. "We will depart before dark." Janice turned and returned to the carriage. The commander watched her retreating back, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curling into a smirk.
Janice reassured Harriet, "Princess, please don't worry. This is an important marriage alliance that has been officially agreed upon by both kingdoms. It will conclude smoothly." Janice couldn't hide the mockery in her voice. "But I didn't think Belicia's delegation would be so useless. This happened because they arbitrarily sent a mere retinue to escort her, when this is none other than their country's future princess." She crossed her arms over her chest and muttered discontentedly, "The prince himself should have been the one to accompany the delegation." Henrietta tacitly agreed with Janice. She lowered her head, thinking to herself, perhaps they would have done so if both nations were equally powerful. But Brimley was much weaker than Belicia, which was why Brimley had to grit its teeth and accept Belicia's demands. But was it worth it for someone like her to be involved? Had she missed something? Was there a larger conspiracy behind this? Suddenly her heart gave a lurch, and Henrietta felt a pang of emptiness. In the bright moonlight high above, she once again saw Edwin's familiar back. Henrietta reminded herself, I mustn't think of him. I must never remember him again. No matter how much she tried to remind herself, she still failed. From the pouch hanging at her hip, she took out a necklace with a lock of pale blonde hair. Because Edwin had become an indispensable part of her life, how could she possibly forget him? Henrietta clutched it tightly, wondering if that image would fade with the years. Suddenly, the carriage escorting her overturned. Both she and Janice were affected by the jolt, and both screamed in unison. Ah! Ah! Henrietta asked anxiously, "What's happening?" Janice was no less panicked than her. "Wait, have we arrived yet?" Henrietta looked out the window in confusion. "But we're still in the forest." Just then a shout rang out, drawing both their attention. "Ah! Who are you?" Both Henrietta and Janice were startled by it. Henrietta grew even more frightened as she realized her situation. Am I being attacked? The clashing of weapons grew louder, and the shouts intensified. Henrietta and Janice inside the carriage had no idea what was happening outside. What on earth was going on? She cried out in alarm when she saw Henrietta throw open the window. "Princess!" Henrietta then explained to Janice, "Let me take a look." She carefully poked her head out to assess the situation. Immediately she was utterly horrified to see the soldiers of the escort fighting with attackers. What was this? Bandits? Or a rebellion in Belicia? No, if this was truly an attack, she had to escape. Whoever they were, their target was this carriage. She quickly pulled her head back and whispered to Janice, her expression now filled with fear. "Janice, we have to go now." Clearly, Janice was not as good at keeping calm as Henrietta. She stammered tremblingly. "But outside."
Henrietta urged Janice impatiently. Quickly, before they get here.
She carefully took Janice's trembling hand and gently advised her, I'll count to 3, this is no time to hesitate. As she looked outside, she softly counted, 1, 2. Janice felt more terrified than ever. She just closed her eyes, letting Henrietta pull her wherever she wished. The moment Henrietta reached the last count, both of them swiftly ran out of there, deeper into the trees. They kept running until they saw a small bush ahead. Henrietta pulled Janice with her and jumped into it, urgently pressing Janice's head to the ground. Stay down. Instantly, both of them flinched as a groan echoed from behind. They saw a knight, wounded and unable to hold his weapon any longer. Janice fearfully asked Henrietta, though it was also a question to herself, Have we won? Henrietta softly told her, Shh, they're coming this way. Footsteps echoed from a distance, seemingly heading towards them.
A voice rang out. Where are they? Another replied, Not in the carriage. Henrietta carefully covered Janice's mouth, just in case she might scream and alert them. Both were immediately startled to hear the person say, I told you to kill them from the start. Of course they'd run when we were held up outside. That familiar silhouette caught their eyes, and Henrietta quickly identified the person who had just spoken as the leader of the group. They must be killed at all costs, and all traces erased. They're just around here. Search carefully. Henrietta was utterly horrified, her eyes wide as she stared in that direction. How could they be ordinary thieves, given their level of professionalism, even defeating Bryndale's royal guards? This voice was also very familiar. The group leader suddenly remembered something. Oh, he ordered those who had just ambushed them, Throw the bodies into the carriage. I need to stage it as a robbery. The man chuckled slyly. As long as you pay me a worthy price. The leader quickly agreed without any negotiation or hesitation. Agreed. The result is what matters. Money is no object for Mr. Sean. Henrietta now recalled his strange expressions earlier when he tried to persuade her to stay and not return. Her heart pounded, skipping a beat, and Henrietta nearly collapsed. Janice covered her own mouth, then fearfully turned to Henrietta and asked, "Why is the commander talking to the attacker? And Mr. Sean?" As she turned, she saw Henrietta with her face bowed to the ground. Janice frantically called out, "Henrietta, princess!" Henrietta was still thinking of Sean, who had infuriated her to the core. That bastard, he never wanted her to come to Belicia. Her existence was too suspicious. A cunning person like him would never take such a risk. Why hadn't she suspected someone she knew so well? How could she have been so foolish as to trust the so-called agreement? She was so angry that her whole body trembled, her teeth clenched, and tears of resentment welled up. Henrietta couldn't help but unconsciously murmur his name. "Sean, I won't let things go your way. I will survive to the very end." She heavily called out to the person beside her. "Janice, listen."
"If we don't go, they'll kill us both. Follow me quietly. Once we're far enough, we'll run to the nearest village. Do you understand? We can do this." Janice nodded frantically. "Yes, yes." Henrietta leaned forward. "So now..." Suddenly, an arm reached out from nowhere. The arm snatched Henrietta by the neck and pulled her out of the bushes. It was the soldier who had attacked their carriage earlier, and he smirked. "There you are, you cowardly rat." He swiftly grabbed Janice and threw her in front of him, next to Henrietta. He held his sword high, uttering threats that startled Janice. He let out a savage laugh. "Don't make this difficult for me. You're going to die here." Janice was clearly terrified by his threats, and she trembled as she looked at Henrietta. "Ugh," she thought, "I have to protect her." Though unconsciously trembling with fear, she still decided to negotiate with him, a do-or-die gamble. "Do you want a dowry? We aren't carrying anything valuable. You won't find anything." The ambush attacker was quite surprised by Janice's stubbornness. This girl is brave, but..." A sword slashed across, drawing blood. Her eyes widened in horror at his cruelty. Even Henrietta, beside her, hadn't expected him to be so brutal, acting without a word of warning. Janice gasped her last breath and fell into her arms, Henrietta frantically calling her name. "Janice!" She screamed in pain. "Ah!" The attacker sneered. "Don't be too sad, princess. You two will be reunited soon." She fearfully backed away. "You!" However, just a second later, she pointed directly at him and yelled angrily, "You will pay!" It turned out that she had been looking for a stone to throw at him earlier. The man, completely unprepared, was quickly hit by Henrietta's throw. The small stone had wounded him on one cheek. He was furious, grinding his teeth and hissing, "You!" He lunged at Henrietta like a predator. Henrietta weakly struggled as he choked her. He hissed, "I was going to give you a gentle death. How dare you?" Her vision gradually blurred due to lack of air. "Gah! No, I have to run, Edwin!" Suddenly, a person in a green cloak appeared from nowhere, rushing forward and drawing a sword from their hip.
The attacker was quickly dispatched without being able to say anything else. He fell, and the figure of the other person became clearer. It was none other than the second Prince Bernard, who had saved Henrietta. Filioche, I have to return to Filioche. Father, Mother, Hugo, and Edwin, I'm sorry for leaving without a word. I'm sorry. Warm sunlight illuminated the entire room through the window frame. The lights startled Henrietta awake from her daze.
Ugh! Henrietta saw a kettle already placed on the table, and she surprisingly wondered, where am I? Because the surroundings were too unfamiliar to her, Henrietta unconsciously sprang up, despite being covered in numerous wounds. It was only then that she felt the pain. Ow! Henrietta lightly touched the wound on her face. Suddenly, Henrietta remembered someone, and he made her so agitated that she gasped. Sin! He had tried to eliminate her. It turned out that had been his plot from the very beginning. Henrietta painfully hugged herself. How could he kill so many people just for her, just because of her? The figures of her loved ones appeared before Henrietta's eyes, Edwin among them. She flinched as she horrifyingly realized a truth. She wasn't the only one in danger. She had to warn her whole family, too. Henrietta darted towards the room door, ignoring the pain spreading throughout her body. At the very least, she had to ensure their safety. However, just as she dashed forward, everything within her sight became blurry. Henrietta, dizzy, fell to the ground, crying out in alarm. The fall only worsened her injuries. Henrietta had absolutely no strength left to stand up. Her wounds were more severe than usual. Henrietta let out a soft groan. She helplessly looked towards the room door in front of her, thinking, I have to get back to Brindle as soon as possible. Henrietta reached out her trembling hand towards it. Please. Immediately after, just as she was about to touch the door, it suddenly opened. Please. A polite man appeared, seemingly surprised to find Henrietta in such a state. Oh! Bernard's sudden appearance startled Henrietta. She looked at him with astonished eyes. Bernard casually asked Henrietta, What are you doing? Henrietta cautiously scanned him, from head to toe. Who is this? A castle guard? She lifted her head and defiantly spoke. Sir, please, I have an urgent matter. I must return to Brimdell. Her plea was immediately cut short by Bernard's laughter.
Henrietta's face shifted from urgent worry to bewildered astonishment, while Bernard continued to laugh. He laughed heartily, as if a delightful comedy was unfolding right before him. Henrietta lay still, watching him. Bernard asked, Why are you lying there like a bug? For some reason, he found this so amusing that his eyes welled up with tears. Henrietta couldn't think much further. She just felt Bernard was a bit strange. Who was he? What a waste of time. She shifted slightly and elbowed him in the shin. If you can't help, then get out of the way. Bernard lowered his head, having completely stopped laughing, but the mockery in his words was unconcealed. Oh dear, your efforts move me, but that's enough. Without a word of warning to Henrietta, Bernard neatly lifted her into his arms. He smiled and offered Henrietta some gentle advice. A patient shouldn't lie on a cold floor like that. You could actually die. Henrietta, suddenly lifted by a complete stranger, was somewhat startled and cried out, Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said? I have to go.
The pain from her wounds made her unable to say anything more. Henrietta cringed in agony. Then Bernard leisurely spoke up. How far do you think you can go with all these wounds? He sighed, advising her, Get back to bed first. If you're cooperative, perhaps I'll be willing to help. He gently loosened his arm, allowing Henrietta to slide down onto the bed. However, Henrietta refused to let go of him. Instead, she actively grabbed his shirt. Henrietta seriously asked Bernard, Will you really help me? I need to send word to my family. Bernard firmly grasped her wrist and said, Hey, don't you think it's rude to make demands like that? We've only just met. Henrietta stubbornly retorted. But Bernard pulled out the chair next to Henrietta's bed. What's more, even if I do help you, you should first tell me about the day I found you. As he sat down, he proudly boasted about his achievement. I brought a complete stranger home and took care of her. So of course you should tell me who you are, shouldn't you? So, what's your name, my lady? Henrietta was still a bit wary of Bernard. She thought to herself, They don't know about me here yet. What should I say? Is it okay to tell the truth? The next second, she was startled by Bernard's question. Is there a problem? Can't you say your name? Henrietta hesitated briefly, as she was still struggling with herself mentally. Then suddenly she uttered a name that was completely familiar to her. Janice Donwarren. She naturally introduced herself to Bernard, though her real name was carefully concealed. My name is Janice.
Bernard carefully observed her expression as she said this. Henrietta thought to herself, Sorry, Janice. Finally, Bernard gave up arguing with her about her name. All right, Miss Janice Donmorand, now answer me. Tell me what happened when the Brindle delegation was attacked. Henrietta raised her hand and interrupted his question. Wait, you're rushing things too much this time. She pointed at him and demanded, It's your turn to tell me your name now. Bernard lazily leaned back.
Heh, you're quite a strict one. All right, my name is Bernard Chinchilla St. Pascoot. The moment he uttered the name, Henrietta immediately gaped in astonishment. Bernard asked with amusement, "Satisfied now, aren't you?" A chill ran through Henrietta's heart. Bernard is that infamous second prince of Belisha? So I'm in Belisha. For several days I carefully thought about this, using my injury as an excuse to recover. Finally, I told the prince what happened that day, because even though I disliked his arrogance, it was still safer inside the castle than out there. Belisha's escort did not appear at the border. The commander led us to a secluded village. The bandits attacked immediately. I revealed as much as I could, while also trying to tell it from Janice's perspective. At that time, Janice, in an attempt to protect Henrietta's life, bravely shielded Henrietta, only to be struck by a sword and die herself. Janice.
Now, recounting this story, Henrietta still felt a heavy burden in her heart for letting Janice sacrifice herself. "I'm sorry, it was all because of me." Bernard lightly stroked his chin. "There are some suspicious points," he said. "But in fairness, your delegation did not appear. It's clear someone tried to prevent us from meeting. If you are indeed the maid, then the princess—" Henrietta flinched. She urgently told him in a rather high and loud tone, "The princess was killed by bandits." Henrietta's sudden agitation only made Bernard more curious. He told Henrietta, "The remaining body is unidentifiable. Since you are the only survivor, I suppose you are telling the truth, unfortunately for both Brimdell and Belisha." He leaned his hands on the table and stood up. "I will definitely find those who attacked and make them pay for touching royal blood." Henrietta quickly asked him, "What about the letter sent to Brimdell?" Bernard reassured Henrietta, "Oh, don't worry, we have already reported the attack to the royal court, and we will also let them know about you." His words were like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. Henrietta bowed her head. She uttered miserably, "Don't." Henrietta thought to herself, "If the king is behind this, and if he knows someone is still alive, he will do everything to silence them. Worst of all, he might find out that I am that person." Henrietta made an excuse so that Bernard's men would not report her survival to Sean. "The princess is dead, but I am still alive. If they know I didn't sacrifice myself to protect the princess, they will punish both me and my family." Bernard explained to her, "But that's not your fault. If necessary, I will explain."
Henrietta hadn't expected him to genuinely want to clear her name like this. "What? No, but—" Henrietta said, but she didn't have the courage to look him in the eye. "Please believe me, it's no use. I'd rather be invisible." Bernard asked Henrietta, "So what do you want? Do you want me to lie and say you're dead?" Henrietta's hand on the table trembled slightly, and Bernard saw it. He tried to salvage the conversation. "Well, if you're that worried, I suppose I can help, but then you'd have to live like a ghost. You'd never be allowed to return to Brimdell openly." Henrietta thought of her loved ones in the distant land of Brimdell, and finally she accepted his offer. "All right, it doesn't matter where, as long as I can live." Edwin, in her mind, was smiling at her. Henrietta told Bernard, "Because I have a reason to exist." It was dusk, and the sunset painted a distant corner of the sky red. Because of this, Bernard's study was also tinged with a deep, dull red. He was still thinking about Henrietta's situation. The assassins had tried to eliminate all witnesses, and the survivor wasn't telling the truth.
According to the investigation results, Dawn Moran lives in the capital, and she wants to send a letter to a distant rural area instead of her own home. When sending this letter, Henrietta was so anxious she almost burst into tears as she explained to him, "There's someone I care about in Filioch. I need to let them know I'm safe, and they should be careful." Bernard suddenly smiled. "You truly are a terrible liar, yet equally shameless. How interesting." He stood up and turned to look out the window. "Good heavens, I can continue this charade until the investigation is complete, can't I?" A month later, from the castle, Bernard's calls for Henrietta echoed ceaselessly. "Janice, Janice, I told you, once the letter arrives, you should pack your bags." However, Henrietta told him, "I didn't have much to take with me from the start, and you said the news would arrive there soon." Bernard sighed, silently reproaching Henrietta in helplessness. "How can you be so cold? Think back to how kindly I treated you." He brazenly tried to manipulate Henrietta. "Are you implying that I'm no longer of any use to you now? Is that it?" Henrietta smiled and replied to him, "You know that's not it. I can't keep living like this. I need to forge my own path. But I'm surprised. I thought you'd be very happy when I finally disappeared from your sight." Completely contrary to the arrogance he displayed during their first meetings, Bernard was strangely serious now. "I've never had such a sincere conversation with anyone before. Of course I'm sad." Henrietta's eyes lost focus when she heard him say that. Bernard reproached Henrietta. "What's with that look? Don't you believe me?" Henrietta replied bluntly to him, "Of course not."
Bernard regretted not being able to keep her here with his actions. How unfair, how unfair. Henrietta was amused by his dejected look. "Ha ha," she thought to herself.
Well, he sees me every day. If I leave, he'll probably feel a bit lonely. Bernard continued to sigh. So much has happened lately, Janice. What do you think? Henrietta smiled and replied, I'm not thinking anything at all. He is at it again. At first she had been a little scared to face the prince, but it turned out he was a warm-hearted person. Henrietta nodded at him. Your Highness, thank you for your sincere hospitality. Honestly, her words of thanks successfully made Bernard freeze. He smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, I really am sad. If only that princess were like her. Henrietta smiled genuinely back at him, and Bernard looked at her gently. Everything must have been very good. One beautiful morning, at Bernard's private residence. As soon as he saw the butler enter from outside, his face lit up like a spring flower. Had the news arrived? It seemed he was eager to share this news with Janice. Janice would surely be delighted. However, the butler stopped him from going out. Wait, Your Highness. Actually, that's not good news. These words successfully pulled Bernard, who was still excited, back to reality. He blinked, looking at the butler in confusion.
Not long after, a knock sounded on Henrietta's door, and she called out, Come in. The moment Bernard opened the door, Henrietta rushed towards him, excitedly exclaiming, I heard! You got a reply from Philochet, didn't you? Tell me, please! Bernard lowered his head, calling her name in a rather awkward tone. Janice, you said they were very important to you, so I'm afraid I have to give you this news. Henrietta's smile froze at his words. Why? What do you mean? Bernard calmly told Henrietta that her letter had not been delivered, because there was no one in the house at all. Henrietta was utterly bewildered, her brows furrowed with worry. But that's impossible. Though not grand, it's still the largest house in Philochet, with a tall Zelkova tree that's clearly visible from afar. Bernard interrupted her. According to the messenger, the Mackenzie family's daughter has gone missing. Henrietta knew this, as that daughter was none other than herself. Yes, Bernard continued, the son died on the battlefield. The Viscount traveled to the capital to appeal regarding his son's death, but then he himself died, the cause unknown. Left alone, the Viscountess could not bear it, and took her own life. Henrietta's vision blurred, and she was so devastated by these shocking tidings that she could barely stand. Hugo died on the battlefield. Noticing Henrietta's unusual demeanor, Bernard quickly called out, Janice, are you listening?
Janice, Henrietta could even hear her own heart pounding with every beat. She never thought things would come to this, but how could this be? Mom and Dad wouldn't let that happen. Mom, Dad. Suddenly, the images of her loved ones in her mind blurred, fading away. Henrietta fell into a panic. What was happening? Suddenly, she felt it hard to breathe, her eyes wide with terror. Immediately after, her body swayed unsteadily. Bernard, seeing her like that, was startled and rushed forward. Janice fell to the ground. To Bernard's horror and bewilderment, he screamed, Janice! At this very moment, even though she could no longer support herself, she still thought of her family. It couldn't be real. Her family knew nothing. I have to go back to Filioche. She continued to chase after her younger brother's figure in the distance. Hugo! Hugo! He had also noticed her presence, so Hugo turned his head. Henrietta! Henrietta screamed, crying as she rushed towards him. Hugo! Henrietta hugged Hugo tightly, sobbing. You're alive! Thank goodness! I thought everyone was... At this moment, Hugo suddenly whispered into her ear, Henrietta, I want to live. The words he had just spoken made Henrietta's heart sink even further. Her heart skipped a beat. Hugo continued, even as his body was disintegrating, I don't want to die.
Henrietta noticed his unusual change and she called out in surprise, Hugo! Hugo vanished from her arms and Henrietta cried out in panic, Hugo! The fire around her grew larger and larger. She was the only one left in the entire grand hall of the building. Henrietta, in extreme helplessness, cried and screamed in pain, Hugo, where are you? In the distance, the blurry figures of two people suddenly appeared beyond the circle of fire. Henrietta cried out, Mother! Father! Her father and mother suddenly called out their daughter's name. Henrietta! They blamed all their misfortunes on their daughter. It's all your fault. You are the reason we had to die so miserably. Their figures gradually disappeared, leaving only the lingering accusations that continued to torment Henrietta's heart. She sobbed, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. While waiting for Henrietta to overcome the crisis on her own, Bernard and the butler went somewhere. The butler spoke, With all due respect, Your Highness, you bear no responsibility whatsoever in this matter. Bernard quickly replied, I know. The sorrow in his eyes was undeniable, to the point where the butler had to remind him. But I should have chosen a more careful way to deliver the news. I was careless. She has been crying and in a coma for many days now. She refuses to eat or drink and has started talking incoherently like someone mentally disturbed. Tell her to wait for me in the study. I want to see her. The butler bowed and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Before stepping into the room, he had to pause for a moment to compose himself.
Bernard opened the door and said, Janice, I'm coming in.
However, as the bright moonlight from outside shone in, he didn't see anyone on the bed. Bernard looked towards the window, and of course, he saw her sitting on the windowsill, the gentle wind blowing her hair. Janice. Bernard seemed to be moved by her sorrowful beauty. Henrietta, however, was completely unaware of it, that he had arrived and was gazing intently at her. Henrietta heard Bernard's voice. "What are you doing there?"
Haven't you had enough space to clear your head? Come down here. Henrietta, completely helpless against reality, said despairingly, Your Highness, I don't deserve to live. I can't. Before she could finish her sentence, Bernard immediately interrupted. Stop. I know who you are, so stop it. The moment he called her full name, Henrietta was utterly astonished. Henrietta Mackenzie, Bernard said in a low, sympathetic voice. I deeply sympathize with your loss, but you must be rational. What would you gain by jumping? This kind of atonement won't bring the dead back to life. Henrietta leaned against the railing and slowly sat down, then sobbed in protest. Sir, you don't know anything, nothing at all. Everyone I loved died because of me. Just living makes me feel tormented. Bernard quickly spoke to reassure her. It's not your fault. It was all an accident. She immediately shouted, asserting, No, it wasn't an accident. It was all a conspiracy. I'm sure of it. Hearing that, he couldn't help but ask skeptically, A conspiracy? You mean they were murdered? Then he stated even more decisively, Then your choice is even more meaningless. Someone else murdered your family, not you. What you need to do is find a way to get revenge, not give up your life.
Hearing that, Henrietta immediately shook her head and choked up, blaming herself, saying, But the truth is they died because of me, and that cannot be changed. You don't know about those people. I can't take revenge even if I wanted to. After hearing these words, Bernard fell silent unconsciously and looked at her for a moment. Then he asked seriously, But does that matter now? If you feel that dying is not an issue, then take a gamble. Even if you fail, you have nothing left to lose. Hearing Bernard say that, Henrietta bowed her head and couldn't help but say self-deprecatingly, But I am still a lonely, useless person, unable to touch them even with a single finger. He immediately asked, Who says you're alone? I will help you. She stared at him stunned and asked, Why? He smiled and continued, I've said it. I will make them pay for spilling royal blood. Not long after, as he followed Bernard, his retainer whined and cried, How could your majesty make such reckless promises without consulting anyone? The other party is the Duke of Brimdell. This could implicate the royal family as well. Are you aware that this could affect the friendly relations between the two nations? He replied nonchalantly, Yes, that's precisely the problem. Even with those friendly relations, they still sent assassins to infiltrate our borders. That is an insult to Belisha. The retainer bowed his head, sobbing and lamenting. Who can stop your majesty now? He reminded him in a low voice, Think about it. This is also a big gamble. Everyone knows that Belisha is stronger than Brimdell, but recently this empire has become too complacent with its position. Fortunately, I heard that the Custon tribe is taking suspicious actions north of Brimdell. Let's seize this opportunity to strengthen national security. Hearing that, the retainer breathed a sigh of relief and said, As expected, your majesty has other intentions. Bernard smiled and continued, It's good that Miss Henrietta is also more determined than ever. Look, Henrietta is quietly sitting and reading a book in front of us.
It made him wonder, what is she doing? He immediately thought, she's sharpening her sword. Then he involuntarily recalled the conversation he had with Henrietta last night. He had told her that she had to prepare very thoroughly before attempting to hunt prey stronger than herself. To succeed, she had to choose her weapon and carefully sharpen it. Herbalism is a good choice, he had said. This garden will be helpful to you. Henrietta, deeply moved, quickly bowed her head in gratitude and said, Thank you, Your Highness, truly. And, I haven't had a chance to ask you yet, but back in my hometown of Filioche, there's one more person, besides my family, a servant. Is there any news about him? Bernard, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, replied, The intelligence reports say that all your household servants have scattered. And there was mention of a slave who held out until the very end, but now that person has also gone missing. She said nothing, slowly bowing her head as tears began to stream down, making her unable to hold back, and she immediately burst into sobs. She recalled memories of her time with Edwin when she helped him cut his hair, where the pendant that held a lock of his hair inside. Suddenly remembering it, Henrietta quickly asked, I lost my pendant during the chaos. It means a lot to me. Bernard gently closed his eyes and softly replied, Unfortunately, there are no reports about it. I'm sorry, Henrietta. She didn't reply, but hoped, thinking to herself, Edwin must still be alive. I've asked the messengers countless times, but they haven't found Edwin's body.
When the time is ripe, I will come find you, so please stay safe until then. At the same time, on a snow-covered road, an overturned carriage lay sprawled in the middle of the road.
Suddenly, someone appeared and slowly walked towards the necklace lying before them, then bent down to pick it up. Then, trembling, they opened the locket and saw inside a lock of golden hair, exactly like the necklace Henrietta had mentioned earlier. And this person was none other than Edwin, now grieving to the point of tears as he held her necklace in his hand, life flowing on despite the cruelties of reality. Autumn faded, winter waned, and the Kustan people relentlessly oppressed Brimdal, even moving south and besieging the palace. Therefore, I cannot stay here indefinitely. I must return to Brimdal as soon as possible. The next day, as she approached Bernard's room, Henrietta hastily opened the door and asked, "Your Highness, are you there? Your Highness, are you still in bed?" He indifferently replied with a, Then he quickly opened his eyes, looked at her, and continued, "I am thinking of a way to make you abandon this idea."
Henrietta had just opened her mouth, "Your Highness?" Before she could even ask, he immediately replied, "That fellow Sean might have been killed by the Kustan army. Countless nobles have already perished in the battle at the palace. Duke Ravani's household wouldn't have escaped either. Do you still want to return to Brimdal, Henrietta? You don't necessarily have to go yourself. Sending someone to check on the Ravani household there would suffice. Therefore, Henrietta, please stay in Belisha." She didn't answer immediately, but gently closed her eyes and pondered for a moment, before finally replying, "No." Hearing her say that, he immediately lost his composure and loudly rebuked her. "Are you stubbornly insisting on going to the battlefield just for someone whose fate is unknown? I forbid it." He hadn't finished speaking when she quickly interrupted, "Your Highness, I have already risked my life once. Sean is not the only reason. There is another important person, the only one left in this world. I haven't heard anything from him yet. If he is still alive, Sean might pursue that person. I'm not sure if I can find him, but the capital is in chaos right now, which is the most opportune time for me to search. So please, I don't want to waste any more time." Although he was very reluctant, Bernard still wanted to ask her for confirmation. "You've made up your mind, haven't you?" Then he suddenly flopped onto the bed and let out a sigh. Before saying, "All right, you may go." Henrietta asked with a hint of disbelief, "Are you serious?" He hesitated and pondered for a moment. Then quickly laid down a condition. "But you cannot go alone. I will send a guard with you. You must not be by yourself."
She replied with a polite smile, "You don't need to worry too much about me. What a warm-hearted person." Hearing this, he asked with a hint of pique, "Do you think my heart is made of stone?" She innocently replied, "Well, everyone says you are that kind of person. Belisha's #1 philanderer, the king of troublemakers. What else?" He quickly interrupted, "Do you still want a bodyguard?" The next day, outside the castle, someone suddenly burst out laughing. As she walked towards Henrietta's carriage, she suddenly turned her head back, silently recalling her recent conversation with Bernard. "Your Highness, the philanderer, do you know?" he had asked with a faint smile. "What is it?" "You cold-blooded, heartless Henrietta." She sincerely bowed her head in gratitude and said, "I tried to commit suicide, but thanks to you I am still alive now. I don't know how to make you understand my gratitude." He quickly interrupted, "Stop, don't mention it. It sounds like a farewell. If you appreciate me that much, then try to return safely." Silently recalling this, Henrietta turned her head back and gazed at the castle, which was slowly fading from view behind her, then silently replied in her heart, "Yes, at this very moment, in Palasnos."
A village lay between the borders of Belisha and Brimdal. Knight Commander Jonathan quickly explained the current situation to Henrietta. "We are very close to Brimdal, but it seems the village hasn't been drawn into the battle yet. We need to prepare thoroughly before advancing further. I'll go find lodging now. You should find a warm place to stay for the time being." Hearing him say that, she quickly made her way to a nearby tavern, opened the door, and stepped inside. Not long after entering, she inadvertently overheard a conversation among the patrons. "What if we too are in danger? There's no way Kustan would sign its sights on Belisha. Haven't you heard? Kustan's Black Knight. He wears black armor and slaughters enemies without mercy. Before, Kustan couldn't penetrate Brimdal's northern territories, but thanks to that Black Knight, who seemingly fell from the sky, they overcame everything. That's why they were able to besiege Brimdal's palace. We can't help but be worried."
Upon hearing these words, Henrietta couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself, "Kustan's Black Knight, Edwin, please don't let anything happen to him." As she thought this, Henrietta bowed her head in silence for a moment, and the atmosphere around her seemed to grow heavier, as if sadness and silence were enveloping everything. Just then, Knight Commander Jonathan entered the tavern and approached her, asking, "Miss Henrietta, across that road there's an inn with vacant rooms. Shall we spend the night there and leave tomorrow morning?" Hearing this, she stood up and replied with a smile, "All right." Suddenly, a young man rushed in, breathless and frantic, shouting, "Kustan, Kustan! Kustan's army has captured Brimdal Palace." Hearing this, Jonathan widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, "What?" Henrietta added, stunned, "How can that be?" The man in purple couldn't help but say in shock, "They only poured into the capital 10 days ago. How did they breach the gates so quickly?" The young man hastily continued, "Both the king and the prince have been executed by them, and that's not all. They've rounded up all the nobles in the capital. The entire city has completely fallen. They say it's now nothing short of a living hell." Hearing this, the others began to murmur, "It must be that Black Knight. He'll wipe out the entire empire." Henrietta couldn't believe what she had just heard and was overwhelmed, thinking to herself, how could it come to this? The entire royal family perished? Then what about Sean, that Sean? To quickly get an answer to her question, she hastily asked, "Have you heard any news about the Rogani family? What happened to Duke Rogani and his family?"
He replied with a slight start, "I don't know that name, miss, but I've heard that the higher the rank of a noble, the more tragic their fate. Kustan's soldiers will immediately seize any noble they see." The others, hearing this, continued to whisper and discuss. How can they possibly rise up when Kustan is suppressing Brimdel so brutally? Remember, the king once went mad after hearing a prophecy and then wiped out an entire noble family. He was truly blind. The real threat, it turns out, is Kustan. That evening, at the inn where Henrietta was staying overnight, she lay sprawled on her bed, recalling what Jonathan had said to her earlier. "Lady Henrietta, given the current situation, I suggest we return to the castle. At this moment, Kustan will be focusing on Brimble, and this village is too close to the border. It's not safe." Hearing this, she felt a pang of reluctance and quickly negotiated. "But Brimdel is right there. I can't turn back now." Jonathan continued in a serious tone. "As you said, my mission is to escort you to Brimdel. However, I have a paramount duty, which is to ensure your safety, and that is also a crucial order from His Royal Highness Prince Bernard. Therefore, I cannot take you to that battlefield. We will return to Belisha at dawn. Please come with me." After the recollection faded, Henrietta closed her eyes and pondered silently. "The attack is probably much harsher than I imagined. I can't believe the entire royal family is dead."
What about Sean? I hope he's okay, because he has to die by my hand. Huh? I can't just go back like this. Edwin is still in Brimdel. Kustan soldiers probably won't pay attention to a small remote village like Filiosh just yet. Actually, this is good. Now that guy Sean won't be able to chase me. I need to talk to Sir Jonathan when dawn comes. Edwin must have escaped somewhere else by now, but, Edwin, I hope you haven't gone too far. At the same time, at the watchtower of Filiosh village, while the guard was yawning sleepily, he suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" He then widened his eyes to carefully observe the long red-orange light glowing in the forest ahead. As he looked even closer, he saw several red flags fluttering, along with the loud shouts of charging vanguard soldiers echoing throughout the forest. Seeing this, his face turned pale, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably from fear. He then hastily shouted the alarm, "Attack! Kustan is attacking!"
Henrietta, who was in her room, was utterly shocked by what she saw, so she inwardly exclaimed, "Oh my!" The next second, the alarm bells immediately rang out, along with the loud shouts of the guards. "Alarm! Alarm! Kustan is attacking!" Henrietta was utterly stunned by this, so she widened her eyes and thought, "Oh my, have they started hunting Belisha already?" Just then, Jonathan suddenly opened the door and urgently said, "Miss Henrietta, we must leave immediately." A moment later, downstairs at the end, while waiting for him to load the luggage onto the horses, she nervously looked around and fearfully thought, "Kustan truly is more powerful than before, but why so fast? Bremdel must have inflicted heavy damage on them." After the luggage was loaded, Jonathan announced, "We can leave now, miss. Arrowfield Castle is not far from here. We will go there." Henrietta quickly turned her head to look back, then reluctantly said, "But Sir Jonathan, Bremdel, Edwin are right there." He quickly interjected, "If Kustan were not attacking Belisha, I would certainly take you to Brimdel as you wish, but now things are no longer as they were. Wherever their footsteps fall, destruction will follow. Clearly, all roads leading to Brimdel have become battlefields. My duty is to protect you, and I must also report Kustan's attack to the capital. At Arrowfield, there are messenger pigeons we can use, and I can also request reinforcements. Miss Henrietta, please consider the suffering that the innocent people here must endure."
"Please, Shanko, I sincerely beg you." Henrietta quickly clasped her hands together and bowed her head, hesitating for a moment. Then, with tears welling up in her eyes, she said, "All right, let's go to Arrowfield." The next morning at Arrowfield Castle, Sir Jonathan had reported the attack to the capital, and we anxiously awaited a reply. It must have been a shock to them, but the nation immediately dispatched troops to Arrowfield. The following morning, Jonathan suddenly entered and announced, "The soldiers are almost here, miss. Would you like to come outside with me?" A moment later, outside the castle, upon seeing the person opposite him, the man in the blue cloak respectfully greeted, "It is a great honor to meet you, your highness." Suddenly seeing her appear there greatly surprised Bernard, so he quickly called out, "Henrietta." She stared in astonishment and replied, "Your highness, why are you?" Before she could finish her question, he immediately ran to her and embraced her. Then he couldn't help but sigh in relief and say,
You're safe. I've been so worried about you since I heard about the attack. I missed you.
Are you hurt? She replied, a little flustered. I'm perfectly fine. But why are you here? I thought you were supposed to be at the palace. Bernard smiled and continued. As I just said, I came to see you. Henrietta, hearing this, said somewhat reproachfully, Your Highness, this is no time for jokes. He felt a bit dejected when she said that, so he sighed and explained, I simply wanted to let you know how happy I am to see you. All right, I'm here to monitor the movements of the Kustan forces. The attack was too swift and unpredictable. Suddenly, a soldier spoke up. Your Highness, the Kustan troops captured at Belaisnos have been brought here. The interrogation will commence soon. Bernard, upon hearing this, immediately spoke. I'll be right there. Henrietta, hearing him, asked somewhat hesitantly, Your Highness, may I accompany you? A short while later, at the interrogation, despite being bound, the Kustan soldier still smiled arrogantly and said, We, the Kustan people, will never falter. Grimdel has been utterly destroyed by us, beyond any hope of recovery. The disobedient royals and nobles have all been sent to their demise by us. Belisha, just await your impending doom. Hearing this, Jonathan couldn't help but say uneasily, If he's telling the truth, then the Kustan forces won't stop at Belaisnos, but will advance deep into our capital. Bernard added angrily, The Kustan people and that dark knight have both lost their minds.
I will teach them how those who dare to oppose Belisha will be utterly destroyed by us. Imprison him. The soldiers shouted in unison, Understood. Henrietta unexpectedly spoke up to stop them. Wait a moment. If all the nobles are dead, what about the Rawani family? A soldier from the Kustan army suddenly spoke. Rawani? Ah, I remember them. They're also gone. Not a single one of them is alive. Our leader generously sent them to the other world. Those fools begged for their lives until the very last moment. You should have seen it. Bernard immediately shouted an order. Take him away. As soon as Henrietta heard his words, she bowed her head, then stammered in shock. No, Sin. Seeing that she seemed unwell, he called out, Henrietta. Then he silently watched her and said nothing more. She didn't lift her head, but asked in a daze, Is Sean dead? The next morning at the mansion, Bernard dejectedly opened the room door. She was standing motionless by the window. Seeing her, he couldn't help but softly call her name. Henrietta. I'm so sorry. He bowed his head, his eyes clearly showing regret that her revenge had not come to fruition. She clenched her hands tightly without saying a word. Then he informed Henrietta, I must depart now. This sudden statement stunned her, and she instantly turned to look at him. Bernard also stated frankly, Kustan soldiers have advanced very close to the capital. I will confront them at the intermediate location of Sigmund, so Henrietta. She stared at him with wide, stunned eyes. Please return to Belisha and stay safely in the castle. The second prince's only wish right now is for you to do so. He also understood her loss. I understand your feelings right now, but please think carefully. Henrietta was lost in thought, his words still echoing in her ears. Your enemy is gone, and how dangerous would it be to go looking for the person you care about in Brimdel right now? The Kustan have already occupied all roads leading to Brimdel.
Bernard reminded her one last time, so please return to the castle. I must stop the soldiers in Sigmund. She mumbled, finally speaking her mind. Your Highness, she earnestly pleaded with the second prince, take me with you. What? He gasped, stunned by the request. He hastily and frantically explained. Sigmund will become a bloody battlefield. The front lines are no joke. There, his face began to flush. I won't be able to look after you. Henrietta's eyes welled up with tears. But Your Highness, I must go at all costs. Please allow me to follow you. The second prince sighed softly, calling her name. Henrietta, you've tried your best. He was utterly worried for her, his eyes also tearful. I can help you live without worries. It's time for you to overcome the past and seek a new life in Belicia. The second prince still refused her earnest plea. I will not allow you to put yourself in danger again. She shook her head in protest. No, Your Highness. She recalled the past. The only reason I had to learn about herbs was so I could get revenge on Sin. Yes, she admitted. I was devastated when I learned he could die so easily. Henrietta placed her hand on her chest. I no longer have any chance to kill him, nor can I even find Edwin. Bernard was stunned to hear her say that. Henrietta. She became even more resolute in her intention. Therefore, I must do everything within my power. Henrietta even volunteered herself for a role to avoid being a burden to him. My knowledge of herbs could be useful on the battlefield.
And after everything ends, perhaps I will go look for Edwin. She clasped her hands tightly. I want to be more useful. The second prince was swayed by her words and no longer tried to dissuade her from returning. Bernard sighed. How can I refuse someone with such strong determination? Your Highness. She stepped forward and touched his cheek. With teary eyes, she told him, as if to make up for her wish, You saved my life, and now it's time for me to support your battle. Henrietta assured him, I won't be a burden, I promise. All right, he finally let go of the knot in his heart. But you must be truly prepared. He pulled her hand down and held it. The place you're going is a battlefield. She nodded firmly.
Certainly.
Outside, horses galloped, Sigmund Fortress. Everyone in the city was rushing to do their work. Henrietta called out to her assistants. "We still haven't gotten the supplies out. Please bring the herbs over quickly." She put things down and told the person next to her, "We need bandages at every outpost, and clean water too." After delegating everything, Henrietta sighed, wiping away the beads of sweat. "Stay safe," she murmured, looking up at the fortress high above. Up above, a dense group of people stood on the ramparts, waiting for the opportune moment. The leader was Second Prince Bernard. "They're here," he announced. In the distance, an army bearing red banners was already looming, advancing to engage in battle. The army below was steadily approaching the fortress. "Halt!" The dense army below looked up at the city walls. Their commanders ordered the troops, "Do not advance." Jonathan frowned slightly. He had finally appeared. The Black Knight of Kustan, the masked figure, stood at the forefront. Bernard frowned. "The Kustan people and that knight will not be allowed to advance any further." From atop the city walls, the second prince's voice commanded, "All soldiers, to your defensive positions." The soldiers obeyed. Below, the Black Knight possessed terrifying eyes that stared intently at Sigmund. Cannons continuously fired at the city walls, each volley weakening them further until they could no longer withstand the assault. "Your Highness," at this critical moment, Jonathan rushed to report. "Your Highness, the eastern wall has collapsed." Bernard was stunned and astonished. "They're charging in frantically." He glanced at the crumbling wall, then turned back to ask him, "How long will it take to rebuild that wall?" Jonathan was taken aback by his words. "But, Your Highness, how can that be?" The second prince snapped. "No, no one is allowed to show doubt in front of me." He bellowed orders down below. "Use stones, use wood, use anything you can find to repair it. Once this defensive line collapses, the Kustan army will surely flood into the capital." Hearing Bernard's words, Jonathan surveyed the situation and reported, "It will probably take at least an hour." He nodded in agreement. "Good."
"I will bring 4,000 soldiers," Jonathan hastily announced, but Bernard was stunned and disagreed. "Impossible," Jonathan shouted. "You want to go to battle yourself? That's too dangerous. Let me go instead." But Bernard shook his head disapprovingly and simply replied, "You understand why. Only I, the Prince of Belicia, am capable of drawing their attention." Meanwhile, he instructed the elder, who was trying to resign himself, "You all must repair the wall at all costs." "As you command." The prince's words, like ancient decrees, were impossible not to obey. Fierce, thundering, and noisy fighting was still raging fiercely just below Sigmund Fortress. "Do not falter," the second prince shouted, urging his soldiers. "We must stop them." "Your Highness," a soldier reported urgently, "the situation is becoming complicated. We will be surrounded from behind." "Damn it," he gnashed his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a terrifying aura made even Bernard shiver. The neighing of a horse blocked the second prince's path. The Black Knight Kustan was staring in this direction. He muttered, "It's the Black Knight of Kustan." His Highness also clearly felt the dread this person brought. "Stand still. You must be the commander," the second prince said, frowning, speaking first. He steered his horse closer. "My name is Bernard Chinchilla Shane Paskert, Supreme Commander of Belicia," he solemnly informed him, then shouted, "Black Knight from the west, state your name." The other man continued to stare at him without missing a second, his eyes exuding an even stronger sense of danger. Without a word, he drew his blood-stained sword. The second prince, composed, still reasoned. "Do you possess no knightly etiquette?" "Retreat," he ordered. "I swear on my honor, you will return home without a single hair harmed." He glanced at him contemptuously and replied, "Return unscathed? Who are you to dare warn us?" Bernard already held his gleaming sword in hand. The Black Knight was ready to strike. "This place will become your grave." The neighing horse, following its master's will, charged forward to meet the challenge. The Black Knight wasted no words and attacked directly. His Highness trembled as he stared straight ahead. The rumors were true. He was even stronger than he had thought. At this moment, the Black Knight still held the upper hand. Fortunately, Bernard still managed to escape danger in time. The clash of two swords echoed once more. Clang! He panted, his strength already half depleted. Seeing the second prince's dazed eyes, the Black Knight seemed to seize the newly presented opportunity. He swung a precise sword strike that Bernard could not possibly parry in time. Immediately, a sword struck deeply into the armor. "Your Highness!" The startled soldier shouted loudly, calling his name. He muttered, his gaze fixed on the opponent, whose armor was now splattered with blood. Having struck through the armor, Bernard staggered on his horse and then fell down, near the infirmary. An aide quickly ran inside to inform Henrietta that many people were being brought in. She let out a sigh of relief. "All right." She panicked, quickly grabbing her tools. Did His Highness use himself as bait? "Please, don't let anything happen," she prayed, closing her eyes. At this moment, as she was bandaging a soldier, she suddenly heard a strange signal. Up above, black smoke was approaching. What's happening? Henrietta's heart seemed to stop.
"Your Highness, is something wrong?" She anxiously looked up at the deserted city wall, where the activity on top of the wall intensified.
Bernard's aide suddenly appeared, shouting, "Let's go, quickly!" This stunned Henrietta even more. "What?" She hurried closer, patting him and asking, "What's going on out there?" He angrily yelled, "Damn it, don't block the way, I have to go now." A terrifying thought flashed through Henrietta's mind, making her panic. What was happening? Receiving no answer, she quickly turned and ran. Henrietta ran up the stairs to the city wall. Standing there, she looked down, her stunned gaze freezing her. Second Prince Bernard was in a desperate situation, surrounded by spilled blood. He had a fatal wound and had been thrown from his horse. The situation was extremely perilous. "Your Highness!" Henrietta cried out in alarm, rushing down the stairs. She quickly grabbed a bow and arrows and a knight's helmet, then dashed out beyond the city gate. The knights there were also stunned by Henrietta's actions. "You?" Ignoring all the shouts behind you, "where are you going?" Henrietta skillfully mounted a horse and rode out of the fortress. "Miss Henrietta!" No one could stop her now. Outside the border, the second prince's life was more imperiled than ever. The Black Knight raised his blood-stained sword towards him. "Prince Belicia, at least I can take your life, to make you pay for your sins, even if it's late." It turned out he had come to exact revenge for an old grudge, but Bernard truly didn't understand his words. "What do you mean?" He frowned in confusion. At that moment, the other man dismounted, stepping forward, intending to take his life. "You know me?" "How could I not know?" He raised his sword forward. "I hate you and curse you to your very bones." The sword was raised precisely, and his eyes, looking at Bernard, were filled with bone-deep hatred. "Damn it!" Bernard was caught off guard and could do nothing. "Your Highness!" Instantly, Henrietta galloped forward. She had her bow and arrow ready to shoot. Henrietta, stunned, looked towards the scene.
Her scream also made the Dark Knight freeze and stop. Henrietta calmly shot an arrow the moment she seized the golden opportunity. His eyes widened in shock as the arrow whizzed forward. Before he could react, the arrow struck him directly in the right side of his chest. "Your Highness," she softly called to him, "please get up quickly. Your Highness, a troop is also approaching from behind. The wall is almost repaired. Jonathan's army has come to our rescue. We must quickly help them." "Take him back to the fortress," he roared, giving orders to the entire squad. They quickly fled. The Dark Knight, clutching his side, stared intently at Henrietta. She felt his gaze and looked back. He stood silently, staring at her, until he disappeared from view. The gate was also closed. The battle at Sickman had caused heavy losses for Belicia. The fortress was heavily damaged, many people were seriously wounded, and physicians were constantly on standby. This included Prince Bernard, whose close aide was deeply concerned, as the prince was no longer able to fight. Conversely, Kustan's attack had failed. While Bernard was trying to stop the enemy at Sickman, Belicia had allied with neighboring countries and secretly dispatched its remaining forces to Kustan. The troops attacking Belicia had to withdraw to return and defend their homeland. Everything seemed to be over, but Second Prince Bernard was still in a coma after that battle. Not only his close aide, but Henrietta was also by his side to encourage him. "You must try to pull through, Your Highness. Just a little more," she urged, worried to the extreme. Outside the room door, at the very border of Sickman Fortress, a watchful gaze always followed this direction.
The Black Knight always hid silently under the moonlight. Another day passed, and his retainer breathed a sigh of relief. His lordship had passed the critical stage. But he still couldn't shake off his worry. "At this moment, we need to monitor his lordship's condition. I will look after him." Henrietta wished to personally care for the man who had saved her life. The retainer and the maid bowed in gratitude, leaving her to her private space. The chamber door closed tightly. Bernard remained silent on the bed, without a single movement. With tears welling up, she softly called out to him, "Your Highness." Night fell once more over Sickman. The gate was strictly guarded by rotating shifts of soldiers. There were also men on duty atop the city walls, when suddenly one of them looked surprised. "The Black Knight is entering the city gate. Quickly, state your identity." "There's an armored figure down there." A few knights whispered urgently among themselves, "Report to Sir Jonathan." "Who are you?" A squad of soldiers immediately surrounded him, pointing their spears. "Are you an assassin?" "Wait, he is—" One of them suddenly remembered having seen this man before. "I've seen him on the battlefield, the Black Knight." Everyone became alarmed. He also touched the sword at his hip. The squad of knights grew even more vigilant. Henrietta suddenly awoke to the commotion outside.
"What's going on?" she murmured, as it seemed a bit noisy outside. At this moment, Bernard was also vaguely regaining consciousness after his stupor, and she quickly focused on him. "Your Highness!" He was dazed, as her face increasingly appeared before his eyes, and she smiled gratefully. "Ah, thank heavens! Let me go call a doctor." Bernard placed a hand on his forehead, wincing. "Damn it, I almost lost my life." "Your Highness!" At this moment, Jonathan anxiously rushed in with news. "You're awake?" The scene inside astonished him. Behind him, a close aide quickly stopped him. "Sir Jonathan, His Highness needs rest." He bowed apologetically first. "Please forgive me, but this matter is very urgent. At the gate, we have apprehended." The two focused their attention on Sir Jonathan. "That Dark Knight?" Henrietta was supporting Bernard on the way to the interrogation, with Jonathan close by behind them.
Jonathan explained in detail that the night guards had reported seeing an enemy standing outside the city gate. At first, they tried to apprehend him, believing him to be an assassin, but in fact, he was that Dark Knight, and even Jonathan couldn't understand the Dark Knight's intentions. Even stranger was that the sword he had touched at the time was thrown to the ground, showing no intention of fighting. He also showed no intention of resisting. The second prince fell into contemplation after hearing him finish his account. Didn't the entire Kustan army retreat? A perplexing event was unfolding without any explanation. Why is he here alone? Perhaps he's afraid to face the consequences? Jonathan offered a hypothesis, but then he also countered. Or it's a trap. Whatever the reason, he hasn't said a single word during interrogation. Bernard casually dismissed the matter. That's not necessary. He is the biggest culprit in this war. The second prince sternly declared, "We will pass judgment on him."
Henrietta looked up at him, his face stern, as he made his declaration. Today would be the day his fate was sealed. For some inexplicable reason, Henrietta had been feeling uneasy for a while now. He had reached the hall. Below them, the Dark Knight knelt abjectly. "If you think surrendering will earn you clemency, you are mistaken." Bernard, his face grim, recalled that dark past. "You led the Kustan army and carried out a barbaric massacre in Brimdal, harming innocent people in Belicia. A blood debt must be paid with blood. Atone for your crimes with your life." Faced with these judgments, the Dark Knight remained silent. "Belicia hereby sentences you," the second prince ordered, "to death." He still didn't utter a single word. At that moment, he merely managed to look up, his gaze fixed on the girl directly behind Bernard. She also noticed the Dark Knight staring at her. She murmured, "That will surely be a terrible sight, but why does it feel like he's looking at me?" Suddenly, tears began to drip onto the floor, right where the Dark Knight was kneeling. This stunned both of them. "Why?" she murmured, staring at him. He was crying, tears streaming down, beyond his control. The Dark Knight was truly crying. This astonished everyone in the great hall, but they all looked on with disdain, thinking, does even a wretch like this Dark Knight fear death? Bernard looked at him coldly, but his heart was filled with a myriad of complex emotions.
Henrietta also looked on in astonishment. That moment was truly strange. The Black Knight, who had destroyed Brimdal and struck fear into all of Belicia, was now shedding tears. Time gradually passed, and the day of execution arrived. Henrietta hid in a corner, observing everything. Before that, Second Prince Bernard had indeed warned her. "Henrietta, don't go there today. It's not a pleasant sight. The war has been haunting enough. After the execution, I plan to return to the capital." As he said this, he was embarrassed and dared not look her in the eye. He sighed softly. "Until now, I have always shirked my duties and responsibilities. I mistakenly believed that living as a carefree prince would bring me peace." She was surprised to hear him confide. "But now I have changed my mind." Bernard became more resolute about his own responsibilities. "The kingdom of Brimdal has fallen, and there are Kustan and its allies. Every action they take will directly affect Belicia. That's why," he looked straight ahead, "I will not run away anymore." "You mean," Henrietta gasped in astonishment, "you want to become king?" "Yes," he smiled, informing her.
She also constantly praised him. "Surely your majesty will be a great king, I know it." Her eyes began to well up, even if it meant their distance would grow even further. Bernard smiled. "Further? Henrietta," he asked, taking her hand. "Do you want to return to the capital with me? I want you to always be by my side." Henrietta exclaimed in surprise. "Your Highness!" Not letting her finish her sentence, he interrupted. "I understand the pain you've endured, and I also know what kept you from falling apart. But I swear, even if I cannot make everything go back to how it was before, in the future, I will do everything to protect you. No one will be allowed to scorn you." "Your Highness!" She stared at him, stunned. He reached out and took her trembling hand. Henrietta was stunned by his action.
"No, you don't have to answer right now, and Bernard wouldn't dare force you. We still have time. I will wait for you, now and in the future." A sound came from outside the door. "Are you there, Your Highness? Jonathan is waiting outside for you. We are ready." He reluctantly put aside matters of the heart. "All right, I'm coming." Henrietta, before leaving, the second prince didn't forget to look back. "Please consider what I've said." "I didn't expect him to say that," she mused, pondering everything. "His Highness is both warm and kind, but I'm still not sure," Henrietta began to doubt. Because in that moment, when she and the Black Knight's eyes met, why did he cry? What did that mean? He was the one who made her this way, yet she had a feeling she had missed something truly important. "Forgive me, Your Highness," Henrietta had found her own answer. "For some reason, I have to see with my own eyes, which is why I am here today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to give you an answer." The Black Knight was in the courtyard, awaiting execution. Bernard wasted no more time. "Execute him." The executioner prepared his blade, ready. At this moment, the executioner was preparing to remove the Black Knight's helmet.
Once the helmet was removed, his bright blonde hair was revealed for all to see. The Black Knight's helmet was cast aside, mirroring her own tumultuous emotions. Henrietta stared silently ahead. His image, became clear before her eyes. Those eyes, the person she knew so well, the Black Knight, was Edwin. Tears had welled up in Henrietta's eyes without her realizing it.
"Egwin!" she cried out the Dark Knight's name, then rushed towards him. "No, stop!" She ran down to the execution ground to prevent everything from happening. Upstairs, Second Prince Bernard was also stunned to see her appear here. Henrietta. "Your Highness, I beg of you," she pleaded urgently to Bernard, blocking his way. "Please, don't kill him." From outside, a voice rang out. "Miss Henrietta, I believe you understand His Highness's position." Jonathan nervously reminded her that she only had a few minutes. Henrietta understood his worry and concern. She softly said, "Please don't worry, Mr. Jonathan." Henrietta nodded repeatedly, reiterating, thank you very much." Then Jonathan left, gently pulling the door shut. Henrietta turned back to look, curious. The person sitting in the dungeon corner was Egwin. When she saw Egwin, her heart skipped a beat. Henrietta thought to herself, I once thought he was in a very distant place. How did things turn out like this now? Her hand gently touched the wooden bar of the cell. Her heart filled with turmoil. I was ready to give up everything, just for a chance to see him one last time. Her eyes were fixed on Egwin. Tears welled up uncontrollably. Henrietta whispered, "But not like this. It hurts too much. My heart aches too much." Henrietta stood outside, helplessly calling his name. "Egwin, please say something." Her call reached Egwin's ears, but he showed no reaction. Receiving his silence, her hand gently tightened its grip on the wooden bar. Henrietta wondered, "Why?" Henrietta softly asked, "You didn't reveal your identity. You almost died."
Henrietta collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to speak. "All this time, I still didn't know where you were, or rather, I didn't even know if you were still alive." At this moment, Henrietta cried out, "All I want is to see you again." Overwhelmed by sorrow, her body grew tired and collapsed, her voice a soft whimper. But why? Henrietta clutched the wooden beam tightly with both hands, crying out in despair, "You're my last remaining family. Why?" She wondered aloud, "Why did you try so hard to disappear?" At this moment, her words made Edwin open his eyes. His body trembled slightly. Edwin, limp as a cooked noodle, lifted his head. Edwin's voice echoed out, making Henrietta freeze. "I'm sorry, Miss Henrietta." Edwin cowered, not daring to look at her face. He mumbled each word. "But I didn't dare to say who I was." The more Edwin spoke, the more his body trembled, and his voice grew softer and softer. "I've become a terrible, disgusting person." He sighed. "I didn't want you to see that." Hearing him say that, tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down. Henrietta stammered, "But—" The two spoke, separated by a wall, but Henrietta didn't notice. From outside, she tried to ask, "Tell me, Edwin, what happened to you?" At this moment, the necklace suddenly lit up. Edwin sobbed, his voice choked with emotion. "I thought you were dead." Edwin recalled, "When I went to Bengola Fortress to deliver that letter, young Hugo had already gone to the battlefield. I assumed it would take a long time, and I also thought that if the letter had been delivered, the summons would be canceled soon. But when I returned, you weren't there anymore. Everything was wrong. No one knew where you were. I decided to set out to find you. At that time, the battle was raging fiercely."
Edwin recounted that not long after, a letter arrived, which was Hugo's death notice. Both his parents were shocked by the death letter. Mr. Mackenzie immediately went to the capital to denounce the absurdity of the situation. "But I felt something was wrong, so I went to confront that scoundrel to ask about it. He kept repeating that she had already gone to Berlicia." A flood of memories rushed back, Edwin added. "By the time I got there, it was already too late." Edwin recalled, "I only found a burnt corpse and a necklace." At that moment, Edwin picked up the necklace, his body trembling, tears streaming down, his sobs growing louder. Edwin sighed, "My mind was completely blank." Returning to reality, recalling those painful memories, the grief of loss he experienced, Edwin confided, "When I think that she no longer exists in this world." Hearing his heartfelt confessions and learning that he had thought himself dead, Henrietta was stunned and softly called out, "Edwin." At this moment, a painful memory flashed through Edwin's mind. He recalled that while he was away, Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie had passed away one after another.
Edwin whispered, "There's nothing left. I couldn't protect the ones I loved." Finally, the assassins sent by Sean appeared. I was forced to run, but I wasn't trying to flee. Edwin recounted helplessly, "I hate what made you and everyone else endure this suffering. I hate the cruel world that took you so far away from me. I was ready to make everyone involved pay."
and I became a soldier, then easily became the commander-in-chief. As Edwin put on his military uniform, Edwin admitted, I exploited my status as the sole survivor of the Redford family. No one thought I was two-faced. At that time, the entire city was engulfed in flames and death. The image of Sean, beaten to a pulp and defeated, at Edwin's feet. I struck him first, Edwin recalled. I asked him why he killed her, and he just babbled things I couldn't understand. Edwin's face flushed. His cold eyes flickered for a moment. Edwin emphasized, Why did you kill her? Wasn't I enough for you? Sean, his face covered in blood, screamed, Damn it! All right, I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. Seeing Edwin approach him sword in hand, Sean panicked backed away. You can take the Duke's position and return to being a nobleman.
Seeing Edwin remain deadly silent, Sean quickly knelt down again. How about all my assets? His desperate fear of death only disgusted Edwin further. At this point, all negotiations were futile. As Sean realized the danger was inescapable, he blurted out a curse. Damn it! His blood boiling, Sean roared, All I need to do is find someone exactly like that female rat, right? Each of his words gave the sword in Edwin's hand a reason to pause at Sean's neck. Edwin's face flushed crimson with cold fury. Then a spray of blood erupted, and Edwin sighed. I killed him with my own hands. The room fell silent again, the metallic scent of blood pervading everything. Edwin's tears fell unconsciously, and he whispered, But I still can't bring you back to me. Hearing his unspoken thoughts, Harrietta's tears fell uncontrollably. Flashing back to the past, Edwin stood alone, sword in hand, before the royal family, who were bound and kneeling before him. The prophetess knelt beside them, her face tense as she reminded him, Edwin de Vere Redford, as I foretold, you have come to destroy Burdell as Duke Redford. At this, Edwin tightened his grip on the sword, protesting. No! Edwin raised his sword high and declared, This has nothing to do with any prophecy. You are the one who caused the downfall of this kingdom.
His every word was like a blow to the prophetess's head, silencing her. Then a stream of fresh blood spurted out. The king looked at the prophetess's lifeless body and screamed in terror. The king, terrified, stumbled backward, muttering, I knew this would happen. I knew you red foxes were a menace to the kingdom. The prince spoke up tensely. Edwin, come to your senses. You're harming innocent people. Edwin's eyes grew deep and somber. He softly called, Your Highness. Edwin delivered the news. Hugo Mackenzie, the son you promised to protect, has died on the battlefield. Upon hearing Edwin's words, the prince's face turned pale. Edwin added, The entire Mackenzie family is dead. What about their lives? Edwin wondered. Aren't they innocent people? The king, having overheard the conversation, frowned and asked, Mackenzie? The king quickly asked, Are you talking about the girl we sent to Belicia? At this, the prince was even more surprised. He turned back in confusion. Father, what are you talking about? Fearing all blame would fall on him, the king forcefully reasoned. That decision was made to protect this kingdom and the royal family.
He seemed to lose control, becoming pathetic in the face of the justifications. I must protect Brimdell, protect the throne from Belicia. No, I would never let my daughter marry that debauched prince. At this point, he again used Edwin's identity as an excuse. You are a Redford. You must obey all royal commands. You should be grateful that we showed you sympathy, which is why you were still alive today. Each of his words infuriated Edwin. He raised his sword towards him, knocking his crown off. His Highness next to him widened their eyes and shrieked, Father! Edwin gritted his teeth and repeated, You killed her when she had done nothing wrong. I don't want to hear another word of justification. The crown then rolled and fell to the ground. Edwin bowed his head and sighed after the tense moments. At that moment, the disheveled and ruined king wailed in despair, Belicia, the Prince of Belicia. Edwin mused. If their escort had done a good job protecting her, she wouldn't have died. But his mind became increasingly muddled, each reason presented contradicting the last. Edwin shook his head, rethinking. No, if they had forced Brimdell to marry, if they hadn't incited the king to send her away, he pictured the debauched prince reveling with two beautiful women, calmly laughing before her cold body, and the image made Edwin himself shudder. Edwin whispered, Prince Bernard, are you living so well after killing her? At this thought, anger surged and he gritted his teeth. Edwin stated, I thought she was dead because Belicia couldn't protect her, so I swore to myself that I would make Belicia pay a heavy price.
As Edwin raised his sword, intending to finish off Belicia, someone on horseback holding a bow and arrow aimed at him, Edwin recounted. But the moment I realized she was still alive, hidden beneath that armor was a gaze so much like Harrietta's, who was now aiming the arrow at me. Immediately after, Edwin cried out, Harrietta! The words had barely left his lips when the arrow struck his chest and blood splattered. Then Harrietta rode away with Belicia. Witnessing their departure, Edwin's legs froze in confusion. For a moment, Harrietta turned back to look at him. Edwin, bewildered, murmured, Thank heavens. Overwhelmed by the physical shock and the heavy emotional blow, his body immediately gave way. Edwin recounted, "I gave up everything. That very night, I surrendered myself to Belisha to atone for my sins." The guards who saw him were all struck with cold sweat. Back in the present, Edwin declared, "I will not run away. I accept all punishment." Edwin murmured sadly, "But first, just this one last time, I wish to see you as you are now." Hearing his request, Henrietta wept even more bitterly.
Edwin's hand gently clung to his frail body. "I know it's too late to say this," but Edwin expressed, "I feel at peace now, because you are still safe." Henrietta stared blankly at him inside, regretting that she couldn't enter. In the large room, she was kneeling at Bernard's feet. Henrietta mumbled, "Please, Your Highness." But Bernard ignored what she said. "Please, Your Highness." Henrietta nervously fiddled with her hands and softly said, "Please save him." Her words made Bernard fall into contemplation. Henrietta's tears streamed down, her voice catching in a soft sob. "I cannot live without him. I don't want him to die." Seeing her desperate blind obsession, Bernard irritably turned around and yelled, "Henrietta, do you know what you're saying?" Each of his words was like a knife piercing her heart. Bernard reminded her of Edwin's every sin. "He led an army to attack my country, and because of him, countless Belician people were dragged into the battle. He took too many lives." Bernard felt it was ridiculous, putting a hand to his head, his voice full of reproach. "And you want me to save him? Do you think that's possible?" Every word Bernard said was true, but Henrietta tried to cling to a sliver of hope. "I'm not defending what he did to Belisha." Bernard wondered, "Then why are you doing this?" His question suddenly flustered her, her hands clutching her dress until it wrinkled. Henrietta stammered, "It's because—" Henrietta replied, "I love him." Hearing her confession made Bernard stand dumbfounded. At this moment, regaining her courage, Henrietta looked up and admitted, "I love him, Your Highness." Henrietta expressed, "If someone must bear the consequences, please let me take responsibility." She knelt before Bernard, her words firm and resolute. "I will do anything. I will die if you wish." At this moment, her eyes filled with tears, her mouth pleading with him. "So please, please, I beg you."
Seeing her kneel for him, willing to die for him, made Bernard's heart heavy. He sighed, "Is he that important to you?" Bernard's eyes became anxious. "Are you willing to sacrifice your life for him?" At this moment, Henrietta's hands trembled. She admitted, "If he dies, I will follow him." She bowed her face to the floor, sobbing, "I cannot live without him." Bernard quickly moved closer to her, gently comforting her. "Henrietta," Bernard admitted, "I told you I wanted to be with you for a long time. I had hoped that you would be the one sitting next to me on the throne." His hands gently rubbed her shoulders. Bernard declared, "My wealth and power, even my very heart, I want to give you everything." He added, "You know how I feel." This time his hand stopped at her cheek, and Henrietta froze. Bernard gathered all his courage and pleaded with her, "Please, choose me instead of him." The atmosphere in the room became heavy and gloomy. Bernard's hand tightly gripped her hands, and he softly called, "Henrietta." Bernard spoke up, "If I agree, we will never see each other again, forever, because if we were to meet again, I would not be able to continue my responsibilities to the country." His eyes became cold and reproachful towards her, his voice fading. "As the Prince of Belisha, I am not allowed to forgive you. We will have to live a life, as if we are strangers." Bernard asked tensely, "Do you still want my help? Are you truly willing to sever our relationship for that?" Henrietta closed her eyes and gently removed his hand from her shoulder. Henrietta nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." Her words left him stunned. Overwhelmed by pain, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Henrietta." Looking at her hands clutching her dress tightly, Bernard softly said, "I never knew you could be so heartless."
In the prison wing, 2 soldiers were bringing things to Edwin's room. Then they coldly threw a plate of food in front of Edwin. The short-haired soldier cursed, "You scum." The blonde one next to him grunted, "Yeah." Then they turned and left. The long-haired one remarked, "I heard His Highness still hasn't decided how to punish him." "Yeah," the short-haired one spoke up. "I bet he's torn between execution or life imprisonment." The long-haired one hesitated, but he recalled the situation on the battlefield and wondered, before His Highness also wanted to execute him, didn't he? Then he canceled it midway. He said tensely, "Everyone's buzzing that there's a spy among His Highness's ranks. That's why the punishment was postponed." The long-haired one added, "Now Sir Jonathan has declared that rumor to be nonsense." Meanwhile, Edwin sat silently by the corner of the wall. Their voices reached his ears. The long-haired one recounted, "The execution was halted because they received an urgent order from the royal palace. The royal palace wants to hold a trial." Then he gruffly reminded, "Watch what you say. Sir Jonathan warned that if we keep spreading rumors, he'll punish all of us."
The long-haired one nodded, and then darkness enveloped the solitary cell. Edwin's mind became troubled. He felt a surge of guilt and admitted, I was the one who drew the sword. I was the one who committed an unforgivable sin. He remembered Henrietta, who had cried so much when she visited him. Edwin thought to himself, I don't want her to be implicated.
When he saw she was still alive, he told himself that she could forget him. She could lean on someone else, not him. Edwin mused, his very existence only stirring painful memories within her. His body throbbed with pain. Edwin tried to curl into a ball. She would live well without him. He looked out the window, silently praying, O gods, all the mistakes are mine. Please punish me for those transgressions, and protect her. News of the Kustan commander's capture quickly spread across the continent. The Black Knight, who destroyed Brindle, his execution came swiftly and more secretly than many had imagined. Bernard, now the Prince of Belicia, and a select few respected knights, including Jonathan Corbus, were among the mere 5 attendees when the Black Knight was beheaded. The common folk did not understand why His Highness did not bring the Black Knight to Belicia and why the execution took place so hastily. I cannot tolerate a grave criminal being allowed to live another day, the prince stated curtly.
The prince's autocratic decision stunned both the royal family and the public, but with the Dark Knight's helmet as a testament to the execution, the royal family shifted its focus to restoring the country. The war that had engulfed the entire continent gradually came to an end. That very day, Henrietta, her head completely veiled, left Belicia. She happily turned back to bid farewell. Thank you for everything, Sir Jonathan. But she spoke sadly when mentioning Bernard. It's a pity I couldn't meet His Highness before leaving. Please convey my regards to him. I hope he will always be safe and sound. Jonathan placed a hand over his chest and smiled. I understand. He added, I wish you a safe journey, Miss Henrietta. They then smiled and departed, Jonathan silently watching the two of them leave. Their figures grew distant, fading into the vast sea of sand. In the distance, Bernard stood on the city wall, watching their retreating figures. Tears unconsciously fell from his eyes. Henrietta and Edwin had left, starting a new life. Edwin's hat slipped off, revealing his golden hair. Henrietta had now cut her hair short, shoulder length, her eyes affectionately gazing at the person beside her. The starlight I had loved so dearly, a seemingly infinite distance. Edwin turned, met her eyes, and subtly curved his lips into a smile. Henrietta thought of him as a brilliant star. She burst out laughing when she saw him looking at her like that.
Henrietta admitted that her only star had finally reached him. They left hand in hand, Henrietta and Edwin's figures gradually disappearing into the dust. Bernard stood quietly in the distance, watching them leave, when a voice beside him rang out, Your Highness! Henrietta's image appeared. She sobbed and pleaded, Please, Your Highness. At that moment, her face was full of pity, her eye sockets deeply sunken from crying so much. Henrietta softly said, Save Edwin. Bernard helplessly turned his face away, and the atmosphere grew gloomy. Then Bernard spoke. All right. Henrietta froze when she heard him speak. Bernard, regaining a special respect for her, forced a smile and softly expressed, Because you saved me on the battlefield, I have always wanted to thank you. Having received his agreement to save Edwin, Henrietta joyfully cried out, Your Highness. But immediately Bernard made a demand, on one condition.
Bernard said cautiously, no excuse could justify his being a Dark Knight, no matter the reason. Whatever the reason, he was the main culprit of the battle, and therefore he must be expelled from Belicia. Bernard warned, if he is caught leaving or returning to this land, I will be forced to execute him. He paused. Bernard sighed, and then looked at Henrietta. Will you oversee him? Henrietta was somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. Bernard explained, to ensure that he will not harm any more innocent people. At this, she understood his intention. Henrietta knelt down, showing her cooperation, and said, I promise, Your Highness, I swear. Seeing her confident demeanor and her sworn promise, Bernard softly said, Then this will be our farewell. Immediately after, he turned around and said, I have done my best. I cannot give you much time. Under the dim moonlight, Bernard suggested, You only have a few days to leave this country. Henrietta hastily cried out, Your Highness. She quickly sprang to her feet and ran to Bernard's side. She embraced him tightly from behind, pressing herself against him. Henrietta sobbed, If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to recover. But when Henrietta said, I won't be able to reunite with him, Bernard's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes showed a hint of disappointment.
At this moment, Bernard could only give a slight smile and utter, Then Bernard slowly walked away from her embrace. Henrietta quickly departed, leaving Bernard's solitary figure in the room. Looking at his back, Henrietta softly said, Thank you, Your Highness. After that, Henrietta swiftly left as he had requested. Back in reality, a voice startled Bernard. Your Highness, are you all right? Bernard turned around to see Jonathan standing behind him, and he softly called out, Jonathan. Seeing this, he spoke up. You didn't say goodbye. Witnessing his actions and mood, Jonathan wondered, "Do you hate her that much? Don't you want to see her even one last time?" Bernard calmly replied, leaving Jonathan bewildered. "That's just what you think. Do you believe I hate Henrietta?" Bernard looked into the distance and said, "No." His gaze unconsciously drifted to the sky, and Bernard softly spoke. "I decided not to see her because I can't trust myself. If I went there, I might beg her not to leave. I wouldn't be able to control myself." Hearing his confession, Jonathan wondered, "You could have refused her plea." Bernard replied, "Do you mean I should clip her wings and lock her in a cage?" Suddenly, Bernard smiled, his expression brightening as he said, "I owe her too much. I can't. Perhaps I am selfish, but that's not how I treat my lifesaver. And she accepted giving up everything just to be with that man. How could I refuse?" Suddenly, Bernard changed the subject, asking with a surprised look, "But I'm also surprised. I thought you'd be angry when I decided to let him go."
Jonathan sighed and said, "Of course, Balesia's enemy is also my enemy." Jonathan recalled seeing Henrietta's state of mind when she met Edwin in prison, and recounted, "But I also spent some time observing Miss Henrietta, and I felt sympathy for her. Fate tore their relationship apart. Miss Henrietta's life also crumbled, and that man turned himself into a monster for revenge." At this point, Jonathan bowed his head and sighed, expressing, "I cannot agree with his decision, but then again, they were both abandoned by their own homeland." By now, their figures had faded from view, and Bernard softly said, "Indeed." Bernard spoke up. "Jonathan, Bernard hesitated slightly. "I intend to become the supreme power. I will subtly clench my hand into a fist, declaring, I will seize everything that can be seized, possess everything I can possess, be it wealth or power. I will make her realize that she rejected a wonderful man, and by the time she regrets it, it will be too late." After speaking, a proud smirk plays on his lips, and Bernard confidently stated, "And I don't intend to easily welcome her back when she returns." Jonathan, standing beside him, seeing that he had regained his spirits, chimed in, "Understood, Your Highness." Bernard suddenly paused. He had a long-term plan. "I will set many goals, and as I strive to achieve them, time will pass." Looking towards the distant land, Bernard realized that no matter how intense those feelings were, they would eventually be erased by time. No matter how precious those memories were, they would gradually fade.
Jonathan Othello is going to be very busy soon. Bernard agreed, saying, "Yes, it will be quite hectic. We won't allow anything to distract us." In Analand, a small kingdom in the southwest continental region, lay a small village not found on any map. In this quiet, rarely visited village, a young, beautiful couple settled down, soon becoming the talk of the town. This was because the deep love they shared for each other was quite impressive. A respectful wife and a gentle husband, their genuine care for each other sparked rumors. Surely they had overcome the disparity in social status. Perhaps the noble lady had eloped and married a knight. When asked how long they intended to live there, Henrietta smiled, looking at Eden. They replied, "As long as possible." The villagers assumed they would soon leave, but by the time their Genkopik tree grew tall, the villagers no longer considered them outsiders. Instead, they would tease the two as lovebirds, because in everyone's memory, the couple was never apart. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video, and thank you for watching.